Morning, Ayanda.
Morning, Ari.
Are you well?
I'm good, thanks, and you?
Yeah, no complaints. Still tired?
Hey, don't say that. My body is not here. I'm just
Trying
here.
to catch up.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna work on the program in the meanwhile, ne?
Yeah,
I saw the
that's fine.
discuss area and Chair has mentioned some oversight, especially in Impala. Actually, Nomvula is the one who came up with that. So he needs
Uh-huh.
to report apparently in a meeting tomorrow.
What
So
oversight?
no, there's if we are planning of any oversight,
Hmm.
but Chair said let's
Oh,
look at maybe we can go in the Impala as one of the incident and see who is working on a document whereby he can see any other month, but the theme will be health and safety.
oh, okay.
So yeah,
Even,
after we're done with this series, but it will be that week of oversight in
yeah,
January, last week.
okay.
Yeah.
Because Chair said the other day, next week, on Wednesday, after the responses from the
Mm.
DMIE, what was the two items he said? Yeah, or the outstanding public hearings, and then that letter to Makua
Oh yes, yeah. So yeah, he
after the
said
meetings.
yeah,
Yeah.
he did mention that he needs to table the committee of these three areas
Hmm.
because Nomvula
Hmm.
also was asking when are we going there. I'm looking at the because initially he came with the 20th, ne?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
depending on the provincial January 8th statement. So if I
Yeah.
can do when is Northwest and Bloemfontein, is so
Yeah.
that we don't plan on the weeks that they are busy with. Otherwise, we won't get
Yeah.
any people.
Correct. Exactly. So yeah. Okay. So you'll work on that in the meanwhile.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's fine. Then I'll run with the public hearings. Yeah. So it's fine.
Okay. No,
And
it's
next
fine.
week's meetings. Yeah. Yeah. All
Okay.
right,
All right.
Ayanda.
Okay then. Sure, bye.
Oh yeah, and I only got the one apology from Graham Murray.
Oh yeah, I've got
Hmm.
Lorima and
Hmm.
Phillips. They are not
Well,
attending today. Lorima and Phillips.
okay, that's fine. I'll
Yeah.
do the apologies.
Okay, sure.
All right. Show Ayanda. Bye bye.
Sure, Ari, bye.
Mr. Bowen, Rico here. I understand I must give you co-hosting rights for ESCOM. Is that correct?
Thank you. Morning.
Morning. The co-hosting rights, is
Yeah.
that fine to you, ne?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
transmission. Good morning, honorable members. I think we are enough to.
You are muted, Chair.
Am I muted?
No, Chair.
Huh?
We can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. Yes, honorable members, good morning. Good morning, the support staff of the committee and the participants in today's session, as well as everyone who has joined the hearings today. You are all welcomed into this session. Without any further delay, we have got only one item that we'll be dealing with, and then we'll make announcement at the tail end. But I'm sure we all know that we start as this portfolio committee, this meeting on a sad note, where 13 workers were lost in Impala, and yesterday we had a memorial service. May I request that before we start, we just observe a moment of silence. May the departed souls rest in eternal peace. Okay, Ari, we are here today, honorable members and our participants and guests, to deal with the written submissions from those who had made a request to make oral submissions. I hope in terms of the administrative work, Ari and Ayanda, all those issues would have been cleared before this meeting. But before I go to that item, can I check, are there any apologies from honorable members?
Morning, Chair. Thank you. Just the following apologies. Honorable Lorimer, Honorable Phillips, Honorable Graham Mare, who's unable to attend this meeting this morning, Chair. Those are the apologies received, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. To our participants today, you are welcomed. We are still in that process, but just allow me to take off the video so that I can enhance my network. Can I also further request, although it doesn't sound possible, that in the event there is a hiccup, Honorable Mashaule will kick in like a generator in that process. Honorable members, as I've said, we have people who have made, or entities or organizations in their respective coinage of how they see themselves as an association that have
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair.
Yes.
With the greatest of respect to you and the committee, we got the apologies. Get a sense of whether we form a quorum or not.
No, we do. That's
Okay.
why I said when I started, I said we do constitute a quorum, we can start.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
One by one. Only. Okay. Let me say this. If it is painful, please bear with me. We will request members very efficiently on time to just ask within 1 or 2 minutes questions of clarity, pointed straight on clarity, not debating, because people will be expressing their views on what do they think in terms of the proposed amendments, which is the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill. We will open up that gap for members to ask questions of clarity, not questions of debate. People, they are entitled to hold their views.
Recording in progress.
And as members of this committee will get an opportunity to deal with our own views, which ultimately will constitute the final recommendations and outcomes. But having said so, let me say because the understanding that we commonly have, or I commonly have as a chair, is that processes of legislation go via the national executive, in this case, which is cabinet and others. And most of those views that are expressed there are views that accommodate some of the entities of government. And no one is going to be dismissed, but I think it will be important for NERSA, ESCOM, I think it's, bring back my agenda, Ari. Bring back my agenda. Don't take it away. I think it's Operation Vulindlela. Let's go up. It's National Treasury. Ne? We don't have to ask this question because I know it's a standing question. Please try and clarify that matter because we don't want to sound like when the executive has finalized these processes and the public is supposed to participate. The executive again wants to have what we'll call a second bite. You may have, if you wish, if you don't, you want to wait for the question to come. Just to clarify that so that we don't have to ask a question of clarity where you're not satisfied with the initial process that led to the outcomes of the final product of proposed amendments, so that we pass that aspect without any further delays. I'm raising this thing because tomorrow I fear if civil society or just the public generally says we are overshadowing a process that initially or generally or normally or by their understanding it's supposed now to be a process of public participation. So if that offends you, my apologies, but I think it's important to even go to those areas without any delay. My last thing is that we will really appreciate that you assist us in terms of whatever the views that you might be having. If there are any views beyond what is proposed as amendments, that you are of the view that needs to be considered in the amendment, because all what is contained on the amendments is what other people have thought needs to be done to make such amendments. So we are open to even yourselves giving us your ideas of what is not contained and you think it should be contained in the amendments, if you so feel so. Without any further delays, can we take number one, Ari?
NERSA, Chair.
Let's stick to NERSA. It's better if it's the one from home. Stick to the time. At least you know the procedure much better than us. If you exceed your time, I will have to put a hold on you. Can you come in, NERSA?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, this is Thembani Bukula, the Chairperson of NERSA, and I will be assisted by Mr. Gumede in doing the presentation. Mr. Gumede is the regulator member primarily responsible for electricity regulation at NERSA. Chairperson, because we have really no time, I don't even want to start by indicating that we regulate these industries, but I'll go straight to the point where Mr. Gumede will take us through the points. And we have made a submission, a written submission, and in the points that would omit as we are fitting into the time, Mr. Gumede will just indicate that these are in the written submission. Without further ado, Mr. Chairperson, may I ask Mr. Gumede to take over? Thank you, honorable members, and thank you, honorable Chair.
So, Mr. Pukula. with, I will give you this time that we'll use. Ari, please, if it is not there, you need to flag the presentation. Yes, we have received it, but I think we need, for the benefit of fast tracking and consumption of information, can I request that you do that, even if it means once they are proceeding with the presentation? Sorry to disturb you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. But Mr. Gumede, please take us through. Thank you, Mr. Gumede.
Thank you, Mr. Bukula. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to the honorable members. I'll be quick. I'm not sure if Ari can flag the presentation. I was trying to share my screen and I can't. If you can fly that, if you can fly the presentation, otherwise I'll actually just start. I'll actually just start talking to it.
I gave you co-hosting rights, Mr. Gumede.
Yeah, it still says I can't share. It says
okay,
host disabled participants screen sharing.
No, that's fine.
Okay, you'll then share the presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. All right, I'll also just skip. I do firstly just to answer the question, the fundamental question asked by the Honorable Chair. Why are we here? Yes, we did get an opportunity to engage with the DMRE during the actual formulation of the bill. Yes, unfortunately there were some errors that crept in, and at the advice of the DMRE, we were advised that it might be best that for us to indicate those areas where we feel that there's been some errors, that we actually then come and make a presentation. Chairperson, I really would not take much time, just to indicate that on if you can just move straight to slide 3. Thanks, Ari. Yeah, on slide 3, essentially just to indicate that NESA, as you know, we are a Schedule 3 public entity that which was formatted in terms of the PFMA. We regulate electricity industry, pipe gas industry, and the petroleum pipelines industry. The next slide, please. We thought it important to, sorry, for some reason the slides you have don't quite tell you with mine, but anyway, we actually thought important to indicate some background. The first background being that the Electricity Regulation Act of 2006, which amended which repealed the Electricity Act of 1987, introduced over and above generation, transmission, and distribution, trading, import and export as non-infrastructure activities. But also what then subsequently happened is that the minister amended the Schedule 2 of ERA, which then expanded the scope of non-licensed activities, introduced actually removed the threshold in terms of entity of generators, in terms of their ability to actually invest way beyond what was originally 1 megawatts to now there is no limit in terms of generators, what they could generate. Now that a combination of all of those issues has really just necessitated a shift in the policy, the laws, and the regulatory approach. Next slide, please, Ellen. The other part is that over the years, there's always been an issue around reticulation. And up till this stage, there is no settled position on reticulation. Unfortunately, it brings a lot of challenges in terms of the work of the regulator. We are just here to just really request that there needs to be a concise definition of reticulation that needs to be incorporated in the bill. I will talk to that later. Next slide, please, Aaron. And also, if we now go straight to the specific issues or the errors that crept into the bill, Firstly, there was an error in that regulation of electricity has been removed from the bill. It is our recommendation that that be changed, because in essence, regulation of electricity price is central to the work of the regulator. The rationale being that when we're looking at tariffs in essence, they actually tend to refer to the cost of the service of generation, transmission, distribution, or even trading, and that the price itself should actually be a sum total of all of those elements, and it reflects the cost of the consumer, the cost that the consumer's consumption imposes on the service providers. Next slide, please. So in essence, what we are then saying is that we are requesting that section 4, subsection 2 be changed again to read that to set and approve tariffs and prices, but to request that we add a part there that says in a manner prescribed by a rule. But what we are then suggesting is actually a definition of price, which at this stage in the current act, both price and tariffs are defined the same. But what we are requesting is that price should focus on the end consumer and should look and should be seen to mean a charge for electricity to an end user or a consumer, and may reflect those areas that have been indicated there. Next slide, please, Aaron. We also felt that the bill introduces a new definition for trading, and it means wholesale and retail buying and selling of electricity and trade. The challenge with this is that trading, firstly, it's the way we read it, it's very wide, because in fact, in respect of trading, a generator could apply for a trading license, transmission license holder or a distribution license holder could also apply for a trading license, as well as independents who are currently holding licenses and others who are applying for licenses. So retailing is broad. Trading is broad. We are therefore requesting that there be a definition of, in fact, both of what wholesale in this particular definition of trading would mean, but also introduction of a definition of retailing. And we are then suggesting that retailing should basically mean the buying and selling of electricity by the to or by the end consumer at consumer premises, and retailing to have a corresponding meaning. Next slide, please, Anna. On reticulation, as indicated, we do believe that there's a need for a more concise definition. The reason again here is that the Electricity Regulation Act separates out distribution from trading, but reticulation seems to bring the two together again, that we do believe that there needs to be a better definition which separates the two, and we are proposing a definition which is indicated there as red, which is basically as electricity, reticulation of electricity, that it means provision of infrastructure and metering equipment necessary to allow delivery of electricity from the point of connection to a distribution network service provider's assets to the assets of the electricity home. It's just a proposal. If you go to the next slide, please, Harry. The key issue, Chairperson, which was left out also, is the issue of the funds of the regulator. Currently, the funds, the regulator is funded via an old a part of the 1987 Act, Section 5B, which was not repealed. But the problem with that part of the Act is that the levies are only to be collected from energy sent out from licensed generators. Now, with the growth of the generators that are not licensed but which might be registered, and in the future perhaps other versions of it that they might not be licensed, is that this in fact threatens the existence of NERSA. We're therefore requesting that a change. We're proposing that we then have a levies bill but that the levies should be linked to the total amount of electricity sold in the country, irrespective of the source or the means of generation. Next slide, please. So the wording, again, I'm not going to go into the detail, but in essence, all we are requesting is that, like in terms of the Gas Act as well as the Petroleum Pipelines Act, is that we actually include a part of the bill there that proposes that the funds of the regulator may consist of. There are a number of areas in the old Act of 1987. There were parts that are very useful, like, for instance, donations and contributions from any persons, and also in respect of interest on investment. We are requesting that those two are retained when in terms of how the wording might be formulated. Next slide, please. We also are asking, and this is common knowledge, I think, Chairperson, that NERSA has been struggling to actually get the licensees, especially at distribution level, to comply with this with the condition of license. In essence, the reason for that, there's basically very limited. The model of enforcement is very limited. We are there, and also even in terms of the tribunal. The first one is that only the members of the regulator can actually be part of the tribunal. We are asking that be expanded a little bit so that it can allow, especially if, for instance, 6 members of a regulator were part of the development of a particular outcome. When there is a tribunal sitting and the same members actually sit on the tribunal, it does expose the regulator in terms of impartiality. So we're actually requesting that the tribunal can then be expanded a little bit. We're also saying, unfortunately, in terms of the tribunal, the penalty that can be imposed is very limited. It's limited to just fines. What we are then saying, unfortunately, that especially if the non-complying licensee has got challenges in terms of money, that imposing fines does not, it makes it very difficult. In fact, it puts that particular licensee into further financial distress. We are therefore requesting that the scope of the penalties that can be afforded or that can be given by the tribunal be expanded to include even something like that, to allow the regulator to even recommend appointment of service providers to via SDAs, for instance, to be able to actually remedy the problem. Next slide, please. In terms of the amendment, what is proposed is a removal of the in consultation in terms of Section 34 of the Act. We do believe that will bring a lot of challenges for the process, in the sense that if that section is retained to still read like in consultation, it means it allows a single process for licensing, that the regulator concurs first with the minister, but in concurring, it makes the actual licensing process a whole lot more easier. But if the in consultation is removed, it means that at the time of the consideration of the generation license, the process will have to start de novo again. It actually have to start from scratch. We therefore
2 minutes also is left. That I sponsored. You have to wrap up in that.
All right, it's the last slide, Chairperson. The next slide, please, Ari. So in terms of the last slide, Chairperson, I'm not going to talk to the other two, but we just do request that the actual definition of import and export be clarified a bit. And then, of course, just to allow for the registered entities that might want to actually trade with the organs of state to be able to trade, is that we do request that perhaps there might be an inclusion in there of a clause that allows for any of those parties to apply for a tariff. And once they have a tariff that is considered and approved by the regulator in terms of Section 15 of the Act, they will then be able to trade with any organ of state. I thank you, Chairperson, and apologies for taking too long.
Thank you. You had a minute. I don't know, Chair.
Chairperson, we are fine. I think we have covered the most important parts, and we'll be happy to save you a minute. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable members, in your minute and two, any questions of clarity? Clarity. I can't see any hands. Oh, I see the hands of Honorable Milem. Any other hand? I see the hand of Honorable Kaiser. Going 1, 2. Okay. Honorable Milem.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm not going to put on my video if you don't mind. Chairperson, I have two questions. The first is...
You look nice in your picture.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I have two questions. The first details with relates to the proposal about the various definitions: trading, reticulation, retailing, and distribution. My concern is that we're conflating a number of issues here, and I'd really ask whether or not it's necessary to bring those into the same kind of space. Specifically, reticulation, in my understanding, is the infrastructure that is necessary to transmit electricity. Distribution is the act of transmitting electricity from the transmitter to the end customer, and trading is the sale and retail thereof. Now, my question is, are we not confusing the issue overly by going the approach that NERSA is recommending? My second question relates to the in consultation clause, and I hear what NERSA is saying, and I understand where they're coming from, because I think they're giving up a little bit of their power and authority by saying after consultation. However, we have seen over the past several years how the challenges, particularly with regard to Section 34 determinations, where there is no concurrence and the matter just hangs in abeyance for years and years and years and years because there is no concurrence. At least this proposal would allow NERSA to make a recommendation, the minister to consult NERSA, and then make a determination, an authoritative determination from the minister. You're not caught up in this concurrence nightmare where everybody has to agree. Could I get NERSA's comments on that, please? Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Chair. Very honest and straightforward question of clarity. Chair, there is a 15% additional levies and other levies that are inherently from the apartheid system into many of the fuel prices that are currently in place, which directly or indirectly influence the prices of food, and then directly influences the poor in terms of accessing that. And I just wanted to pursue in terms of the Electricity Levies Act what their proposals are in terms of their regulation as the regulation body of South Africa. And because the rest of us, they regulate, and then the rest of us have to follow, even at the municipal level, what they have already regulated in terms of prices. What is the proposal in terms of relieving the public in terms of their method and their criteria of putting prices together. Thank you, Chair.
Nersa, don't behave like in my previous life then, and when you give an answer, you make another presentation. Just straight to the point.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Gumede, I think these are questions we had kind of anticipated. Please go ahead and respond.
Thank you, Chairperson. The definitions, just to indicate, the definitions are already, for instance, distribution is already defined in the current era. Trading is already defined. It's just that trading is being changed and to include retailing. So we're not introducing. The only one that we're asking is clarity in terms of when the new definition of trading is put forward. It says is wholesale or retailing of. Now, unfortunately, both those terms are not defined and they could mean anything. So that's the first thing. But in terms of definitions, they already exist. Number two, in consultation, Chair, we're not concerned either way. What we're simply saying is that when NERSA goes through a licensing process, it's an elaborate process. But we may find that we already might have gone to some kind of process during the actual determination process. What we're wanting to do, the in consultation allows those two processes to be basically brought into one, because once a determination is made in consultation with NERSA, NERSA is bound by the decision of the minister. But the minute you remove that, then it means we need to then start another process. In terms of levies, just to indicate to the honourable member, is that NERSA is already funded by levies. In fact, in terms to ensure the independence of the regulator, funding of regulators by levies is what is globally accepted. But these levies that we are talking about is only in respect of the funding of the regulator, which at this stage, unfortunately, its scope is limited to just the license generators. But as that number reduces, then it means the amount paid by those remaining generators will actually have to increase. But it's not meant to actually exert more burden to consumers. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, who's next, Ari?
Eskom, Chair.
Eskom, look at the time. I'm giving you an extra 2 minutes to add on your time, which is supposed to be starting at 9:35. Can you start?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the members. Thank you for this opportunity to present. Just by way of introduction, my name is Keith Bowen. I am the Senior Manager for the Market Operator in the Eskom Transmission Division. As you requested, just upfront to say that Eskom is fully supportive of the bill. We welcome the bill and the work that's being done to provide the clarity on the future, specifically for the supply side of the industry that's encapsulated in the bill. I think importantly, why we wanted to present today was also to provide an overview of the model that's encapsulated in the bill, but also try and deal a little bit with the nuance on the written comments that we provided in some of the definitions within the bill. I think just to give a high-level view of the role of the multi-market model, a lot of this work, it's developed from work that was done in 2003 by a multi-market model consortium that was put together by the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, or the Department of Minerals and Energy at the time, to look at the design for a multi-market model and what would that need to look like. And a lot of this work is still continuation of that from 20 years ago. But the idea is that when we talk about the transmission system operator, which is well defined within the bill, is the four main businesses that we put together in terms of that transmission system operator. We have the network operator, which is the grid. It's around the planning, the expansion, the maintenance, refurbishment, and operating of the grid, which continues the main focus of the transmission company as it is now. The idea then is that we also have the system operator, which is the current system operator within the Eskom Transmission Division, looking at the balancing of the system across all participants in the market, ensuring that the system from minute to minute, second to second is in balance, and that we have security of supply and stability on the grid throughout the period. The two new functions that the bill introduces are the market operator and the central purchasing agency. The market operator is very much like the Johannesburg Stock Exchange in the way in that it provides platforms for trading. It is not a buyer and a seller of energy. It is providing platforms on which other willing buyers and willing sellers would participate. And then, of course, the balancing mechanism, which is where we try and bring everybody together, all the people who are trading either on the day-ahead market, physical bilaterals, they then come together under the balancing mechanism, which provides the system operator the financial capability to keep the system in balance and then deal with the accounting of the flow of money at the end of after the real-time process. The central purchasing agency is a new function is developed to deal with the legacy items, so particularly the Section 34 independent power producers procured up until now, and obviously there are a few that are still in the process of being procured. The central purchasing agency will be the off-taker or the buyer under those contracts and has to then sell that energy into the market and deal with the differential between the cost of purchases versus what the market price is that it's able to get for that energy. And that then brings us to the legacy charge, which the central purchasing agency would have to recover for that difference from all consumers. There's also the role that it plays in the transition. When we talk about going from the regulated tariff structure that we have now to a fully competitive market, there has to be a transition, which the bill allows for, and I'll spend a little bit of time on that now. I think importantly, the multi-market model allows for physical bilateral trading. And that means that there are willing buyers and willing sellers, what we now call the wheeling contracts, where you have generators selling directly to customers. And those will continue once the bill is passed and into the new market mechanism. Because it's allowing for long-term physical certainty for buyers and sellers. Obviously, it comes with a certain risks associated with the network and whether the network is available at any particular point in time, but it's still a mechanism that is allowed under the multi-market model. I think one of the things that we propose, at least in terms of the definition of the physical bilateral transaction in the bill, is that right now it says that those transactions go through the central purchasing agency. We're suggesting that that is excluded. It's just a willing buyer, willing seller transaction. The central purchasing agency plays no part in the physical bilateral between a consumer and a generator. One is an important aspect of it, though, is that a holder of a physical bilateral, whether it be the generator or the consumer, must themselves be balanced responsible parties, which is defined in the Act, that they then take accountability for declaring day ahead what they're going to do, and then there being a mechanism for us to true up after the fact with the actual metering to determine if there was a deviation, that they are then exposed to the balancing mechanism for that difference. But importantly, it does mean that you have distributors, retailers, consumers, traders able to buy on the market through the platforms provided by the market operator or over the counter through physical bilateral trading. And the same with the power stations are able to then access those platforms to be able to buy. I think one of the important things that we wanted to also clarify is that the bill provides a minimum requirement in terms of how these markets should work, as well as empowering the market operator to develop a market code. And that the detail of how these markets work and the functions of the markets, as well as the responsibilities around balancing, etc., would be covered in the market code. So alongside the bill, hopefully when the bill is processed, we would then also have started working and concluding an industry acceptable market code, which we can then present to the regulator for approval. And that market code then goes into the products that are available in terms of the platforms, be it the day-ahead market for energy, a day-ahead market for reserves, an intraday market for people between the day-ahead and the real-time, the capacity market, a potential to develop how we can incentivize capacity into the future, as well as some of the ancillary services markets that might be in play in terms of this multi-market model. So we're saying that, absolutely the bill provides for that mechanism. We're then suggesting that that's the process that the market operator would go through with industry and the regulator to ensure that we develop those market codes to have ready by the time the bill becomes an act, and we can then start with the market. I think importantly, one of the issues is around the transition. As I mentioned, right now we're in the regulated phase where, as the regulator said, that we regulate prices very strongly on energy into the future. We expect that would start changing. The moment the market opens, there then has to be a transition towards where the prices are being set completely in the market. That we have the day-ahead market prices, we have day-ahead reserve prices, we have balancing prices, all being set based on the interaction in the market. But there has to be a transition from between those two phases because of the risks associated with just going on a big bang approach. And so we're proposing that as part of the market code, you develop the structure which the bill allows for, which we call the vesting contracts. And the vesting contracts then provide for sort of back-to-back agreements through the Central Purchasing Agency, buying energy from Eskom generators and other generators that might want vesting contracts, and through to customers, retailers, specifically Eskom distribution, but it may also imply that other retailers might be able to also get vesting contracts, so that we manage that process. And the idea there is that the vesting contracts have an inherent short-term kind of lifespan and a decrease every year in terms of the volumes. So we would start potentially with 100% of the volumes for the distributors being hedged through the vesting contracts, and that every year we reduce by potentially 20%, so that by the end of the period, everybody is exposed 100% to the market prices. But that doesn't mean that as the vesting contracts are worked out of the system, that everybody now stays exposed to market prices 100%. The theory is still then that they would engage in hedging arrangements, contracts for differences, over-the-counter trading, to be able to get themselves back to sort of a risk-managed pricing environment going into the future. So even though we would remove the Central Purchasing Agency vesting contracts from the process, we allow them that there would be over-the-counter trades or potentially even an exchange-traded process for people to hedge risk going into the future. I think one of the things also in terms of the definition around the vesting contracts is at the moment it's defined very clearly for Eskom generators and distributors, but the idea is to maybe allow that to be opened up so that the market code can define who would be allowed to have vesting contracts to manage that process into the future, especially if the regulator allows for qualifying customers to include other retailers or other customers, that maybe they should also have vesting contracts, at least initially, to ensure that there's a smoother transition to the market. So that's really the overview of what we wanted, the inputs we wanted to give. Overall, we completely support where the bill is going and the provisions of the bill. It was just to provide some clarity around the nuance for those definitions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Eskom. Yeah, you saved us almost 5 minutes. I hope others will do the same. Let me check now again. Questions of clarity, honorable members. Going one, I see Mr. Xeza. Any other hand? 1, 2. Okay. Honorable Xeza.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm in the committee, and you understand my curiosity on concepts and that are arising from Eskom and other entities of the department. But please bear with me, Mr. Keith Bowen. Am I correct? That is, I just wanted to check because Clause 28 of the proposes the insertion of 3.4b and 3.4b in the bill, and then it says that the white paper provides that to ensure the success of the electricity supply, and then various development will have to be considered by government over time. Namely giving customers the right to choose their electricity supplier, introducing competition in the industry, especially the generation sector, permitting open, non-discriminatory access to transmission systems and encouraging private sector participation in the industry. Look, I know that there are concerns about environment and all those things. And my concern is about the intermittent nature of the renewables. Can you give clarity on those? And then secondly, what is the relationship between the unbundling of Eskom as proposed by the roadmap to Eskom within the Department of Public Enterprises as proposed to between that the unbundling and the roadmap to Eskom? I think that's my clarity. And then you clarify the last one, Chair, the willing buyer, willing seller. It just passed me while I was going through concepts of your presentation. Thank you.
Eskom.
May I answer, Chair?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Senator. The idea of when we talk about the intermittent nature of renewables, I think one of the important things is that in a future market, the idea is that we have an energy market and a capacity market. Energy deals with the energy provided in a specific time frame. We are still talking about within an hour. You can go down to 15 minutes, 5 minutes, half an hour, whatever that time frame is. And any generator that produces in that hour gets the market price, whether it be a wind generator, solar, nuclear, coal. They all earn the same revenue in that hour. Obviously, if a generator is intermittent, it creates a problem from a planning perspective from the system operator to be able to ensure stability on the grid over time. So that's why we propose that there's a capacity market. Either it's done through the Central Purchasing Agency or even a Section 34 determination by the Minister to go out and procure the backup that the system may require for the renewable energy. Or the capacity market provides a signal for participants to go and build the kind of capacity the system needs in order to back up the renewables. So yes, the idea is very definitely you have an energy market where it doesn't matter what the technology is that energy is provided, but you also need to ensure that there's some sort of capacity mechanism to provide that backup so that the system overall is able to meet the demand when it's required. So you're absolutely right. It definitely is an issue. When you look at international markets, those that are energy only, where they don't have capacity as a concept, often there are issues where, one, they underprice the value of renewables because they don't deal with the need for renewables over time. The second is that they don't always incentivize that backup capability. So you may build, whether it be gas, coal, whatever your backup facility might be, or batteries, they would earn capacity just for being there in order for the system to remain whole. And that's why you design different market structures to accommodate those different products going into the future. In terms of the unbundling, very definitely the roadmap set the groundwork from the perspective of Eskom in a future competitive market, or a future electricity sector, energy sector. So the idea there is that by separating out generation, transmission, distribution, you can put the focus then on the transmission company to create this platform to be a facilitator of competitive trading. And you can see from the roadmap how it defines the role of the transmission company. What the bill does is it takes it a step further, and it says it's not just a subsidiary of Eskom Holdings into the future. It actually becomes a completely separate state-owned enterprise as the transmission system operator, and that's quite a big step in itself. But it then provides the foundation for what the TSO does. In the roadmap, it's still very much looked as the TSO or the transmission entity as a bit of a single buyer, which could become a broker. We're saying that, and what the bill supports, is that you actually move out of that space of a single buyer. You move into a fully competitive market, and that the transmission entity is then a facilitator through providing network support, providing system operator balancing, providing the platforms for trading, and then the central purchasing agency providing that transition mechanism. And that then sets the groundwork for a future competitive market. So it's fully in line with the unbundling. It's just the ERA bill takes it one step further for the separation into a TSO. When we talk about willing buyer, willing seller, I think to a large extent we already have that as a model that has been developed, particularly since the lifting of in terms of the Schedule 2, in terms of the requirements for a licensing provision. We're starting to see a lot more activity around willing buyer, willing seller. So it's consumers. It may at the moment be predominantly large power users and potentially municipalities going and signing long-term agreements with generators. So it's willing buyer, willing seller, and they're trading on a long-term wheeling arrangement, or what we call now the physical bilateral. But the idea is, as we create more of the market structures, you can allow for more shorter-term trading, and that the excess energy or surpluses and deficits on a particular day can be traded through the market. I think quite importantly, and maybe this is going to like a serious nuance, is that the physical bilaterals as they stand and as defined require a physical delivery. So a generator must generate, a consumer must consume. As opposed to if you go into the market, the physical delivery and consumption takes place through the market. So the day-ahead market, the balancing deals with the physical aspects. It's then a possibility for willing buyers, willing sellers to then also trade on a hedging mechanism on a financial basis. So the physical delivery and risks associated with production and consumption are managed through the markets, and then the financial hedging is done separately through an exchange traded or over-the-counter financial trade. And I think that supports the willing buyer, willing seller, and just makes it more accessible for more people rather than having to go into long-term physical contracts.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bowen. Unfortunately, as I've said, we have got a very long list that is still coming. So you will bear with us. We are trying by all means possible to accommodate everyone who has made the request to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
We don't use this exercise, as I've said, to agree or disagree. We use this exercise so that members are empowered in their deliberations with regards to the proposed amendments. Can I take the next one? Is it
Rural Action for
RACR?
Hi, yes, thank you, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present. My Wi-Fi connection might not be the greatest, so I'm going to keep my video off if that is okay. And maybe you can just confirm that you can see my PowerPoint presentation.
No, it's Tara. It's okay. Sometimes, though, it's nice to see just the face and then a person switches off, but it's up to you how you want to do it.
Okay. This is me. I just so that you can see my face, and then I'm going to turn off now, just to save the bandwidth. Okay, so I am Tara Nel van Reineveld. I am presenting this oral submission on behalf of the Rural Action for Climate Resilience project, which is based, we work with 36 different community-based organizations in the Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, and Western Cape, and they are a combination of rurally located community-based legal advice offices and faith-based institutions. And yeah, so this submission is a compilation of various different inputs that have been put together. So I first want to recognize that this amendment bill opens up certain opportunities. It firstly opens up the possibility for widespread renewable energy generation, which is crucial to both address our energy crisis of load shedding and transition away from coal. And it also opens up the possibility of community-owned and socially owned and community-run renewable energy cooperatives and projects. And I think this is a really interesting point and avenue that is relevant to the community-based organizations that we work with. But there are a number of different concerns depending on how the amendment bill goes forward in the future, and some uncertainties. So I think the first thing that there was uncertainty about amongst the people that we were collaborating with was what the impacts are going to be on electricity costs. So the current amendment bills assume that there is going to be this competitive energy generation market that will inadvertently lead to cheaper electricity. I think that's a sort of implicit assumption, but it's not really guaranteed, as competitors are potentially still entitled, or are entitled to pass on the costs to customers. So we are interested in there being some kind of protection against windfall profits and the requirements to take into account these costs electricity generation options. We are urging the inclusion of more active regulatory mechanisms for the protection of the poor and vulnerable against potential increased costs of electricity, given that NERSA will no longer be regulating these. Another point is that although in theory this competitive energy generation market could open up for community-owned and run renewable energy projects to participate in electricity generation, there is a lack of an explicitly supportive regulatory environment for small-scale community-owned renewable energy projects. And this is a barrier for the survival of such projects given their limited access to resources. So the current regulatory environment is much more conducive to larger private and well-resourced power producers. And then there's also an additional uncertainty regarding how the variability in electricity prices as a result of marketization of electricity generation will impact how National Treasury calculates the equitable share and the FBE allocations, and also municipal revenues generated from selling electricity. Another concern that we have is the impact on public participation. I just want to note here that many of our constituencies attempted to attend public provincial hearings that were currently being that were recently concluded, and due to the change of the initial set of dates, they were not able to attend some of them, and that's the additional burden of, if you are rurally located, you have to travel much further to attend one of these public provincial hearings. So that's just to note that there are additional burdens placed on you if you are rurally located. And now, given the change in the bill in terms of the exemption for the Minister of Electricity in certain cases to get concurrence from NERSA for any new decisions regarding the need for new electricity, I think, there's concern that this will be exploited and result in the bringing on of electricity generation that is not that doesn't impact, that has a negative impact on electricity prices and potentially doesn't have sufficient input from the public. This leads on to the next point, which is on the potential for risky new infrastructure builds as a result of these amendments. There aren't any protections against risky new infrastructure builds that could impact electricity prices or cause environmental concerns, such as contributing to national carbon emissions. And then I think this next point on NERSA's capabilities is also supported by NERSA's submission earlier around their fears around their financial their financial sustainability, given the changes in licensing requirements. There was concern that NERSA's capabilities to manage disputes under the current revisions would not be sufficient, given that they are overstretched, and that there's also a need for protection against the possibility of regulatory capture by bigger energy generation companies like Eskom, but not just limited to Eskom. The other question that is not really answered, but yeah, maybe someone in the audience can answer, is what this means for Eskom debt and Eskom generation. So the bill doesn't address how Eskom's debt is going to be managed. It also doesn't address the historic levels of corruption within Eskom. So it's sort of unclear how the unbundling of Eskom will prevent either of these in the future. There doesn't seem to be clarity on what is going to be taken forward in order to prevent either of these. And so, yeah, there's additional concern that Eskom generation will be rendered completely dysfunctional if it is to take on the current Eskom debt. And as I say, it's not clear where the Eskom debt is, so maybe it's not going to Eskom generation. But yeah, if Eskom debt was to take on all of the Eskom debt, then there is the possibility that Eskom generation would be rendered dysfunctional and unable to meet the generation requirements that we will need before sufficient energy, alternative energy, comes onto the grid. And this is also bearing in mind the fact that Eskom is currently in a situation where it's unable to build any new generation capacity for the next 3 years. And then finally, the bill also creates uncertainty for energy planning, given the removal of Section 32A in the bill, which is regarding the minister's responsibility to develop and revise an IRP, and on the process to be undertaken in doing so. And this is in the context of an additional uncertainty, given the fact that we also don't yet have our finalized integrated energy plan. So I guess my question to all of you in this room is, what is the vision of our regulatory environment? What does it encourage? What does it enable? And what does it prioritize? Are we making decisions on our regulatory environment that enables affordable and accessible energy for all in a country with high levels of energy poverty, where we know that things like lack of energy access leads to more experiences of gender-based violence and crime? Is our regulatory environment encouraging the addressing of this load shedding and national energy poverty? And are we prioritizing clean energy as well? Or is our regulatory environment encouraging private profits and other vested interests? And I would hope that we in this room are all hoping to build a country that is, in the interests of everyone, and building more accessible, more affordable energy, and addressing national energy poverty and the energy crisis that we're in. So I'll leave it there, and thank you everybody for the opportunity to present.
Thank you, Tara. You are exactly on time. Thank you very much for that. I see there are two hands. The hand of Honorable Mailem, and then Honorable Malinga, and then Honorable Kaza. In your 1 minute. Honorable Mailem.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I just have a simple question, and it relates to the second last slide that Ms. van Rooyen put up. I might be being stupid here, but can she please point me to Section 32 capital A in the main act and the removal thereof? Because I can't find that in the amendment bill at all, and I certainly don't know of such a section in the Electricity Regulation Act. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Malinga.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, members of the portfolio, our staff and our guests. Chairperson, let me welcome the presentation. Honorable Mailem has already taken my first question, Chairperson, but I think the person who has just given us the presentation is going to respond to that one. Chairperson, I just want to check with them. Why the thought that moving away from coal will stop load shedding? Because that's what the first slide says. what gives them that assurance that moving away from coal to renewables will stop load shedding? Chairperson, also the issue on Eskom, the issue of your distribution where it features. I think she should just familiarize herself with the unbundling roadmap of Eskom, what each entity is designed to do. Because I think the presentation leaves much to be desired. If Chairperson, I'm more interested on the 32 capital A section that she's talking about on the presentation. Also the issue that they come boldly and say moving away from coal will enable or stop load shedding. What science did they do or investigation that they did that renewables will make sure that we have sustainable energy? Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Kaza.
No, thank you very much. I laughed at the Section 2 question, but it's fine. Look, I want to pose a question to the Rural Action for Climate Resilience. Could you kindly provide us with a proposed solution in terms of the participation and the communication? Because the law process, the lawmaking process says that there is a communication right through the local sphere of government in terms of, and it's being located at the point of the Speaker's office. So what is the extent of your proposed solution in terms of the stakeholder communication strategy to can reach and make sure that you then participate rather than coming now and be reactive in the committee in the manner in which the complaints are coming through? Thank you very much, Chair.
Madam van Rensburg.
Yes, thank you for the questions. Regarding why you're not finding Section 32A in the amendment bill, as you would have noted, my slide said it was the removal of Section 32A. So of course, because it's the removal of Section 32A in the amendment bill, it does not exist in the amendment bill. That is what we are critiquing. So I hope that clarifies. If you look at previous versions of the bill in the many iterations that it has had since its original release, you will find Section 32A. And this is also to note that our legislation is quite complicated and there are many different iterations. So I myself struggled to track all of the different amendments. And so I totally relate to your inability to find Section 32A. Because it isn't in the amendment bill, it was in a previous bill. Our comment is relating to the fact that it isn't there anymore. Regarding the concern around why I think that moving away from coal, or not just me, a large number of people think that moving away from coal would end load shedding. Well, we don't know, right? We don't know if moving away from coal will end load shedding. But what we do know is that we have load shedding with a predominantly coal-based energy infrastructure. So why continuing with coal would solve load shedding is also, to me, a mystery. And so I think what we should be asking ourselves is who is managing and how that energy system is being managed. And this information is very much in the public domain, so I don't think I need to be going into significant detail. Yes. So, and then there was a final question around what to do about public participation in rural areas. I mean, I think I am in my 20s. I am much less experienced than any of you, and I'm sure all of you have much more experience in terms of, enabling public participation. I think communication is, of course, the first step. Many of these community-based organizations are working with people who don't read, who maybe they get access to the notifications, but they don't have sufficient funds to travel. So, I mean, there are a diversity of approaches in terms of enabling public participation. And I'm not saying that people didn't try, because I know that there were efforts, and I'm just saying that there were some people who felt that their voices were not included. Yeah, I can't not acknowledge that. Yeah.
Chair, I still can't get the solution. Bear with me.
No, Honorable Teza. The answer that is giving is a clarity what informs or what is her thought or that. It is up to us when we deliberate as committees. Let me just make for an example. If the concerns is about improving on the issue of communication, on the basis that people may not have participated, it is up to us to say, are there any improvements that we want to see? Yes, I understand you said, what is it that she thinks can be done? And she's saying at this stage does not have those answers. That's why we say it's questions of clarity. Whether then that person is able to back up that, for an example, even again, we'll have to deliberate on that. If when you say the movement away from coal will lead to the end to load shedding, the answer was there is no scientific proof that it will end load shedding. But it is up to us to then deliberate whether in terms of the amendments and what informs them, they will be able to address the crisis that we're having, which amongst others lead to load shedding. So that part, can we pack it and note what the issues that are being raised? Only when we deliberate, we'll engage on them.
Chair?
Yes, Honorable Milam.
My hand is also up, Chair, or maybe you want me to also just scream.
Honorable Milam.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, I note Ms. van Reineveld's answer. However, I want clarity specifically on where in the amendment bill Section 32 capital A is removed, because I can't find that. I've looked at the various amendment clauses and there's no removal of Section 32A proposed in the amendment bill. And secondly, where Section 32A in the Act is actually where that is, because I don't see that either.
Honorable,
I might be being.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were done. Sorry. Yes, Honorable Madam.
No, finish, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Malin.
No, Chairperson. Actually, I think I am more confused on the presentation that we just received. I thought the people that are coming before the portfolio today are the people who are going to speak on what they have written to the portfolio committee. By the time written submissions were sourced to the public, we did not conduct public hearings. So I am a bit lost on this presentation, Chairperson. I might be a dome cop, I don't know. But in the chair, it's fine.
Okay. No, that's fine. Let me just try and check the three issues, Honorable Teza, in terms of the clarity. In fact, all three questions that were asked. I'll give you just 2 minutes, Tara.
Thank you for the questions. To clarify, there have been multiple iterations of this bill, and the numbering changes, which is why 32, you can't find 32A. I am trying to find the original version of this bill.
We don't have
Apologies?
time to find it now. I'm saying we don't have time to find it. There are other presentations.
Okay, fine. It does exist, and I think you'll hear it in later submissions as well, because I'm not the only one to make this point. As per the comment around public provincial hearings. Yes, they concluded our submission was submitted in writing. We did submit a submission in writing, so you can refer to all of the submission points that I made in writing. And that was why I was given the opportunity to present to all of you today. And regarding the suggestion for what we can do to, if you want a tangible suggestion, maybe think about doing a transport fund that enables people who don't have access to financial, free financial, capital to be able to just pay for a transport for an hour away, to get an hour away when they barely are making ends meet on their SASSA grant. So maybe we can think about providing more funds for people to participate actively and to be transported to public participation hearings. That is maybe one option in terms of a tangible suggestion. I hope that covers all of the requests.
No, Chair, this Chair.
Wait, Honorable Kaiser, no, wait.
I'm from rural areas myself, even yourself.
Wait, Honorable Kaiser, wait. Let's not make a dialogue where it's not necessary. We are asking questions, it's clear. Let me, for instance, try and assist here. Just to Tara, one thing that is a fact, I think we must clear that thing. There is no payment that is made by individuals for public hearings. Public transport is provided to and paid for by Parliament. Whether that transport is sufficient or not, that's another matter. Let's just state the facts. Secondly, the question of the transport layout is done by the local municipalities. There is no way Parliament will know where I stay in Peti, for instance, or in Tuzuma, in KZN, or in other parts of the country. But I think let's state the fact, public transport is provided. It may not be sufficient. I think the second issue, let's take the point that you are raising, and it's up to us again as members when we deliberate, that what you are raising is not necessarily what is contained in the current bill. In the current bill, what you talk to is what is contained in the Act, which unfortunately at this stage, sitting here, none of us can account for it. What is in the Act that is not now placed on the proposed amendments. The third point, which I think it's a matter that we must ponder and engage on, but I think generally there is agreement that it is not automatic that bringing in renewables, as you said, renewables will address load shedding, but equally you do have load shedding when your majority of electricity generation is through coal. It is up to these members to then deliberate on those kinds of submissions and be able to defend and state by that position. Can we then take now the next presentation? I must say, honorable members, from the onset, not every thing that somebody is presenting in this committee is going to be accurate. So it is precisely for that reason, in our deliberation, we must state that this is not correct. Under normal circumstances, we are supposed to be following the procedure we're using in the provincial public hearings, but we do allow latitude for somebody to clarify in the provincial public hearings. A person presents, we say, thank you, you go, we take the next one. We don't even open up for that process of giving us clarity. Can we take the next one?
The AIDC, Chair.
Okay, let me check my time. Yes, they will finish at 10:35.
Thank you, Chair and honourable members and all of those in attendance. I'm Dominic Brown, representing the Alternative Information and Development Centre. We are a NGO based in Cape Town. This submission has been endorsed by a range of organizations, unemployed organizations, rural organizations, mining affected communities, as well as the National Labour and Economic Development Institute, 350 Africa, Institute for Economic Justice, and the Socioeconomic Rights Institute. Chair and honourable members, our interest is on the proposed amendments, primarily in relation to the creation of a competitive energy market and in relation to the establishment of an independent transmission system operator. Chair, we argue that the amendment of the ERA to the ERA will have major implications for the electricity market in the country. The main objective of the bill is to introduce a competitive market in the electricity sector. This is congruent with government strategy to unbundle Eskom from a vertically integrated energy utility and to enable the increased liberalization of the South African energy market through the facilitation of increased private sector energy generation, primarily in renewable energy. Our concern are the following. The proposed reforms will undermine the state's capacity to achieve the efficient, effective, sustainable, and orderly development of electricity supply. And it will also add additional risk on the state's finances. Secondly, there's a lack of clarity on how the tariffs will be set in a competitive energy market, and we caution that this may result in rising tariffs and perpetuate energy poverty. Finally, we argue that whilst we may see a greater share of renewable energy in the short term through increased private energy generation, it jeopardizes the prospects of transitioning to a low-carbon energy sector and an economy over the long run. Primarily, beyond the issues of energy generation, which I think is beyond the necessary scope of this discussion, although we must recognize that this discussion is related to the promulgation of a number of other developments and legislation in the country that may in fact undermine Eskom's ability to ensure the sufficient generation of energy capacity. So, as per amendment of Section 21 of Act 4 of 2006, which is renumbered 16 of Act 28 of 2007, the National Transmission Company of South Africa will provide non-discriminatory access to the transmission power system to third parties through the establishment of the transmission system operator. This will allow for the transmission system operator to be the central purchasing agency and the wholesale buyer in the transition to a competitive electricity market. This is underlined in the insertions of Section 34A and 34B into the Act of 2006 that it provides the transmission operator to provide an open market platform for competitive electricity trading. These licensing conditions are underpinned by the model of and principles of full cost recovery, which includes a regional margin of return, in other words, profit. Already, we see that based on NERSA's approved tariff increases, that Eskom hasn't been able to reach full cost recovery, and this will allow for greater possibilities of doing so with the risk of increasing tariffs. The model of full cost recovery comes out of the Washington Consensus, which is about the increased privatization of the economy, including liberalizations of energy sectors, primarily through the unbundling of public utilities. Already the white paper on energy adopted in 1998 comes out of this very framework, which effectively leads to an unsustainable financing model for Eskom, which invariably leads to a lack of resources for maintenance and investments in new generative capacity. Critically, the development of the National Transmission Company will not necessarily enable the ability to attract the necessary resources to invest in the development of a smart grid. Instead, what it does is it shifts the burden of risk onto the state, private sector investment risk onto the state as a guarantor in instances where, for instance, there's insufficient local demand. When you have the increased proliferation of variable generation and intermittent energy, particularly through solar PV and onshore and offshore wind, there will be increased system costs that will be borne by the transmission operator. And based on the pricing policy reforms in the bill, these costs will probably be passed through to end users based on tariff charge and increasing tariff charges, further increasing energy poverty. Of course, without effective cross-subsidization measures, this will have detrimental implications, not only for people's lives, but also in terms of development. The issue of the de-risking state is very important to understand the unfolding of the South African economy within the global economy, which has a range of negative implications. This proposed amendments to the ERA, along with the unbundling of Eskom and the reduction in, or the increase in allowance of the threshold for private embedded generation, is all part of the shift from Washington consensus to the Wall Street consensus, which is increasingly looking towards the commodification of essential services, primarily water, energy, transport, education, and so on, but including through the proliferation of public-private partnerships. Ultimately, these proposals would, as we argue, deepen the crisis of energy poverty in the country, which has negative impacts for socio-economic development. Furthermore, the unbundling of Eskom and the establishment of an independent transmission company would be inimical to ensuring that we are able to meet our generative capacity needs in the short to medium term. It is for these reasons that we are suggesting that, in fact, we need to properly assess the risks related to the proposed amendments to the ERA in the context of the other policy proposals that's unfolding, and identify on who that risks will be placed and what the potential implications of that will be in terms of energy poverty, in terms of dealing and ensuring that we have sufficient and sustainable energy supply, and in the context of needing to transition to a low carbon economy. Underlying this, we are also arguing that we need to review the assumptions on which these policies are being developed, including whether or not the full cost recovery model and full cost recovery tariffs are in fact adequate and congruent with the needs that South Africa has and in our developmental context. I'll stop there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Precisely on time. Any clarity, honorable members? 1, 2.
Chairperson.
Honorable Malin.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think this is seriously depressing, Chairperson. I'm not trying to be smart or anything, but I really maybe want to understand the exercise that we are doing. according to my understanding, is that the people who have written to us on the amendments when the committee called for written submissions are going to put substantive motions on to say that the amendments lack 1, 2, 3, 4. Chairperson, I don't remember any Washington consensus or Wall Street consensus on the amendments. So I find it odd that you compare a process of a developmental state to a process of a developed state. Maybe it's because I'm not a scientist or an electrical engineer. Maybe that is why I wouldn't understand some of this thing. But I implore Chairperson that whoever comes through, can they speak to what is out there for people to comment on? Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. There was no other hand. Do you want to respond to that? AITC?
Yes, please, Chairperson. Chairperson and honorable members, I think the crux of the matter here is that the proposed amendments that are being put forward, we are arguing, is coming with a range of potential risks that we feel haven't been adequately explored and investigated. We are saying that the proposals that are being made are in fact coming out of the Wall Street consensus, and therefore it's inappropriate for a country like ours, a developing country. We are saying that these amendments would in fact potentially worsen or perpetuate energy poverty. 2, the creation of an independent transmission company and the creation of a competitive energy market, and through the unbundling of Eskom, would probably result in declining levels of generative capacity of Eskom as we see the deepening of the death spiral. Together, this will come with added risks to the state, primarily financial risks, but to the country as a whole, in the sense that we will have further issues of generative capacity. 3, if we are serious about meeting nationally determined commitments as part of the COP agreement of COP21, then we have to consider how we transition to a low carbon economy in a planned way, so as to not allow for increasing tariffs and for a transition that doesn't sufficiently allow for adequate generative capacity. So in that regard, honorable members, I think we need to go back to the drawing board, and until there's a proper risk assessment undertaken that is publicly made available, I don't think we should allow for the promulgation of these amendments.
Okay. Now, I don't want to interpret what is being said. Can we go to the next one?
My hand is up, Chairperson, unless you are not allowed to speak here.
Yes, Honorable. No one is not allowed to speak here, but I've been explaining one thing. Except if we have to go back to the issue of the provincial public hearings and not allow questions of clarity. Because I think the issue here is that even if the person does not give you the satisfying answer, they give what they believe in. Either we take it or we don't take it. Honorable Malinga?
Chairperson, the unbundling of Eskom is not from us. The amendment just reiterates the process that has already been there of the unbundling of Eskom. Whether Tina we like the unbundling of Eskom or we don't, it's neither here nor there. So
but is that not an argument, Honorable Mali? I'm just asking. because we will then have to give them back to respond to that issue, and it becomes an argument. But the clarity is the amendments that are presented here are not actually addressing what they suggest to be addressing. They've got limitations and risk related to it. Whether we agree with them or not, that's a different matter. My understanding is that one, except if maybe the Secretariat, please help us and so that we also understand whether we are doing the correct exercise. Because my fear is to ask for questions that will satisfy us as members than questions that seeks to understand the background of the basis of the presentation, and being informed about that background, it then assists us in our deliberation to clarify some of those issues, how relevant or irrelevant on what we are dealing with. Do you want in either of the officials to help us to clarify this process better?
Chairperson, is Frank Jenkins here, legal advisor.
Yes, yes.
If I may, Chair, the process of public participation, as it was discussed in numerous constitutional court cases, has indicated that public participation is really to improve the quality of legislation. And in that process, Parliament must provide a meaningful opportunity for the public to participate, which is judged by a standard of reasonableness. And when the court in various cases discussed that, it said that members that attend public hearings do so with an open mind, so you are convincible. So, Chair, if I must bring that back into the discussion and the question you've just asked, Chair, if I may, I think clarity-seeking questions is of course part of it, and discussion and debate in the committee about what is necessary for the legislation is of course part of the whole process. But I would suggest, Chair, much like it happens in the House with questions to the executive, the answer that the public will give is what the answer gives. Of course, Parliament can't force the public to come up with a certain set or to only deal with something. That being said, public hearings, Chair, is about the bill before the committee. The committee is in charge of its time. It is no point in the committee listening to submissions that has got nothing to do with the legislation. But, Chair, where members of the public make submissions about the bill and it's relevant, certainly, Chair, I would agree with your sentiment to say that the committee is a receiver of the information and you cannot filter it at that stage. So that can be done later when there's a policy debate about the main themes of the legislation, Chair. So yeah, I hope I've been of some assistance. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, who's next, Ari?
Sasol, Chair, but they did not send they're not going to present, they're going to present on the document, on the written submission, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Wait, Sasol. English is very difficult. What do you mean, Ari?
Look, when we have these public hearings, Chair, in most instances, stakeholders present a summary, a slide, presentation document on their written submission. But some of the entities have not done so, Chair. So Sasol is one of them. So they'll be talking on their written submission.
Okay. You said that you are saying it very late. Okay, Sasol, can you come in?
We can, Chair. Thank you very much. So, Chair and honourable members, just to clarify, we did not submit a separate document. We are speaking on the written submission. I'm simply going to extract briefly some points of emphasis from that for the committee and then respond to any queries on that. Chair, I trust that's acceptable.
Continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. So our submission, just to introduce myself, I am Jack Kosif. I'm the Head of Policy Regulation and Communications in the Low Carbon Energy Solutions section of Sasol. And we were the coordinators of the the institution submission. I assume most people listening will know who Sasol is, but we don't want to stretch that assumption too far. So for those who don't know, we are one of the largest companies in South Africa. We operate in 35 countries. We employ almost 30,000 people, and we are a massive integrated energy and chemicals company. So firstly, Chair, we wanted to reaffirm our support for the objectives of the bill, and then go into some particular areas, specifically on the possibility of private participation in building transmission and on energy trading markets that we think are very relevant to the industrial space and the way that this bill will influence industry and therefore the economy in this country. We also wanted the committee to note we do have a series of technical suggestions in our submission. Those are largely covered by the submissions of Business Unity South Africa and the Energy Council. So we chose not to repeat those in our submissions and rather to focus on a couple of specific themes where we feel we have specific things to add. So with those provisos, Chair, what we would like to suggest is that, number one, we will reiterate our support for the objectives of the bill. So, and just to be clear, we feel that those objectives in this case are to promote a distributed electricity generation system, which we feel is long overdue and in line with international best practice. So the idea that there are many thousand flowers blooming in generation, transmission, distribution will ultimately, we believe, with adequate evolution of this regulation, be to the benefit of industry and ultimately also reduce energy poverty, because it will allow a dynamic market in energy sales and the sales of electrons and in the things that electricity creates. So, for example, in our submission, we've emphasized that not only is the large-scale deployment of low-carbon technology, and let's be clear, that's not only wind and solar, but also intermediate low-carbon like gas to power. All of that is enabled by this bill in a very powerful way. But we are also very interested because one of our big future ambitions is to use South Africa's huge renewable energy potential and convert that energy into products such as green hydrogen, which we'll both export to other countries and use to decarbonize and empower industry right here in South Africa. So for both those purposes, having a decentralized energy market is important. Promoting entry of new technologies is important, and unlocking investment and job creation opportunities in the energy sector are important. And in our submission, we've seen those as critical objectives that the bill fulfills. Now, drawing the committee's attention to where we think there needs specific strengthening. So the first area is on the idea of independent transmission. We are fully cognizant this is an area of controversy. Nonetheless, we believe it's one of the areas where this bill can really create, if turned into an act, substantial industrial value and therefore substantial economic and social value for the Republic. So let me explain our position. We are of the view, and we trust this view is shared by the presidency and Parliament at large in its construction of the bill so far. We are of the view that the state cannot carry the burden of building the transmission system alone. Why we say that, number one, is because the scale of what is going to be required and the pace at which it has to be built is something that will be very difficult for the fiscus on its own to fully bear. One of the powerful thing in not only an independent transmission company, but independent transmission licensees. Chair, I just want to check I'm audible. I got a note saying my connection was unstable. I'll assume I'm audible.
And when you repeated, you were still on the point where you were a little bit interrupted. So nothing much lost.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll continue. So the establishment of a transmission system, so the point I was making before the connection dropped, the establishment of a transmission system at the scale required by industry, the economy and society is ultimately going to require many billions and ultimately trillions over time of rand more than the state can support, even with various kinds of international assistance. What the bill does, which enables a significant shift, which we would encourage the committee to preserve as it goes through its various versions, is it allows the idea of an independent transmission operator to be part of what is licensed in the public space. Now, let's be clear, at present, the bill does so by omission, in that it does not require a transmission licensee to be a public entity. Our understanding, and we hope the committee shares our understanding, is this opens the door for the possibility that private sector entities could build, finance, and operate new transmission assets, new power lines, transformers, etc., under the supervision of the state. So, to be clear, we are not proposing in any way that the grid be privatized. What we are suggesting is the grid is a national asset. It needs to be supervised and overseen by the state. It needs to be coordinated by the state. We are certainly not proposing we move into a situation like the US, where you have multiple frontiers of grids that are not coordinated, or a situation like India, where there is almost no regulation of the privately deployed electricity market. We are suggesting no. The transmission system operator, as foreseen by the bill, must be in place. But
you are on your last 4 minutes.
Perfect. The transmission system operator, however, can allow independent transmission operators to build, finance, and operate key parts of the system and recover their costs for it in a way that makes the whole thing sustainable. That is our contention. And we believe that that will then allow for the injection of investment into the grid that is required for the level of industrial energy to be drawn from these new low carbon sources, which we need for our industry to avoid carbon tax as it exports, but also in order to take full advantage of the assets we have in the country. For the committee's information, the Northern Cape alone, if you look at the potential of solar power in that province, could produce over 11,600 gigawatts of energy. This is more than South Africa could ever use by itself. And we and various others can turn that into exportable energy in the form of green hydrogen, but it needs grid. Chair, in my last couple of minutes, the last thing we would like to emphasize is that the other key enabler that we've emphasized in the submission is the idea of a trading market. So obviously this opens up a competitive market for electricity. There was in the 2022 version of the bill, and I do not expect the committee to have the 2022 public release in front of them. We only reference it because it was a part of the public discourse on the bill. The 2022 version, and if that is ignored, that's fair enough, but it stated the idea of a day-ahead market. We believe that the bill could be strengthened, or at least set the scaffolding for regulations that allow for not only a day-ahead market, but multiple kinds of time-ahead market, month-ahead, year-ahead, etc., so that different providers can match themselves to different market users. And then the last point I wanted to make, Chair, is that we would encourage the committee to ensure that we do not lose the idea of administrative efficiency in the allocation of licensing for generation. So there are some suggestions, as we've outlined in our written submission, that there could be a return to having to demonstrate compliance with the IRP. There is a concern that the imposition of new kinds of technical standards, which we respect, could be utilized in a way that hampers the rapid deployment of new generation, be that renewables or be that gas to power. And we would just encourage the committee, in the way that it frames what will ultimately be the grounding for regulations, to ensure that administrative efficiency in rolling out new generation across the economy be preeminent. Chair, those are our only comments for now. We are obviously available to discuss anything else that was raised in the written submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Any questions of clarity, honorable members? Honorable Mailem, I see your hand going 1, going 2, going 3. Honorable Mailem, you are the only one.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to thank Cecil for their inputs. I'm interested in your comments regarding the multi-time facet or multi-time nature of the trading platform. I assume that you are referring to Section 34B of the proposed amendment bill, and that in particular you're talking about the trading mechanism for a multi-market structure for multi-transaction, physical bilateral transactions, and regulated transactions. And my question is that not implicit? Is the multi-time frame nature that you're proposing not implicit? That it's not limited, but rather implicit in the bill as written? Thank you, Chair.
That's all.
Chair.
Okay, wait. Babu Chaza.
Yes. No, I came after the 1, 2, 3 chair. I'm busy. Remember,
we'll come back to you. Okay, continue.
Yeah, no, it's a quick question, Chair. I see that he's talking about industrial value and economic value that emanates from the IPPs that would have brought some industrial value. What industrial value is he talking about? Because all industries currently are leading to the sea, and they are colonial in nature, in terms of transportation, in terms of the semi-processed products, meaning that every time we think about the raw materials that are going outside, we must think of it as the jobs that are going outside. So what possibly industrial value could be brought by IPPs who are premised on a profit maximization? I'll tell you what, the IPPs costed Eskom 41 billion in 2023, only 8% of the energy output. Are you worth it? That's my question.
Okay, Jack.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start with the Honourable Malam's question. So, Member Malam, what we would say is you could argue that it is at your discretion as a committee and as Parliament and more broadly to say that the market will do what the market will do. We'll leave it to the discretion of the marketplace in terms of how we do this, and if we leave it open, it should all be okay. The reality of the situation at the moment is we do not have a way of commodifying electrons in the way that we have foreseen, and as a result, there is the risk that the regulations could limit that possibility. So it could stipulate that you can only buy electricity under a PPA construct where generation and consumption are completely coterminous time-wise. There could be all kinds of interesting stipulations that change the way it works. We do understand that there is an argument that says, trust us, if we're creating a market platform, we want a market platform to work, otherwise the whole thing is undermined. We would just like to posit for your consideration that at least having a principle that says that multiple time frames of electricity sales, like the fact that you can agree a contract now for electricity sales in a year's time is legitimate. The fact that you can agree it for electricity sales tomorrow is legitimate. An hour's time, it can be a flexible pool that is available to you on different terms. We do believe that some of the concerns around where you're going to get market misalignment, so where you're going to get development of large-scale renewables, gas to power, all the different things that could be allowed by this under private ownership, misaligning with customer need and industrial need and government need to the extent that the state remains a buyer of bulk electricity, that misalignment will be caused because the market cannot define contracts in a liberated way. If the provision is that there is no limitation, and therefore, as per your argument, remains implicit. That solves our problem. If, however, there is the likelihood of some kind of limitation being placed on how far ahead you can or can't sell electricity, or some other configuration designed to manage other imagined problems, we believe that would be problematic for the emergence of the marketplace. In terms of the Honorable Cesar's input, we definitely would recognize that converting our renewable resources into export industry carries the understandable concern from the wider public that we could be exploited in the process. And in fact, there is a variety of papers being written by the likes of the European Union saying they wish to avoid energy colonialism. As an example, we profoundly would agree with this logic. We are a South African company. We are very much committed to the idea, as our CEO or outgoing CEO, Fleetwood Grobler, has said numerous times, of creating a multi-tier energy industry in South Africa. It all comes down to how well we collaborate in building a genuine set of feeder industries into the energy sector. Now, in terms of green hydrogen, what we're creating is an export commodity. And I'm sure the committee will have seen that we have announced just last week that we are actively seeking partners, for example, to potentially progress the Boegoebaai development in the Northern Cape, which would be an export positioning for green hydrogen. Now, going into that kind of large-scale industrial development, you have large amounts of opportunity for the manufacturing of components, for the development of new services and industries, for locating industries that are not located in those areas there in new ways. And there's different tools you can use to address that. From financing and incubating all the way through to ring fencing certain kinds of contracting. And I suppose what I'd like the committee to consider is the larger we go on these new kinds of energy categories, the more opportunity we create for ourselves. The reason that China was able to lead the world in solar panel manufacturing is because it has scale. And ultimately, if we get to scale sufficient locally, we can talk seriously about more and more of our own manufacturing going into the sector. But it is useful to understand that jobs are created in multiple different ways, the more we are capable of engaging with the industrial demands both here in South Africa and globally. And the more that we can respond to a globally emerging energy market like green hydrogen, and do so with a wide base of South African industrial support that includes businesses of all sizes and workers of all classes, that is a more powerful value proposition to the world. So, yeah, so Chair, I think it's a longer conversation, but it's a very, very good question. Thank you, Honorable Cesar, for it.
Thank you, Sasol. Green Connection. Am I correct?
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
Sorry, just finding the button. Can you see us?
No, I can't. Okay. Yes.
So we are women power this morning, Womandla, and we are going to share our screen, which hopefully will work, and then we're going to turn the video off just because of the problems of bandwidth, if you don't mind, Chair. But just to say good morning to you and to all the members. Now I just want to check, can you see the
yes
okay, all right, okay, cool. So, okay, fantastic. I'm just going to introduce the presentation and then introduce my colleagues who will take it forward. So we're just going to give you a brief insight as to who is the Green Connection, and then I'm going to and our background, and then we are going to deal with a bit of an environmental issues. Hand over to my colleague Lisa Makula, and then I shall hand over to Priyanka Naidu, who will deal with the powers of the minister. So let me just, with no further ado, so we are an NGO. We're focused on eco-justice, and we have been working with voices of communities to bring awareness around some of the developments which are happening. We obviously, because of the climate crisis and being an eco-justice organization, our focus is ensuring that the impacts of the climate crisis do not result in those who are poor and vulnerable and who are already impacted by developments in the country get further impacted. So we are pushing for equitable and sustainable development. I just want to make a comment here. So this bill, there was a regulation amendment bill which came out in February 2022. We then commented on that in March 2022. Then that bill disappeared and came back. And then we commented on in 2023. And then we sort of put those comments together for this. So where there was a previous presenter who got muddled up with the numbers, it's actually because of these various versions of the bill. And I just want to make a plea, Comrade Chair, is when we get these bills, it would be much easier from a public participation view if we could get the whole bill and then just have the bits that are changed to be highlighted or bracketed, because that's how they used to do it in the first parliament, first democratic parliament. And when you only get half the bits that have changed, it's actually quite difficult to understand the context. So with that, let me hand over to Lisa Makuala, and I'm going to switch the video off because of bandwidth. Yeah, Lisa.
Hi everyone. Okay, just think. Okay, turn it off. Yeah. Hi everyone. Liz has already introduced me. I'm Lisa Makuala, and the new advocacy officer for the Green Connection. So I will be looking at failure of the bill to take climate change into consideration. So the first point basically is that South Africa's energy sector is estimated to contribute 84% to our greenhouse gas emissions, and 60% of those are attributed particularly in the electricity sector. Can everyone hear me? All right. All right, and then I'm going to speak about removal of Section 32A, which was an issue to the previous speaker, that it fails to specify an IRP methodology and take into account relevant considerations such as the least cost of electricity, value for money, and environmental considerations. So that is noted in our comments that we submitted on the 12th of March, 2022. And it appears on page 4, which refers to the previous version of the bill, if you'd like to quickly have a look into it. And we'll definitely send it to you if you'd like to have it as well. So another point is that the bill falls short of the constitutional imperative to protect the environment from effects of climate change, especially now that we're in a climate crisis. It's very much important to make sure that climate change is taken into consideration, especially since we have seen effects of it in many parts of the country. Okay, next slide. So I'm basically going to highlight the section that President noted that Section 6 of the National Energy Act will definitely come into operation in April 2024. And we need that plan, which will obviously act as a guide for our energy infrastructure in South Africa. And also noting that the importance of public participation in the bill is very much significant to the public, and that formulation of Section 10, subsection 3, and the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill could lead to information being withheld, which interested and affected parties have a right to access to that information. So that is very much important. I'm going to further invite my colleague Priyanka to just highlight the powers of the minister and the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Good day. As my colleague Lisa has just said, I am Priyanka Naidu. I am the legal and outreach advisor to the Green Connection, and my submission will be based on public participation, the powers of the minister, and the need for an appeal mechanism. So before I begin, I just want to state that public participation is, of course, a constitutional imperative, and its importance cannot be overstated in our democracy. We've highlighted in our submission that the inclusion of subsection 33(4) appears to undermine...
Chairperson, I think the presenters must address the denouement of the voice from the third now presenter. Maybe she must come in front of the laptop. Now we're losing.
Honorable Kaza?
No, I was saying, Chairperson, maybe the third presenter should then address the denouement of the voice, of her voice, because we are fast
Must
losing.
raise her voice.
Okay,
No, just stand in front of the microphone of the PC, meaning that because there are three, she's on the side. Then we are going to lose her in terms of volume. It's going down. There's denouement in the voice.
No, it's not that, Honorable Keza. It's because all three of them are talking and we don't know who to listen to.
It can't be like that, Pearl. It can't
Okay,
be.
can
You know
you...
what logic behind that.
Sorry,
Can you
Chair, am I
continue?
audible now?
Yeah. Yes,
Okay, may I continue?
yes.
Okay, my apologies for that. As I was saying, as highlighted in our submission, the inclusion of subsection 33(4) appears to undermine public participation, and previous iterations of the bill also proposed significant amendments to the regulatory framework, which concentrated power in the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, and inclusions such as these inevitably weaken public participation in key decision-making processes. I raise this as it was previously highlighted as an issue, but appears to not have been taken into consideration in the current bill. So regarding the powers of NERSA, significantly, the proposed amendments would empower the minister to make Section 34 determinations on new electricity generation capacity without first having to obtain NERSA's concurrence and without specific requirement for public consultation on draft Section 34 determinations. Previous speakers have also raised this issue, so I will not delve on it too much. We are submitting that the regulator should not be fettered in the exercise of its discretion, and propose that Section 3410 should be revised to state that the regulator will have, would rather have regard to, as opposed to is bound by, any determination made by the minister. Furthermore, the circumstances in which the regulator may issue a license or registration certificate for activities listed in Section 41A, in the absence of a Section 34(1) determination, should be clearly specified, as should the criteria that the regulator should be required to take into account in issuing such a license. And these considerations were touched on by my colleagues, such as climate change considerations, least cost of electricity, and affordability. And finally, we would like to highlight what was submitted in our appeal, which was that the ERA does not include any mechanisms for applicants or interested or affected parties to appeal against a decision of the regulator. As a consequence, an aggrieved applicant would have to resort to expensive litigation if they were to challenge any decisions made by the regulator. The Green Connection therefore recommends that internal appeal mechanisms be included in the proposed amendments.
Hi, just hoping you can hear me. So just to summarize, we believe that what the mysterious Section 32A, which deals with the methodology about the IRP, for example, that every 3 years the IRP should be revised, we think that that needs to be included in the bill. And then, as Priyanka said, ensuring that the sort of environmental considerations, least cost of supply, the value for money kind of limitations and consideration should be in there because we do need to address climate change. And then I think the other thing is we have a National Energy Act, we have an Electricity Regulation Act, but electricity is part of energy. And so somehow we need to ensure these two acts tie together. And then I just want to make a comment around the public participation issues is for the public, we get an opportunity to comment when NERSA does its public hearings. The bill appears to make it a kind of an option for the minister to have a proper process. So we're very concerned that public participation will be undermined. And then the other issue is maybe a new issue, which is in cases where we have had to go to court, there's no mechanism for people to appeal a decision that the regulator makes. It's always you have to go to court, which is expensive and not really possible for most people. So in other spheres, you have an appeal mechanism where if you are unhappy with a administrative decision, you can appeal to the relevant minister. So we just think that given that we are amending this act, maybe this is an opportunity to put this clause in. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I'm talking to a muted mic. Thank you, Liz, and your team. With your presentation, I see the hand of Honorable Malenga, Honorable Milam. Closed. Or Honorable Chaz. Next time, I will pretend as if I don't see it when I've closed Honorable Chaz. Okay. In that fashion, Honorable Malenga.
We understand it's December, Chairperson, but bear with us. Chair, I think it's the second time now I hear about the bill of 2022. We as this portfolio committee, unless I was sleeping in the PC, I've never seen such. Tina, we were given the document that we are consulting or busy with the oral submission from the written submission from the document that we received on the 16th of August in 2023. We will be left confused, Chairperson, if this thing is not clarified. Because if people are going to be referring to a bill that never served before the portfolio committee, it is going to be a problem for us as members of the committee because we have never seen such. We cannot be speaking on something that had to go to other processes before it came to us. Hence, the issue of this section that keeps being thrown to us here, the section 32A that Honorable Maliam has been laboring on, and every presenter comes here and tells us about the section that we don't remember being amended in the bill that we are talking about. Can we stick to what is before the portfolio committee, Chairperson? That will be my plea. Thank you very much.
Honorable Maliam.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I want to address the issue of the appeal process. And my question is this. These matters invariably end up in court anyway, don't they? So what are we doing or what are we accomplishing by putting an appeal process in except unnecessarily lengthening the time frame it takes to adopt a decision? In other words, are we not taking a much longer time to get the necessary approvals to alleviate the electricity crisis in our country by allowing this appeals process when it's going to end up in court anyway? Thank you.
Yes, Judge, I wanted to speak to the issue of the appeals process as well. Remember that even I'm from COGTA, there is the appeal process that was proposed within the municipal demarcations authorities amendment bill, and I don't know if the presenter refers to that process, wherein there there is a provision to have an internal appeals committee, so that it actually caters for the people that cannot necessarily go to court or be able to afford legal representation and so forth. And I don't know in the license regime of this bill where it might hamper the disadvantaged. And I try to look for the amendment of section 32A. I was looking, Chair, here. I'm busy here. I couldn't see it. Maybe they are talking to something else that we are not carrying here. I'm carrying a bill right here, you know, and I'm looking for the section that they're saying that are referring to currently. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Green Connection, maybe let me put this probably even to yourself so that you assist us as a committee. One, are you referring on this section 32A, are you referring to the process of the departmental consultation with stakeholders? If so, are you saying in this current bill submitted to this committee or to Parliament, to the National Assembly, there is a clause, a section that was there that has been removed? What is going to make it difficult for the committee is to deal with that area as a section, not the content. Because if the content should say, in the when the department consulted on this bill, there was a section which was section 32 that was saying 1, 2, 3. And we think that that element has to be considered or to be factored in on the amendments. What section it could be, it's another matter, because probably section 32 now is something else. So I'm just want to get clarity so that you help us mostly with the content of that section, which you believe was taken. Remember, the department does this consultation. I think that's the first thing. If you can help us to clarify this section 32. I think we take the notes. Do I get you correctly that you say, rather than to be given extracts of what is being amended, let the public be given the totality of the bill with the areas marked that are amending, so that there can be an understanding of the original clauses that are there that are being amended. If that's what you are saying, clarify me. I think you have addressed the issue which I was worried about, which was saying, I think in section 33 undermines public participation. But my last issue, probably all of you will have to reflect on, because that's where now the problem happens again. One of the things that we have met in the provincial public hearings is the fact that there is a difference, I assume, between public consultation and public participation. Public participation can happen even during the period of implementation or of operation of the law. Maybe I must ask this as a question. What do you think should be the mechanisms that are utilized by the department in its process of consultation? Because in most areas where we were going on provincial public hearings, you'll find that people saying they are meeting the bill for the first time. There has never. I'm relating this to the second question I was asking in relation to your engagements with the department on its, because it seems the only process that is there is engagement with stakeholders, not necessarily with the public. Am I correct? If that is the case, what are you suggesting that there should be a process prior, the parliamentary process of public consultation that is conducted by the executive. I want to please, can you to get that clarity? You can respond, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to give you some broad comments, and then I'm going to hand over to Priyanka, who is a qualified lawyer, to give a little bit more clarity. So to just deal with the very quickly with the appeal mechanism, I think Honourable Teresa actually answered Honourable Milam, but just to reiterate that in terms of an appeal, the appeal is an internal mechanism. So if you are unable to go to court because you don't have those resources, you can at least appeal a decision. And I think this bill is setting up a system for long-term, hopefully long after we're out of a crisis. So we should ensure that it fits the long term as well. In terms of your questions around basically public participation and the section, so you are correct. If you have the full bill and you know the original sections and what is deleted or added, then it's very simple to see the context and to find whatever relevant sections. In terms of public consultation, I think, if I may, Chair, I think part of the problem is that the department took a piece of legislation and ran its own public comment period. And sometimes that just is a notice in the Gazette. And I, maybe you as a member do, but as I get up in the morning, I don't read the Gazette. So many people don't know about these things. So ensuring that people have the opportunity is more than that. Whether when a piece of legislation is proposed, it is necessary for the department to run a public participation process and then hand it over to you, I don't know. But it could be that that's a duplication. But maybe all legislation, they can hand it to you to run the public participation process, and then you provide them with feedback on which way it should go, and you finalize the legislation. So as members of parliament, so that would be broadly. But for me, public participation is not just a notice in the paper. It's actually got to be meaningful. And I just want to say that your public participation office in parliament is, in my view, doing quite well as ensuring that members of parliament do get to the relevant public. But let me hand over to Priyanka to give us more relevant detail.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. I perhaps want to first start with the idea that public participation, specifically around legislation and policy formulation, has become a bit of a checkbox exercise in this country. And when I say that, I mean that in theory, there are requirements that need to be met, and on paper they are met, but whether things like the parliamentary education workshops that are usually run before the bill hearing in various provinces, that sometimes does not reach the people it needs to reach. And that's why you get people coming to public hearings and saying that this is the first time they're reading the bill or interacting with the bill. And to also say that bills are often quite lengthy. Sometimes people don't have to read or don't have the time to read the entire bill before they're able to make submissions. And that is not effective public participation. And that is what I think we are all after. And then related to that, I think the reason why we, as well as a previous organization, has brought up the removal of Section 32A was because it links to public participation. And it links to this idea that the minister has a discretion on whether to override this, which is obviously in conflict with the fact that we are a participatory democracy, and we have very deliberately chose that model of democracy given our history and going forward. I just want to read, and perhaps it would be helpful for the members to note that this appears in paragraph 19 of our submission, that we have spoken about the removal of Section 32A, which is the failure to specify an IRP methodology, which would take into account the electricity generation supply, value for money, and environmental considerations, essentially undermines Section 2B of the ERA, which, as you know, seeks to ensure that the interests and needs of present and future electricity customers and end users are safeguarded. So that was the reason it was brought up, not because it was also in a previous version, but because it has implications for the current versions and the amendment going forward. I hope that satisfies your questions. Thank you.
Okay. Now, whether from my side I'm satisfied or not, I will argue when the time arises. If we have to request that information, I'm sure as a committee we will do so. Who is next?
UCT Chair, Professor Eberhard and Dr. Kruger.
Because we are on virtual, the tea break is denied. You can just stand up, grab a cup of tea, come back and listen, but we will break at the appropriate time for members and everyone to go for lunch.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to honourable members. My name's Anton Eberhard. I'm a professor at the Power Futures Lab at the University of Cape Town, and I'm making this presentation in collaboration with my colleague, the new director of the Power Futures Lab, Dr. Wikus Kruger. So our comments are going to focus only on what we regard as the most important and profound effect of the bill, i.e. the restructuring of Eskom to create this transmission system operator. And it'll become clear through our presentation that this section in the bill, the amendment, Section 34A, is strongly supported by us. So I'll explain why this is important, what it will accomplish, and why we need to pass this bill very urgently. There are a number of other detailed changes, I think, which still need to be made to the current version of the bill. And we've seen very important submissions by some of the other stakeholders, which will assist the committee when they go clause by clause through the bill. So I think we would all agree that the current situation in electricity is completely unsustainable. We have an inadequate and unreliable electricity supply, and this has been the case now for 15 years. We had load shedding first in 2007 and 8, again in 14 and 15, and we've had it every year since 2018, and it gets worse every year. The cost to the economy runs into hundreds of billions of rand. Growth is constrained, employment is constrained. And the failure of Eskom is arguably South Africa's biggest and most impactful immediate challenge. The tariffs are also becoming unaffordable. Electricity tariffs, you can see in that bottom right graph there, have increased over 600% since 2007. And on top of this, Eskom is bankrupt, it's insolvent, it survives only through bailouts from the Treasury, 220 billion rand to date, and the current debt relief package is another 256. In other words, nearly R500 billion of taxpayers' money from the fiscus is going to Eskom. It's increasing overall debt levels, and we know that now government spends 1 in 5 rand on just simply servicing the interest on that debt. And then finally, Eskom is completely environmentally unsustainable. None of its power stations are fully compliant with the national air quality standards, resulting in poor health and hundreds of deaths in Mpumalanga. So an unsustainable situation, and I think what is not sufficiently appreciated is that at the heart of this problem, the heart of Eskom's problem, is the industry structure, this vertically integrated structure where generation, transmission, and distribution are all in one company under Eskom Holdings. And this structure is effectively outdated. This was a structure that developed in the previous century. It's when there were important economies of scale and big technologies like coal and nuclear. It was when we didn't have very sophisticated computer and information and communication technologies. So having one company to coordinate the generation, plants, and transmission and distribution made sense. And the state played an important role in helping to mobilize large capital investments. The important thing to understand is in this century, none of this applies anymore. So we now have a multiple set of new generation technologies, in particular gas, solar, wind, batteries, that can complement some of these older technologies like coal and nuclear. But the key thing about the characteristics of these technologies is that they're small, they're incremental, and so they widen the opportunity for participation in the sector by many more people and competition as possible. ICT innovations now help us to coordinate the system in a different way, and we see huge growth in private capital markets. So the importance of understanding this shift on where we are and why this ERA amendment bill is so important is that generation it's possible to have competition, and that's very different from transmission, which tends to be a natural monopoly where you need to have common non-discriminatory access to deliver that energy to people. So let's just remind ourselves then in detail why this unbundling of Eskom and the creation of this TSO is important. Firstly, operational benefits. So generation, transmission, distribution are very, very different businesses. Distribution is effectively customer-facing. It's around service. Generation is effectively, in Eskom's case, mainly around fixing old coal machines. So if you separate out these businesses, you will have improved management and operational focus. There will be much improved cost transparency. We will be able to see what each of these elements in the system are costing and where the inefficiencies are. We'll be able to ring fence the financial contagion, which is mainly in generation, and save and protect the heart of the system, which is transmission, which is to get that electricity around the country. And if we separate out transmission, it can return over time to investment grade because it will have a predictable revenue, and it will be able to access competitive capital markets and be able to fund the very important expansions and strengthening of the grid that we need to connect new power. And then fundamentally, taking transmission out of Eskom, creating this transmission system operator completely transforms the market. Right? We've moved from this vertically integrated into this unbundled system. And when we have an independent transmission, we remove that conflict of interest that Eskom currently faces. It's a generator. It's buying power from IPPs. All of that power needs to go through its own transmission system at the moment. And clearly, it can play a role of blocking competitors coming into the system. And when we are so short of power as we are now, where Eskom is insolvent, we desperately need that new investment to come on the system. And we need an independent transmission system operator to guarantee non-discriminatory access. This sets the industry on a completely new path for the future, a sustainable path. And I can't emphasize enough how fundamental this reform is. Eskom's generation business obviously will survive. It will continue to generate as well, but alongside other generators. And it will develop a new generation business model over time. So I want to stress something here because I'm sure some of the people making representations today are going to argue that unbundling is not important. It's not done by many countries, etc. Well, the truth is 110 countries around the world have gone this path, including most of the advanced economies, most of the OECD countries, and critically, all the other BRICS countries, right? So China, India, Russia, Brazil, all have unbundled their electricity systems for good reason. And of course, this is long been government policy, long been ANC policy for 25 years now. This is the phrase from the Energy Policy White Paper. It's become necessary for Eskom to be structured as a preparatory step for competition in the electricity supply industry. In the long term, Eskom will have to be restructured into separate generation and transmission companies. So finally, after 25 years, we are now implementing this step. And then at your own leisure, you can look at this quote from President Ramaphosa in Parliament in 2019, where effectively he lays out this policy path now that has gone through the ANC, that has gone through Cabinet, which is effectively separating Eskom into these separate businesses. So here it's represented diagrammatically. On the left-hand side is what we've got now, Eskom Holdings Company, with the generation, transmission, and distribution all under that single company, and with IPPs coming in and being bought by the single buyer office in Eskom. We are now rapidly moving to that middle diagram, where a national transmission company has been set up. That company has been registered. Eskom has started the process of transferring people and systems and assets into that company. The license has been issued. The final lender permissions have to be achieved now, and the board appointed, and then we will have this separate national transmission company, but still under Eskom Holdings for the present. And then the final step, as envisaged in this legislation, is that national transmission company will be converted within 5-year period into a transmission system operator, which will come out completely separate from Eskom. So as was explained very eloquently by Keith Bowen from Eskom, effectively we're creating now a multi-market, and this TSO, this transmission system market operator, will be the whole...
in your minutes, Prof.
Okay, let me then just briefly go to say these are the 4 areas that are being envisaged by the TSO: the transmitter, the system operator, the market operator, the central purchasing agency. I just very briefly want to deal with this and then I'll end. You'll hear 2 arguments against going this route. The first is that they say that unbundling is a privatization, and we need to state very clearly that it's not. This TSO will be state-owned. We're not talking about privatization in any respect. The other point that I think has come through your hearings repeatedly is that this will have an adverse effect on the poor. Again, this is a separate issue. Captive customers, poor households will still have regulated tariffs and will not be impacted by the changes that are affected in this bill. So I think that time for action is now. All our energy eggs are in Eskom's basket. If they fall, the economy breaks. We need to distribute risks. We need to allow more players, more competition, to have security of supply, to get rid of load shedding. This bill separates out national transmission from generation, and it helps us achieve these objectives. And so we very strongly support this bill, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of clarity? Vuka
Ndikona.
Oh,
Chair.
You always come up when I'm done. Is your hand up?
Yes, I'm putting my hand up now.
Okay. Any other member? Going 1, going 2, going 3. Done. Honorable Kaza.
Doctor, I just wanted to just bear with me. I just wanted to ask you 2 simple questions pertaining to this thing of the TSO. Why the new TSO? Why not have amended the Eskom Act perhaps to then look at the challenges of Eskom? That's just one simple question. The other one how will municipalities generate revenue in the context of the IPPs? Taking into account the further blow to an already struggling municipal conference in the context where revenue from the electricity is further decreased. You know that municipalities receive the monies that are raised nationally through equitable shares, and the manner in which those municipalities are receiving is still questionable in terms of the division of revenue formula, which assumes that they will be able to raise their own revenue. The third question would be, which is the last one, Chair, how the variability in the prices of electricity due to marketization will impact national treasury and equitable shares and in municipal revenue collection. Those are my questions of clarity, Chair. Thank you very much.
Honourable Kaiser, thanks very much for those questions. In the first instance, you're saying why not just amend the Eskom Act, fix Eskom, rather than create this whole separate transmission and system operator? Well, frankly, there've been sustained efforts now, very concentrated efforts to try and fix Eskom for more than a decade, right? Dedicated management, dedicated support, dedicated funds, also from Treasury. And I'm afraid when we look at the performance data, the trend continues to be down. And I mentioned earlier that Eskom is effectively insolvent at the moment. It is unable to fund any new power generation other than completing the Medupi and Kusile units, which it's currently doing. So what do we do as a country when we are facing the load shedding as we do, and where we 6,000 to 8,000 megawatts short? That needs to come from other players. And what this reform does is create the platform, the fair and transparent platform in the TSO, to be able to contract and to bring into the system and to transmit to people additional generators. So I can't stress how absolutely fundamental this is to the industry. If we had done this in 1998, when we said we would in the white paper, we would not be having load shedding today. Secondly, the issue of municipal revenues, obviously an absolutely critical issue. To the extent that you talk about the equitable share, this is not involved in this bill at all. That's completely separate legislation, separate mechanism. But of course, revenues from electricity sales to municipalities are a very important source and need to be protected. This bill, I don't think, changes that in any fundamental ways. In fact, makes provisions through the Central Purchasing Agency to have vesting contracts with these municipalities, which provide some price stability. And that brings you to your third question. There are ways and there are mechanisms through this, the provisions in this legislation, through the CPA, through vesting contracts, to dampen price variability and to protect municipalities from the variability of prices in that market. And rather, the people that participate in that market are those who are willing to take the risk of electricity trading. So I hope that answers all your questions, Honourable Member.
Okay, can we go to
Center for Environment?
CR and Natural Justice. You see the
Chair.
time.
Yes, thank you so much. Just to introduce myself firstly, so thank you to the Portfolio Committee and thank you, Chair, for allowing and making available this opportunity to present our submission. And thank you to Mr. Kotze for coordinating the session. I'm going to switch my video off now and share my screen. There we go. I hope that that is showing on everyone's side. So just as a way of introduction, my name is Gabby Knott. I'm an attorney at the Centre for Environmental Rights. This submission was made on behalf of the Centre for Environmental Rights, Natural Justice, and it was supported by Groundwork. And those submissions were quite comprehensive submissions. So the presentation that I'm providing today is really a snapshot and pulling out the points that we would like to emphasize in that written submission, which we're very happy to share with any of the participants today if they would like to read further. So firstly, yes, this is just a snapshot of who we are, the three organizations, but suffice to say that we are all concerned about the climate emergency, and our organizations all work towards a transition away from coal and other fossil fuels to a society based on clean, accessible, renewable energy and social justice. So what we do is we call for a sustainable and just energy system that promotes sufficient affordable electricity and services for everyone. And it is with that basis that we represent our emphasized points today. I'm going to start with our general comments, although I'm going to skip through them quite quickly because it is the specific comments that we want to spend time on this morning. Because our emphasis as organizations is on the climate emergency, we want to just highlight that the climate change and energy access we don't feel is emphasized enough through the bill. While it is not disputed around the world and in South Africa that we require urgent greenhouse gas emission reduction, we don't feel that that is emphasized enough. The bill itself regulates the types, the kinds, and the operation of the electricity sector. And so it's vital that the bill does reflect the current need for decarbonization while still recognizing that need for energy security. We don't believe that decarbonization and energy security are competing desires at this point. We think that in the bill's current form, it's a missed opportunity to not have these objectives of climate change emphasized. And in the bill's future iterations, we believe that needs to be revisited and to ensure that the bill is reflecting an alignment with the Climate Change Act, which is in its incoming stage, and that climate change and decarbonization is emphasized through the objectives of the bill, of the act, through the licensing sections, powers of the minister, the IRP sections, Section 34 determinations, electricity procurement processes, as well as dispatchability elements. So there's quite a few opportunities in the bill to highlight climate change and the need for decarbonization. For anyone's interest, the rest of our actual written submission does touch on the bill's lack of emphasis on promoting storage, promoting SSEG, as well as issues with wheeling arrangements, but I'm not going to go into that at this point in time. I'm happy to share that submission. Okay, now into our specific comments. First off, that there is this insert of Section 2A, which of course excludes the application of the Act to any generation capacity of 100 kilowatts or less, noting that is providing for embedded generation. And we just want to say that that's notably low when compared to international standards, and we think that it should be up to 1 megawatt of capacity. That an edit of that nature would enable the growth of distributed energy resources and community-based renewable energy initiatives. And it would facilitate the clean energy transition. Now, this is more of a general comment on the applicability of the bill. We see a few references to need to adhere to the ERA, or otherwise, in other places, there is a need for compliance with technical codes that may be applicable from time to time, and regulatory requirements, which I put in inverted commas there. We feel like that is impacting the legal certainty around the bill or the future act, and that any codes, any technical codes and any regulatory requirements that are going to be relied upon or required for compliance, they need to be published and made available for comment at the same time as the bill, so that our comments on the bill are thorough and we have the proper opportunity to engage with what the actual impact of the bill will be for us. My next big point is on the integrated resource plan, and I note that Honourable Malinga does not want us to refer to any previous iterations of the bill. So suffice to say that our recommendation is that it is disappointing to see that there is no section regarding the IRP. There used to be one, or there was one in a previous iteration. It has been removed. That section we feel is incredibly important because it provides guidance to the minister on the methodologies to be used for the development of the IRP, as well as considerations that need to be held at the fore in that development process. So that is a glaring omission, we feel, and should be included in any future iterations. In the current wording of the integrated resource plan, and minding that there aren't very many references to the IRP in the bill, essentially the power to compile the bill is proposed to rest with the minister, and problematically we find that it is after consultation with NERSA, whereas we submit that it should be done in consultation with NERSA, which is the previous wording of any IRP section. And that provides for checks and balances in the process of developing an IRP, which is so important when there's such a wide power within one department. So we've just proposed a change in wording there, and we say that the amendment should specify what should be included in the IRP. So that section 32A that we would like to see, that we're just proposing that be included for transparency and hard requirements. Okay, so our in addition to what I've already said, we would like to see that the IRP is informed by independent and appropriately qualified experts, and that those experts and the reports that they come up with and the modeling that they come up with and the methodology that they are choosing to use, the assumptions they're relying upon, that all of those elements are made accessible and transparent to the public. That is so important in the process of developing an IRP. Next, that any IRP, it is our submission, it needs to be informed by an IEP, the Integrated Energy Plan, which of course we do not have in effect at the moment, but as of 1 April next year, that the obligation on the minister to develop an IEP comes into effect. So what we would like to see is that IEP is developed in line with sectoral emission targets that are also in the process of being developed in line with the Climate Change Act. Those elements need to be finalized first, and that then determines the sectoral emission target for the electricity sector, and only then would an IRP be able to be developed. And we think that process should be reflected in the bill, because it is all part and parcel of the same process. Okay, so I have just listed here a few elements that we would like to see as considerations that must be used in developing the IRP, and everyone can see it on the screen. So I'm not going to run through them, but they are in our written submission, and they are actually, many of them are contained in section 32A of the last iteration, so that is probably sufficient. Okay, my next section is on section 34, determinations and procurement of electricity. So this is section 34.1 that I'm looking at now, and it is at the top of your screen. The big submission that we have to make here is that the minister is essentially, through the section, being given final and exclusive say over a determination, not just in section 34.1, but also in section 34.5 all the way to section 34.15. There are big amendments that are being proposed to section 34 that are hugely problematic in our opinion. So again, because NERSA is the custodian and enforcer of national electricity regulatory framework, we believe that they at NERSA should be developing determinations and procurement in consultation with the minister. So that consultation process should be done between the two groups, not it being proceeded with after NERSA's being consulted with. I think that they should be at the core of that process. This section makes reference to, so all of the underlined words are words that are being introduced. So they're being added to the section. So there's this idea of additional electricity capacity being procured by the minister. We just need that process to require transparency and public access to any modeling and assumptions that may be used in determining any additional capacity, because it does seem that additional capacity is over and above what is determined what is modeled in the IRP. So whatever is additional that modeling needs to be made available. Another issue with this section is that it refers to optimal supply. You'll see that continued uninterrupted supply has been removed, and I wonder why, but regardless of that, optimal supply must be defined in the definition section of the bill. For us,
you are on your last 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you. For us, we think that optimal is reliable, least cost, and it prioritizes renewable energy options towards the enablement of decarbonization of the sector. So we just expect for that to be included in the definition section. I'm going to run through tendering. It's just part of section 34, and just to highlight that it needs to be fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost effective, and that needs to be included as wording in the section. That cannot be removed. We recommend that we retain the wording of the previous section and that the requirement follows international good practice. And finally, with regard to section 34, we believe that section 6B needs to be removed in its entirety because it is open to abuse. Essentially, that is allowing the minister to deviate from the IRP without, firstly, be able to deviate in the national interest, and that any deviation doesn't necessarily have to go through a public participation process if it is reasonable. Now, all of these are open to abuse and are not defined. For example, the idea of national interest is not defined, whereas public interest is defined in law. So we wonder why the word national interest is being used over and above the already used term of public interest. And we submit that there should be no provision in any bill, in any act, for the minister to dispense with the requirement for public participation and consultation. So there is no reasonable circumstance that can be done away with. Finally, there is an addition of section 10 and section 33 into the bill. Both have relation to confidential information, and we believe that we submit that it unfairly curtails the public's right to fair administrative action. So it's open to abuse. It gives very wide powers to NERSA to redact information that is made available to the public. One big issue is that there are no definitions of the words that are used in those sections. For example, commercially sensitive information, confidential information, non-generic information, all of those elements need to be defined. And the process for deciding what can be redacted and kept confidential, that also needs to be iterated in the bill so that it is properly followed by NERSA. An issue that we come across regularly is that documents are heavily redacted and the public doesn't actually have an opportunity to make representations on those documents as is required and allowed by PAJA. So we would like to submit to the Portfolio Committee that PAIA actually already dictates when mandatory protection of commercial information is allowed. And so we shouldn't deviate from what is already dictated by an existing act. We cannot extend the allowance of all types of information to be redacted and held from the public, because that does impact our rights.
Thank you.
Okay. And if anybody would like to read further, I will provide my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I know that especially the latter part for some of us, it's quite interesting. Members, any take? Going one, I say Honorable Mylem. Going one. Going two, I say Honorable Treza. Going one. Going two. Going three. Okay. It's only those two.
Chair, sorry, I just also would like to say that my colleague, Brandon Abdenor, is in the room and will assist with the answering of any questions that come up now. Thank you.
Okay. You because you are a lady, you must just, if they ask you that question, it's 16 days of activism against women abuse. So they, okay, it's just a joke. Honorable Mylem.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, again, I'm a little bit confused, and it might be because we've had various iterations of the draft bill that we're talking about here. But I'm confused in terms of the public participation, the complaint or the allegation that the bill does away with public participation when it comes to ministerial determinations in terms of Section 34. And the reason I'm confused is the bill currently says at paragraph, it's clause 27 of the bill, which amends Section 34, 27G, by the addition of after subsection 4 of the following subsections, and then it says subsection 7, prior to deviating from the integrated resource plan or transmission development plan as envisaged in subsection 6B, the minister must publish a notice in the Gazette inviting public comment on the proposed deviation. And then in paragraph 8, if it is reasonable and justifiable in the circumstances, the minister may depart from the provisions of section 7. So I mean, those are all pretty tight legal terms, and I'm confused as to why there is this impression that there is no public participation in that. That was my first question. Chair, the other one related to, sorry, my iPad's just closed down here. Oh, yes. The issue of technical codes that may be applicable from time to time and regulatory requirements. Now, I mean, I think it's understood that these codes fall outside the authority of the minister. Some of them sit with Eskom, some of them sit with municipalities, some of them sit with NERSA. We have, for example, the grid code, we have electricity bylaws, etc. And my question is, it's been the norm up until now that those are varied on an ongoing basis. They're updated, etc. So why would we assume that we are going to make them available at the time that the bill is published, and then not allow further updating or amendment down the line? Thank you, Chair.
No, that's covered, Chair. I was going to ask a question on section 34 too. Thank you.
Okay, just one issue, just help clarity here, because we're a portfolio committee. I understand integrated national energy plan in April next year, are you suggesting, or if it is, are you suggesting that it be factored in? And if not so, what then happens in the event in April 2024 that is not there? Maybe you can help the committee with regards to that. Because if it's not made, you make reference to it, but it may not be in the law, in the legislation. Are you saying it should be in the legislation as a sign of enforcement requirement, or do you have a suggestion or advice in the event that does not materialize in 2024 April? Yes, you can answer now the questions.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the questions. So first, I will just address that public participation element. I don't want anyone to think that I'm saying that the bill does not provide for public participation. It is just an issue that we take with that subsection that you raised, Mr. Melham. I think that you said that it was section 8, so I may have said it incorrectly. I think I said section 6B. But what I was referring to particularly was the ability to dispense with public participation when it is reasonable and justifiable. Those elements can be so broadly interpreted and also motivated in, for example, cases of national interest or emergency, both of which are not defined either. So it just creates a loophole which we think that should not be available at all. There should never be a reasonable, justifiable instance for there to be deviation from a policy that there's been public participation on. And that is our submission. But I'm not saying that there isn't public participation provided for in the bill at all. Next, the question was regarding the technical codes. It is just insofar that a technical code may impact the way that we read the bill and the way that the public is impacted. We believe that those technical bills, we should know the content of them in order to comment appropriately on the bill itself. But sir, if the suggestion is that any technical code that is developed after the fact is made available for public comment and perhaps that could result in an amendment to the bill, maybe that would satisfy the issues that have been raised. But yeah, that was just our submission. And then the next question from the chair was regarding the integrated energy plan. Our submission is yes, that it be referred to in the bill, so that when an IRP section is introduced into the bill, like section 32A was, that it make reference to the IEP as well as those sectoral emission targets. Those two elements should be guiding documents for the IRP, and we would like that to be reflected in the bill. What is the effect if they do not come into being? Well, then all the more reason for that obligation on the minister to be challenged or emphasized, I think. Yeah. There can always be wording in the section that allows the progression of the IRP, perhaps, but there will just be that much more pressure, I think, on the department to develop one set of documents before the next set of documents is created. That is our submission today. And I do, before I move on to the next, before the next speaker comes on, can I just open up for my colleague to supplement my answers?
Thanks, Gabby. Yeah, I think just on that last point, just to highlight that we really need to look at addressing the kind of fragmentation that we're seeing at the moment, and we don't want to see an IRP that gets formulated without reference to an overall energy plan and more recently the sectoral emissions targets. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, who's next, Ari?
Julie Raphael and Penny Herbst, Chair. Their presentation is already on the screen.
They must come in.
Good afternoon. I can quickly put on my screen just so that my video, So just by way of introduction, my name is Judy Raphael, and I will be presenting with Penny Herbst. We presenting as in our personal capacities, probably as members of public. She'll introduce herself when she does her slides, so we will try and co-share. We are aware that there's a time restriction, so we'll try and optimize on time when we do that. I hope my presentation can be seen.
It's Gabriella's one.
I'll just switch off my video for Ben. So just the next slide, if I may continue, Honourable Chair. Not sure if I greeted you and the rest of the members of the committee, but in case I didn't, good afternoon and good afternoon to everyone else that's on the. So just my first slide I'm presenting, I think just wanted to highlight and set the context for our submission, has also been highlighted in the paper submitted. Questioning really or highlighting concerns related to alignment with some of the key principles in the Constitution. Specifically pulled up this one, and our main concern maybe is aligned with some of what was already represented by some of the other entities. Key concern here for us is the overall process, the cost, the impact on the fiscus, and the consequential impact on society. The poor, marginalized, and vulnerable in society. We believe that the bill, actually in its current form, could have those significant impacts, and our presentation actually will outline why we think that is, and so as a high-level comment, we don't support the bill in its current form. I've already highlighted this slide, so I'll move on to the next one. So essentially what we are saying is that this is more than the Energy Regulation Act bill. More important to us is to establish the overarching framework within which the Act, its provision, associated policies, procedures, and regulations are to be implemented, because we think that this will definitely, if not done appropriately, have an impact, as we highlighted, on costs, and the consequences to poor and vulnerable in society. I'll hand over to Penny.
Hi, good afternoon all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Good afternoon all, and thank you for the opportunity to present. Just very briefly, short background, I did work for Eskom for 32 years, so I've got a significant history in the sector. I left in 2015, but I have been involved in the sector since then on various assignments. And I take this presentation really seriously, and the issues that we are raising, so it goes without saying, but I'd just like to emphasize that. As a starting point, we believe that White Paper of 1998, which should provide guidance, is outdated, obviously, and is light touch for the current context. It should encompass a lot more than it does and include implementation strategy, finance, and risk allocation. What we need now actually is not necessarily the ERA, because what we are really seeing, and next slide, Judy, and this is what I'm personally seeing at the moment, is a bit of a bull in a china shop approach. And together with that, a bit of a kid in a candy store. So you've got all these new business models, people that want to access the sector that are already present, that are kind of saying, well, there's all of these opportunities, and we're not doing this, the implementation and the framework in tandem with a proper public participation process. I do want to highlight that for me, and given some of the conversations and some of the early conversations as well, I'm not going to refer to the specific one, but the provisions of the Act are actually, for me, clear for its intent, that privatization is at the core. And I think we're being distracted by narratives regarding private sector finance, and we don't necessarily understand, I think, in broader terms, what private sector finance means. Additionally, the revenue model is really totally absent. So if you look at the ERAB, distribution is not really touched on. And this is key because this is where the revenue is collected. We have a system at the moment where revenue is not being collected efficiently and effectively. We see it in Eskom sustainability with a 60-odd billion shortfall coming from the municipalities, yet it's not getting addressed. And a lot of work is going into other framework, which I'll talk about now, that we are not being publicly consulted on. And it's a challenge, I feel, at this point in time. The current system, and it's a new energy system as we refer to it, is being built in a very different environment to that of the past system. And I feel that there's no real thought has gone into the ERA with this context in mind. And I think it's even evident in the introduction to the bill, which is really a light touch introduction. It needs much, much, much more context. The current system, let's go into the next slide. I want to repeat what I said on the previous slide. It's been built in a very different environment to that of the past system. And I want to include a reference to the global financial architecture, and we'll refer to it in later slides. But finance has been left completely to the market at this point in time. And we haven't interrogated what ownership really means when we start talking of finance. So in the absence of a revenue model with a clear risk allocation framework and with an acute understanding of the consequences of the risk, which the current approach is going to render will actually render the ES&DI unsustainable. And carry on. I think we'd like to question the governance framework for the ERA and its constituent parts. Critically, implementation and integration is lacking in governance, independence, but more especially transparency. I just want to reiterate, independent oversight in the process behind the scenes is not transparent at all. We need to put in some guardrails and governance. At the moment, we see players like the regulator, the DMRE, the Energy Council, OV, Operation Vulindlela, and NECOM. Some of these entities that are busy putting in this bigger framework, that are intrinsically involved in that framework, have actually failed us. And I'm just questioning, who do we trust to put the guardrails and governance in place? There is no independence in this, in my opinion. Just like to go to the next slide. And this is just, I just included this because this struck me a few months ago, the energy sector in the UK, and how energy markets can actually really affect the poor. I think the UK experience is very telling. You can go and have a look at the privatization of Thames Water and huge questions around National Grid at this point in time. The vulnerable customers absolutely stand to lose ultimately from what is at present a really fragmented approach to the restructuring. And it's not that we don't agree with the restructuring; it's in the how. I think, Judy, you're going to take over on the transmission, but let me just highlight again the narrative around ownership, because and we're highlighting transition, and we'd hope that you will listen to this, because we have heard previous presenters putting forward their ambitions, and we are concerned about some of the ambitions and how they're being implemented. So narratives around ownership and lack of real public consultation is very evident, and there's a very selective choice of the subject matter as far as transmission and how it's going to be done going forward. And I'm saying this with some experience in mind, as I was involved in the privatization of a transmission entity or a grid entity in the past, and I have a number of lessons learned. Thank you, Judy. On to you for the next slide.
Yes, and so maybe just to pick up on what Penny has said, and probably also what the previous speaker has said. I think fundamentally we need to state that overall we do support the separation of the transmission business from Eskom. We think that that would be able to provide a clear delineation of the costs and basically the constituent parts of transmission. And specifically, I think the narrative around transmission and its performance, I think it's unfortunately being convoluted by what's happening in Eskom, and performance of transmission is not being considered and looked at in isolation. Previous speaker has said that there will be no privatization. I think previous presenters have highlighted that the Act does provide for private ownership of the network, because it does not specifically specify that the network would remain publicly owned. We think that needs to be incorporated, because we think that transmission is part of what do you call this? It's I'll get to the word. But essentially, I think what we are trying to say is that transmission is a central part of the national energy security. It's a key point. That was actually the word that I was looking for. We're also saying that a transmission entity that's owned publicly will provide and ensure public good and ensure that it provides for a fair, equitable access to all. We don't think that private sector would be able to do that. We all know that private sector is profit driven. I think as Penny has highlighted, there's already been business models proposed, and one could see what the intent there is. We also just wish to highlight that could come at the compromise of the national security. We know that the system is quite challenged at the moment, need to balance supply and demand. And so national security, avoiding a blackout, is actually critical and essential to the country. We also think that a transmission entity that's publicly owned will help pursue government's national development goals. We highlight Philippines as a potential learning there. And then we also just want to highlight this whole issue about private sector being able to do things cheaper. That's not proven. We already know that part of the challenges being experienced in Eskom is also with regards to NERSA tariff application, tariff approval. And here I've just highlighted return on investment, allowed revenue or allowed return on investment from NERSA, 1.98% real. Prime rate is currently sitting at 11.75, I think. Private sector will come in probably above 15%. If it's foreign owned, likely 20, 30%. Who's covering that gap currently? It's the fiscus. So yes, Eskom is being bailed out, but why? Here's one of the elements. 1.98% real return versus 11.75 prime. Even if I convert that to a real rate, 5.75. So still, these are the gaps that are currently existing, and these are not being appropriately considered. So hence concern if private sector comes in at even higher rates of returns. The nature, I think we've already highlighted that, of the ownership model. Private equity, we know that private equity entities come in, want to optimize value. So framework and the bill, is not very clear on who will be allowed to invest and own and finance the grid. And we think that critically needs to be addressed. Size and complexity of the grid. I know that many entities think that they can operate the Eskom grid, but also business models being proposed are also considering pilots, etc. We think that the size, the complexity, and the challenges currently being experienced in the grid cannot possibly be put in the hands of various players. Not at this stage. I think that will just compromise the current challenges that the grid is already facing. And then I think it was already said, right? Most of the risks would just remain with the public sector. So private ownership, risks all transferred to the public sector, and then gap likely to be closed by National Treasury. And we're saying quantify these costs because they will certainly have a significant impact on the fiscus, and as we highlighted, consequential impacts on the poor and vulnerable in society. And then also here, just highlighting again, transmission privatization and a fragmentation is a slippery slope. Again, highlighting Philippines and what's happening. These are just quotes from within the Philippines. Be very careful. Dividends to shareholders exceed net income. Super profit business. We are being cooked in our own land. Hopefully that won't happen in SA, but I'm just quoting from what happened in the Philippines. Again, I think we mentioned about the German government also now attempting to buy back its own grid, coming at enormous costs. And then just the rent-seeking motives that we are concerned about and that we think needs to be dealt with before the act is passed. And then just the governance around all of this, is certainly very concerning. Private sector experience and conversations regarding the transferring of risks. I think these discussions are already happening, and entities are literally just waiting for this bill to be passed. Penny, I'll hand over back to you.
It's not for me. I think Penny has disappeared, left the meeting. I think I saw, but you are within your last 3 minutes.
So I think, yeah, I'll try and do justice to what she had included here, but I think it's just, again, highlighting sustainability of the ERA, and specifically within the context of the business model. We're essentially saying that some of the risk and cost allocations are not very clear. Concerned really here about, Eskom basically just being, like she put it, meat in the sandwich, where selective sector and revenue risks will be absorbed by Eskom. When risks are evident, with a commitment, political risk passed to the fiscus. I think essentially just saying risks will either remain with public sector or it would be transferred to the fiscus. I think given the 3 minutes, there was just one other important one that we wanted to highlight, and it's probably just this one here on the markets, social, economic, and development impact. Specifically, what I wanted to highlight is the introduction of trading, and we've seen how Eskom is also now facilitating putting in place what they're calling a virtual wheeling arrangement in order to facilitate this. And concern, I think, especially with trading models being introduced, is the impact on municipalities and Eskom, because these entities that are being allowed to come in, no assets, so obviously no costs. So perception is created that they can deliver electricity or energy at cheaper costs, which is not necessarily true. Problem is they will come in, likely take away some customers from Eskom, the municipalities. Implications of this, shrinking customer base, which means demand will drop, reduce revenues, reduced customers to spread the costs over, and the subsidies, as we currently know, tariffs are being cross-subsidized, and if certain customers are being removed from the customer base for municipalities, as well as for Eskom, you leave the burden on the remaining customers that cannot afford to go off-grid or that cannot afford to participate in some of the trading being considered. And we also just wish to highlight that the Constitution does provide for the provisions of services by municipalities, and so it's quite critical that the impacts of these being considered.
I'm back, Judy.
Okay, so you can take over. Okay, no, so let me just quickly finish off on this slide. What we're basically saying is that this will definitely result in higher tariffs, impacting affordability and social development. We're saying that the reduced revenues, reduced available cash for debt service will only mean that National Treasury would need to close the gap. So if we are currently concerned about the bailing out of this,
unfortunately, I have to be consistent. We will ask, maybe you will add when there are questions, if there are questions that are asked. Thank you very much. I tried my level best. Any questions, honorable members? Going one, going two, going three. In a minute, any last comment to the presenters? In a minute.
Okay, I can do that. I can do that. Okay, Judy, just go to the presentation, please, quickly. Judy? Look, I'm not sure to what extent, and I really apologize, we had a load shedding here, so, and I had prepared a backup, but it didn't work. All right. So just briefly, I think that the recommendation really is that we should consider, and I'm just trying to get my slides up on my side so I can actually get to the 2 slides down, Judy.
One.
2 slides down. Anyway, I think the conclusions, we're putting the cart before the horse. We acknowledge that work is being done, and a lot of work is being done, but it's being done in a very conflict of interest manner. A lot of people that are actually leading some of the work streams under NECOM are actually hugely conflict. We've got IPPs that are doing the work. We've got potential entities that want to be in charge of transmission that are doing the work. We've got a number of vested interest parties, and I think that really needs to be have a look at. They're already talking about bringing lawyers to codify the work that's being done. There are no guardrails and governance. Independent oversight is required, and this is not OV, the Energy Council, or NECOM. We'd like to insist that the regulator becomes involved, perhaps at an earlier stage. I'm just not sure whether that's provided for, or the committee considers establishing an independent oversight body, not this body, because I don't think that this is the oversight body. I think there has to be an oversight body that questions and is allowed to question all the work that's been done. And as I said, there's significant work that's been done. I'm not saying all of it's bad, but the guardrails and governance are definitely not in place. The bill in its current form should not be passed.
Thank you. Unfortunately, time is not on our side, but we will still go through this presentation. I will also outline the way forward in the event when we are finalized with the presentation. But we also want to be fair, give each and every person, even those that would have been sitting for the whole day waiting for their opportunity. So we must be fair. We'll try our level best. Ari, who's next?
The South African Independent Power Producers Association, Chair.
They must
Thank
come.
you very much.
They'll take us up to 45.
Yeah, they also don't have a presentation document, so they'll be talking to their submission.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Kotze. Greetings, Honourable Chair, honourable members, and all the other participants. My name is Brian Day. I'm the chairman of the South African Independent Power Producers Association, and I'd like to make some supplementary comments to the submission, which I will not rehash in detail. It speaks for itself, and I'm sure all the members have already applied their mind to it. I would like to start by confirming our strong support for the amendment bill, notwithstanding some small challenges which have been adequately addressed in the formal submission. But it really is an important first step in building confidence for independent power producers to be able to invest substantially more amounts of capital in the industry, to be able to build generation capacity, which is one of the biggest requirements in the country at the moment. I'd like to then talk about the importance of the associated processes around the bill and adjacent to the bill. Eskom themselves have been busy with the unbundling process for a while. Their document of 2019 provides the outline for that. The National Transmission Company, as it is then created, will need to generate market rules. The Minister may well need to issue regulations as part of the details behind the bill once it is passed. So, in short, the submission that we've already made is noted, and including our support for the BUSA Energy Council, Anton Eberhard, and other submissions already noted. There are two main aspects that I'd like to talk to in this supplementary submission. The one is around tariffs and appropriate legislation, and I believe this will be able to speak to and allay fears of the previous presenters that they raised. It is crucially important that the respective revenue streams for different parts of the business need to be better known and defined. Because electricity has different characteristics of energy only, typically supplied by variable renewable energy, only providing this energy rather than capacity balancing peaking that other technologies can also supply. This balancing and capacity market is also something that needs to be envisaged going forward. Your transmission costs in some ways are already segregated, but not sufficiently in all sectors for all buyers of electricity. And the levels of the various tariffs between supply, which is beyond just energy, into balancing and peaking and ancillary services, and the details which the electrical engineers can talk to in more detail, but also distribution, mostly the municipalities, and the financial viability of those entities going forward needs to be ensured in how the tariffs are appropriately unbundled. As part of this, artificially suppressing tariffs in an attempt to protect the poor has had far more adverse effects than the positive effect it can have in its primary aim. In fact, in general, it has had the opposite effect. My question would be, by artificially suppressing tariffs, who benefits? Who buys most of the electricity at suppressed tariffs? It's certainly not the poor who need the protection. There are indeed alternatives for protection of the poor, higher levels of free basic electricity grants and other mechanisms. So in short, on tariffs and appropriate regulation, the level and the division of the different elements of the tariff need to be addressed in parallel with the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill and the work around unbundling of Eskom. So unbundling has two parallel themes: unbundling the structure of the industry, as well as unbundling the tariffs to get appropriate economic signals across the value chain. The second main aspect that I'd like to raise is the broader roadmap and context. Also a concern of the previous presenters, where I would fundamentally differ from them, is to go back to what I said in the beginning. This is an absolutely imperative first step. We can't wait any longer. But the white paper is 25 years old. It is outdated in some respects. It is lacking detail that could now be better defined, which perhaps couldn't be well defined then. There's lots of experience from other countries. In fact, in my consulting capacity, I'm currently doing a study that includes Brazil and Denmark, and there are significant pitfalls as we embark on an unbundling journey. Now, because there are pitfalls does not mean that we shouldn't go there. It means we should go there not just with caution, because that signifies a potential lack of haste, and we've had too many delays already, but with more detailed planning, a bigger understanding of what is required to get to the next steps. In Brazil, they first privatized the distribution companies and had insufficient regulation. Now, regulation is not a bad thing for the private sector. Regulation is imperative in certain aspects of the electricity value chain where competition will not work effectively. It's already been stated by others that the transmission grid is a natural monopoly. And then in geographically smaller areas, distribution grids are also natural monopolies, whether it's part of the current Eskom arrangement or the municipalities. And we need to effectively regulate where competition won't work. And the overall outcomes of the study that I'm busy with many others is allow competition where it can work regulate effectively, strongly where it's necessary. So we need strong regulation where it's required, while other specific pitfalls, one can be guilty of rushing, you can be guilty of privatizing or allowing private participation. And I must correct my own words, because just because an element of the value chain is funded, owned by the private sector, that doesn't mean the industry is being privatized. If the transmission grid or a local distribution grid were to be sold to a private company and not appropriately regulated, that would be privatization, and it would be inappropriate because there would not be competition to not just safeguard pricing, but to actually optimize pricing because of such competition. So privatization in the wrong place without regulation is just wrong. No country in the world is going that way. And in fact, there have been some missteps in some countries where, to some extent, there has been an element of that. So in conclusion, I call for a greater effort by government and its agencies, specifically NERSA, on tariff reform, number one. Number two, a strong effort, a strong support for the bill with the adjustments noted by the various submissions that have been made by business. And thirdly, a broader roadmap which could create a context and a follow-on process for the current bill, perhaps including an updated white paper, which would create better understanding of the context and alternatives for this unbundling reform process, and it would give greater confidence to the country of a long-term plan. I thank you, and I'm open to take questions.
Okay, any question, honorable members? Going one.
It's not working.
Going three. Okay. Thank you very much, Ari. Who's the last one before we go for a break?
The Energy Council, Chair.
Eh?
The Energy Council, Chair.
They must come in, they must take us up to 5-2.
They also
Right.
don't have a presentation document, Chair. They'll be talking from the submission.
We are going to be behind by 2 presentations now. So we have to try and figure out. Can they come in?
Very good afternoon, Honourable Chair. I hope you can hear me. I will try and help you catch up some of the time on the agenda. Firstly, Honourable Members, Chair, and all the participants, thank you very much for the time. My name is James Mackay. I'm the CEO of the Energy Council. We did provide a written submission. The Energy Council represents broad business, mining, industrial, banking, financial sector, transportation, as well as increasingly the renewable developers section of the energy sector. So our written comments largely focused on strengthening the NTCSA, the National Transmission Company, and the competitive structures envisaged under the ERA. So I won't focus or won't repeat those, but what I would like to focus on is the urgency of passing the bill, Chair. I'd also like to just take the opportunity to commend the committee on the very efficient and well-run public hearings on this matter. As the Energy Council, we attended many of the hearings and really welcomed the debate and engagement, and the South Africans have largely supported the bill and welcomed the proposed amendments, but welcomed them as a pathway to improving electricity service delivery. I think that, to me, was very important that has been raised and recognized as something that we need to do. So I'd like to emphasize, also just following the discussions today, the ERA amendment is not about privatization. It also is not about solving climate change, and it is also not a silver bullet to our deep economic and social deficits. These are all issues that need to be dealt with, but the ERA is not the solution to those. And so we've heard many sound bites and ideological statements, and I would like to urge the committee is that these issues should not hold back the approval of the ERA. amendments in the 6th sitting of Parliament. It's important that we kind of emphasize the timing of the approval of this bill. So what is the ERA then, and why is it so important? So it's a critical cornerstone as part of the pathway. We have to build a sustainable and secure energy future for all South Africans. And this is a fundamental reform step that, combined with many other actions and hard work, which have been referenced by many of the participants on the calls today, will support an end to our energy crisis and restoring investor confidence in our economy. It will also support unlocking hundreds of billions of rands of investment, which will create much needed jobs in the supply chains. And I think Saipa referenced those as well in terms of private sector investment. And lastly, it's also about rebuilding trust in our public institutions and having a fit-for-purpose national transmission company that is able to deliver the correct, efficient, and affordable service delivery in electricity. So a few points I'd like to just unpack in that. So the energy transition, it is the biggest technology disruption the world has ever witnessed. And it will happen because ultimately the energy transition better serves the economy, consumers, and the environment in the future. So similar to the way we've rapidly seen how we've transitioned into smartphones and even digital connectivity, which we're on today, it's become integral to our lives. We will shift into clean, digital, and importantly, a competitive energy future. So the major global economic blocks around the world, if we take USA, China, India, EU, and UK, who incidentally are also responsible for well over 80% of global emissions, are rapidly transitioning to this very future, digitized, low carbon, and competitive energy. So as an industrial economy, and I think raised importantly by Professor Ebbard, as an industrial economy in South Africa, we are well behind our global peers. And the ERA amendments are critical to moving us along our journey. And so we must move with urgency on this. Excuse me. So in South Africa, I think the other thing which we must recognize, in reality, we actually already are moving in this direction. Historically, we've had sort of large sort of analog power stations, really just 16 of them, running as a single system. Our future energy system is digital, it's decentralized ownership, and it must be competitive. And we are already moving in this direction of smart grids, smart meters, big data, real-time digital control of thousands of privately owned generators distributed across the country. So we already have hundreds of utility-scale wind and solar projects connected to the grid and hundreds of thousands of privately owned generation on rooftops. We take the DTIC's one-stop shop, they're tracking 114 private utility-scale wind and solar projects at over 17 gigs of power that will come into construction in the next few years. So we're rapidly moving as a country to a relatively stable 4 gigawatts of renewable energy development per annum. This would be representing probably close to 100 billion rands of investment. And so what you can see is this disruption into a changing energy mix and market is already happening. The fragmentation that was highlighted in a presentation just not so long ago is something which we must avoid, but we need the structural platforms and market mechanisms to do this properly. And so the ERA amendments don't fix all of the challenges highlighted, but I would like to put to the committee that it is a no-regret step towards the journey of doing that. An important other aspect that we must sort of remember is that we will still need and still will use coal, nuclear, gas, wind, and solar generation for decades to come. I think also the UCT presentation from the Prof highlighted the other digital aspects of gas to power that needs to be managed, as well as storage and other forms. So we need to be able to move into a space where we are coordinating competing generators and optimally dispatching that across a national grid, which must be independently managed and coordinated by a state-owned national transmission company. And importantly also, which was referenced, is already formed by Eskom. And so is not dictated by the ERA, it's already formed. So this state-owned entity that will run the service must be a public good service. It must be independent, fair, and a transparent market formation. And this is what the ERA amendments are designed to do, to provide better efficiency and ultimately lower cost provision of electricity services. Lastly, Chair, I would like to say that this vision, it's a government vision. It's been highlighted. It is in the energy policy. The amendments are proposed and sponsored by our energy ministry. Importantly, the Energy Council participates in the business government partnership under the President, driving the Energy Action Plan and through working with Eskom and government through the National Energy Crisis Committee, NECOM. We have, through NECOM, have been consistently raising this with Eskom, with the presidency, to those engagements with the President since March this year. And it's been consistently supported by business, by the Electricity Minister, by the Energy Minister, and even emphasized and supported by the President of South Africa. So I would urge the committee and the members, we need to act with speed, we need to be firm on decisions, and we need to ensure that the bill is approved within the 6th sitting of Parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Energy Council, any questions of clarity, honorable members? Going one, going two, going three. Okay. We are going to take an adjournment. Come back at the next one. Who is next, Ari?
SAFTU, Chair.
SAFTU, when we come back by 1:25, must be ready on the screen so that by 1:30 we kick off. Thank you very much. We stand adjourned until 1:25.
Okay, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.
And
good afternoon.
Recording in progress.
Honorable members and the guest and the presenters today. Can we take the next one? Is it SAFTU?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes, SAFTU. The platform.
Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Chairperson. My name is Comrade Trevor Shagu. I'm representing the South African Federation of Trade Unions, and will be briefly dealing with the issues pertaining our submission that regards the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill. Now, let me first start by stating why we in the first place had to submit and why it matters for us to submit. The first one is that our members are affected by the bill because they are included, or rather they are workers who work in the sector itself. But because workers are not just workers who sleep and work at their workplaces, but they have homes where they go back to and communities, they are also affected as members of the public and consumers. So it is in that regard that we have decided to make this submission, and therefore wrote the submission we submitted to the parliamentary committee in August. Now, let me deal with the issues as to why also we made the submission beyond our constituency. We have made the submission because of the South African Federation of Trade Unions. We are against the privatization of the state-owned enterprises. And we think that the idea around the inefficiencies that arise out of the state-owned enterprises ought to be addressed through fixing governance and management in those state-owned enterprises. But also we think that government has to step in regard where there are problems of the revenue shortfalls as a result of economic losses that are made on a continuous basis by most of the SOEs. We think that government must step in to invest in such particular state-owned enterprises, and therefore that, in our view, cannot be a point why we should be selling off the state assets. And now, based on that principle which we have, that is resting on premise on the political economy, or our political economic viewpoint, that we are against privatization, we therefore make the following submissions. In relation to the Electricity Amendment Bill, we think that the Electricity Amendment Bill is paving the way for the privatization of Eskom, and it's paving rather a way for the privatization of energy provision in our country. And it therefore cannot be disconnected with other means which government is taking to liberalize and create competition in the energy generation market. And we know this has begun with the bid window 1, which began to auction the selling of electricity or procurement of electricity to Eskom a while ago, or a decade ago. Now, in this instance, therefore, the Electricity Amendment Bill is promulgated to ensure that the pursuit for such particular liberalization, which will only lead to the competition that is created, and eventually the dismantling of Eskom in the generation market will continue. And so the first point we make specifically in relation to the bill is in relation to Section 15. So in Section 15, we have the insertion of subsection B, which holds that first of all, there must be the creation of a TSO, and that there must be, the regulator must allow for a reasonable return commensurate with the risk of the licensed activity. Now, the problem and the implications of this is that it means that the tariff structure that will have to be adopted to ensure that the people who are licensed in the activity are able to have a return that is commensurate with the risk they take in the production of electricity in the generation sector will have to be market related, and therefore it means that it will conform to the balances and the whims of the market, where demand and supply determine the prices thereof. And in this instance, for us, it is problematic because we think that the country as it stands, it is a country that is affected by energy poverty. And in our view, the main key factors or contributors to this energy poverty, it is one, connection to the grid, which we have seen with the latest household survey by the Stats SA that we're making a little bit progress in connecting various households to the grid. But the second element and the second factor that affects the issue of energy poverty, or that contributes to energy poverty, is the question of affordability. Now, in that context where you create a situation allowing for the reasonable return commensurate with the risk taken by the licensed activity by those independent power producers, because mostly the generation market would be dominated by those independent power producers. What you are creating there is to say that the prices will be and will have to be set up in relation to the market and in relation to the forces of the market, which is supply and demand. And that would not necessarily take into consideration the ability and the capacity of our people and households to be able to ensure that they can be able to afford such particular tariffs. So we have a problem with that. And in our submission, we do explain that these are designed to benefit the profiteers, of course, who will use energy generation. And we know that those particular private energy generators and called independent power producers are the private sector, and they will be benefiting from such particular provision. So we think that that will be problematic, and it will mainly contribute to energy poverty, especially insofar as household affordability is concerned. The second section of the bill, which we have a gripe with and we have alluded in our submission, is section 30. There is an insertion in section 30 that says the Minister of Public Enterprise will establish a juristic person to be known as the transmission system operator. Of course, this, I think, has already been established. And this is to be established, this is me reading the insertion now. This will be established in order to provide for an open market that will allow for a non-discriminatory competitive electricity trading platform. Now, there are quite a number of implications here, because in our view, the establishment of a TSO begins the end of the process of unbundling. And indeed, as we have highlighted even in our statements after the transmission system operator, which would also, of course, be a state-owned enterprise, is established, which has already been established, in fact, at least as the communication that went out communicated. We know that what will happen here is that the process of unbundling will begin, and in unbundling of Eskom, the central act will be to dismember the entity from its vertically integrated nature into generation, transmission, and distribution. This everyone knows. But we make a point that the monopoly of Eskom will then be dismantled in the generation and distribution, and such divisions that will be created by the unbundling, especially in generation, will be shared with the private proprietors. We know that this already a fact in our country. Now, even though we want public ownership, making TSO or the transmission system operator a state-owned enterprise is not necessarily celebrated, because transmission has greater risks and less returns by its nature. And this, in our view, actually is created so particularly to de-risk the private sector companies that will be involved in the generation market, not to carry the costs of transmission, because the costs of transmission are so great and there's lesser return in that. And in this instance, in pursuit of these state-backed guarantees, which are spread throughout in the form of financial backing by the state, the backing, the demand guarantees in the form of government ensuring that it allows and creates market for these people. We know, as a matter of fact, that even this issue of creating a TSO as a state-owned enterprises, though it should be celebrated to a certain extent, we think that the sinister motive behind that is mainly to make government guarantee the private sector who will not have to contend with maintenance of the power grids, but also with the costs that are associated with such particular maintenance and construction. So this is the second critique we lay against the amendment. The third critique is that related to the creation of the market structure. I mean, this is just to further create that liberalization that I mentioned in the beginning, where at the end of the day is to create competition so that you allow as many independent power producers to play a role then. Now, here we have a problem with the insertions in subsection A of section 32(1). It holds that the structure will assume a competitive multi-market which will provide for market transactions, fiscal bilateral transactions, and regulated transactions. Our input in this regard is that the creation of the different forms of market furthers the liberalization of the market, whilst providing the regulated market to protect the profitable tariffs. The dangers of a highly liberalized market to private profiteers is that they have, in the battle to outcompete one another, drive down prices to below input costs or little above input costs. But because they are concerned with maximizing profit, they can retain a regulated market only to force the operator to raise tariffs in order to boost their profit margins. And here again, this is just in the context of a short term in our view, because we have learned from the political economy of capitalism that the private profiteers have a competitive market for so long as they begin. But the tendency of capital to accumulate, the tendency of profiteers to maximize their profits has taught us over centuries. And since the start of capitalism itself, that all this continuously leads to concentration of capital. And in this instance, it will, in our view, lead to concentration of capital in the market.
You are on your last 3 minutes. Right?
Thank you very much. I'm making my conclusion. So we know that the tendency is to concentrate and even to centralize. And this has been proven over and over, unless that there's a proposition that in this instance, the market will be highly regulated to prevent the concentration and centralization in the market of the generation that will then guarantee that there will always be a proliferation of various independent actors who are involved in the generation of electricity. And that would, of course, maintain that the highly competitive sector and somehow and somewhat even to a certain extent guarantee that there might be lowered tariffs because of such particular competition. But this is highly unlikely to be, because we know that particular concentration, eventually those particular companies, independent power producers that might not be able to compete or outcompete their own competitors in that particular market would cannot absorb costs that are above their input. And whenever there's such particular occurrence, what we know is that they will sell off their assets. And that on its own is a manifestation of the concentration and the centralization of capital in those particular markets. But and by making this remark, it is mainly in the long-term view, given the fact that we know the tendency of capital. It does not mean we approve of the liberalization, because liberalization might help improve efficiency, as they say. We know that that is not true. In markets that are highly liberalized, we also find companies that are mismanaged and are not efficient. So that argument against state ownership and state monopoly in the energy generation, energy transmission, and energy distribution is not necessarily true. We've seen with privately owned companies in highly competitive markets that inefficiencies can arise. Of course, the belief is that if you have highly competitive markets, those markets will force the competitors themselves to adapt and ensure that they achieve efficiencies, and thus allow for those particular enterprises to get rid of unnecessary wastage in the process of production and supply. So we want to register in conclusion, Comrade Chair, that SAFTU is opposed to those particular sections in the Electricity Amendment Bill, Regulation Amendment Bill, because it is, in our view, furthering the liberalization of the energy generation market, which on its own means that we're dismantling the monopoly that state has in the production of electricity. And that has imminent dangers, even for the future, not only on issues I've mentioned in relation to energy poverty, because I have elaborated, I think, on that, but not also related to merely just a question of the tariffs for the future, but also just in relation to the question of energy sovereignty of our country, because the independent power producers that will go into that market, at least up to so far, we know that there's no prohibition of any company that might be a multinational corporation to participate in such particular bids. And that on its own now is a bit problematic. Has to be,
thank you,
thank you very much, Comrade.
Let me quickly check. Are there any questions of clarity? I see Honorable Mailam. Is there any other hand? I see Honorable Malinga. Any other hand? Going 1, 2, 3. Okay. Let me take it. Honorable Mailam and then Honorable Malinga.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, during the course of that presentation, I heard a lot of statements that we know it as a fact that this is the case, and we know it as a fact that that is the case, that liberalization of energy markets drives prices up, etc., etc. These were some of the comments that the presenter made. My question relates to energy poverty, because he at the end of his comments, he spoke about energy poverty. And it's a real issue in South Africa that we don't have enough electricity. Now, this bill seeks to open our market to allow additional generation and to allow private independent power producers to come on board and provide that generation, because Eskom is unable to meet that demand. So my question is that a bad thing? Is that not what we want as a country, that we need to build additional generation capacity as quickly as we can? And given that government and Eskom do not have the capability to do so, is it not right that we should open up the market and allow the private sector to assist? Thank you, Chair.
Mali.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Also to greet the people who have just joined, and caution SAFTU delegation that you are not comrades here, were honorable members. Chairperson, I think Honorable Mailam has also covered me on the issue of the assumption that is made that this bill seeks to privatize Eskom. I don't know, Chairperson, because I think the objects of the bill was to ensure that we have enough capacity to deal with the current crisis of load shedding. Maybe we need to be clarified, Chairperson. What makes SAF to think that this bill, or maybe there is a clause that we missed. Anyway, we haven't deliberated. We are still going to go clause by clause to see and maybe analyze and unpack what is privatization. But I thought that the bill seeks to get more capacity to ensure that we mitigate the current crisis that the country is facing of load shedding. So apparently, it seems as if SAF2 has or maybe some truth to it that this bill is going to privatize Eskom, of which I did not find such on the, maybe I did not read it properly because English is not my mother tongue. Maybe when we go clause by clause, maybe it will be outlined to us. If maybe, Chairperson, we could be clarified where in the bill it says that by bringing in IPPs to bring in more capacity means or equals to privatizing a state-owned company. If I could also get that clarity, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Okay, SAFTU, just one thing, SAFTU, so that it can help us as a direct question, just to give clarity. According to you, SAFTU, I don't want to assume that SAFTU says the private sector has no role to play. Is that what you suggest in terms of the electricity generation and sustainability? If it does have a role to play, what would be SATU's view? What role would SATU say has to be played with the private sector? Maybe that will help and assist the committee going forward to understand specifically how to deal with that issue. SAFTU?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So let me start with the second question and clarify, because at the beginning what I did was also to correct myself. I said what they are doing here is to privatize energy provision. Now, that is clearly defined, and it is what is happening, the privatization of energy provision. If you allow independent power producers to play a role in the production of electricity, you are privatizing energy provision. But let me also link it to the privatization of Eskom, even though this is not the statement I made. But what is happening here is that we've got to at least just separate the two, the privatization of energy provision and the privatization of Eskom. They're not necessarily one. But what is happening here is that the privatization of energy provision leads to the dismantling of Eskom. Because if you check the presentations that Eskom has made to the Presidential Climate Commission, is that they are planning to have the generation dismantled at the end of the phase into Eskom only being able to generate electricity of up to 15 to 25%, which means 75% would be produced by the independent power producers or any other third party or second party, but not by the state. This is the presentation which was made there. Now, the reason they are doing this is because there is an allowance of the independent power producers to come and play that particular role. It is the privatization of energy provision. That is what it is. And therefore, like I said, the privatization of energy provision on its own lead to the dismantling of Eskom and the collapse of Eskom eventually, because it minimizes and diminishes the role that Eskom plays at the current moment in the provision and the production of electricity. I think I've clarified the second question. The first question by honorable member from the DA was about whether isn't the liberalization good, so that you open up the market, bring in the private producers, so that you can create the capacity that Eskom at the current moment is not able to meet. one, we are opposed to this, and we do not think, and I will weave this with the question by the chair when he was seeking clarity. I'll weave it together. The issue here is that if you liberalize the energy markets, you are allowing the independent power producers. Now, the question from the DA is whether this is not good. Now, we're saying this is not good for a number of reasons. One of those reasons is that either it is not going to solve the issue of energy poverty as purported, because the question of energy poverty, at least in our view, arises from two things. The first one, or maybe three things. The first one, it is the question of connectivity to the grid. The second one is the question of affordability. And the third one might be the question that is created by the power cuts at the current moment. So whilst the addition of the independent power producers might solve the third problem, which is to avert the power cuts, it will not it will not solve the factor of affordability. Of course, many would think that liberalization, and this is the mantra in the economic textbooks of capitalism and capitalism, that if you introduce many competitors into the market, their competition will automatically drive down prices. But we saying that that could be the case in the short term. But capitalism has taught us over centuries that it does not necessarily exist through competition, but over time, it inhales the same competition and begins to concentrate and centralize. And concentration and centralization means that you will find fewer role players in the market who become oligopolies and who can collude to even raise prices. But secondly, that even the very oligopolies can gobble one another, and you end up with a monopoly that is a private producer. And therefore, you are going to not maintain whatever you think you are going to maintain, you are going to achieve, which is to drive down prices by introducing many players in the market. We think that is mainly going to be in the short term. But let's also show that in the short term, it is not even the case, because what has been shown in the documents published by Eskom itself is that the independent power producers in bid window 1, 2, 3, and 4, would, and especially 4 and 5, had submitted revisions because they had said that and argued that the input costs to assemble the input for the generation of the electricity had increased by 55%. And therefore, progressively and gradually over the next 5 years, they are going to have to ensure that they factor in the increased input costs. And that we have seen Eskom already incorporating in the tariffs, the 18.56, which was in fact incorporated at the beginning of April. 1/3 of it was coming because of the request from the independent power producers. So that on its own is already not solving the question of affordability. And therefore, as we say, that even in the short term, therefore, no longer just in the long term, you have the problem of the energy poverty that might widen, not caused by power cuts, but in this instance, caused by the issues of affordability, because we know the rising cost of living has created these problems. Just in closing, Corporate Chair, with your, Honorable Chair, with your question, yes, SAFTU does not want the liberalization of the energy market. We want the domination of state-owned enterprises. We want Eskom to be fixed and not for electricity provision to be addressed by the introduction of the independent power producers in the market. I think, and I hope that clarifies. Thank you very much.
Okay. Who is next, Ari?
Operation Vulindlela, Chair.
Can come in.
Good afternoon, Chairperson.
Up to 15:15. I'll give you a grace period of 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. We've got a very short presentation that we've had shared with the Portfolio Committee. And perhaps it's just important for us to provide a bit of context, and we'll go through it as quickly as possible, because largely speaking, I think the Electricity Regulator Act does reflect the consultations and the extensive consultations that we've had between ourselves as Operation Vulindlela, that drives the structural reform program and one of its pillars, which is electricity, for example, with the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, and through the system that is there. Next slide, please, Saul. So I think it's quite important for us to give that kind of context. But I mean, the era for us is one of the most fundamental reforms that have taken place in our democratic era, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. And this is so partly because for the first time what we've done is restructuring of the electricity sector that allows for competition and allows for us to be able to address fundamentally energy security, pricing as well, and affordability, including access. And we think the importance of this bill in the way that it's been structured provides us a certainty and allows us to be able to set the electricity marketplace, and that's across all of it, onto a new footing, and reforms that are so sorely needed that needs to be implemented. And for us, I think the most important objectives, of course, is setting up an independent transmission system operator. As you know already from an Eskom point of view, that's already operationalized. Licenses, the 3 licenses have been issued, that the minister will announce the appointment of a board. The bill, of course, gives that legalized institutional mechanism for that absolute objects that are going to be important for that. Creating a competitive electricity market, and I think this is important for us, particularly for multiple generators that have been operating in our generation space since 2010. The reforms that we have taken more recently around the change in Schedule 2, around the removal of the cap for private sector embedded generation has been important. We're tracking about 12 gigawatts. There's a project pipeline of over 66 gigawatts. It's important that as we move towards restructuring of the electricity market space, that we allow for generation and competition in the generation space and create a leveling playing field. Thirdly, that regulation, including tariffs, is transparent, effective, and clearly defined in scope, and this is going to be fundamental. And that, of course, all participants in the market space have their roles and responsibilities quite clearly defined. Chairperson, the bill itself is about, as I said, improving efficiency and bringing down electricity prices in the long term. Contrary to some views, we think this is fundamental given the restructuring that you've seen in other SOEs where there's been an absolute monopoly and where, for example, you've seen significant increases in cost of generation as it is right now. Introducing competition has shown us in the South African market space that it does bring down prices at the end of the day, and creating a fair and level playing field is quite important. So this is the context of why we are making this submission, Chairperson, in the context of the ongoing crisis and achieving energy security in the long term. This is just a quick overview, Chairperson. Operation Vulindlela, as it is a joint initiative between ourselves and National Treasury. We focus on 5 core reforms. You'll see that one of that is the most important, the supply of electricity stabilized. That includes the immediate and long-term reforms, digital communication, sustainable water, competitive and efficient freight transport, and creating a visa regime. This is the important part of it, and it lies in the economic reconstruction program that was adopted in 2020. In that same year, Operation Vulindlela was introduced, and some of the reforms you're already familiar with that has come through in all these 3 areas. Next slide. And then, Chair, just to emphasize the point that President made when he launched the Energy Action Plan, that the measures I have outlined are not just to address our immediate constraints. Our ultimate objective is to achieve long-term energy security that we have never experienced electricity shortage again. We aim to do this by stabilizing Eskom, and I think that point is quite critical. It's the top on the list of the 5 areas that we've identified in the Energy Action Plan, including improving plant performance, establishing a competitive electricity by opening way for private investment in new generation capacity. It's not privatization, and I want to emphasize that, Chair, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, and increasing our investments in renewable. It is important for Eskom to continue to play its fundamental role of being the major supplier of generation. It would have to compete It's about competition, bringing down those prices and ensuring that we can create a level playing field. And part of this, what the president says, is creating a reviving economic growth and being a leading player in the transition to new and sustainable energy. So it's important just to emphasize that. Next slide, Saul. Saul, you want to take over from here?
Thank you, Rudy, and afternoon, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. I will go through the rest of our submission as quickly as possible. And as Rudy has said, the purpose is twofold. It's first to situate the ERA bill in the wider policy context, and second, to explain its importance to the energy crisis response, and hence, in our opinion, the urgency of adopting this bill within the current Parliament. So this slide summarizes the various policy documents that are the basis for the ERA bill, and with which the committee will be familiar, starting with the 1998 Energy Policy White Paper, and more recently the Eskom Roadmap and the Energy Action Plan announced by the President last year. The point here is that there has been a significant evolution of energy policy over the last 2 decades, which now requires a similar evolution in the legislative framework. Those policy shifts are very much in keeping with global trends, and that's what we summarize in the slide and in our submission. There has been a global shift towards power sector reforms, including the unbundling of vertically integrated electricity utilities. You can see in this figure that as a proportion of the global electricity demand, only 13% of energy markets today are served by vertically integrated utilities like Eskom in its current form. And most countries in the world have now moved towards competitive wholesale markets in one form or another. That includes middle-income countries like South Africa. 21 upper middle income, 24 lower middle income countries have undertaken similar reforms, including all of our BRICS partner countries, China, Russia, India, and Brazil. And these changes have been driven primarily by technological changes, as Professor Eberhard and others have outlined. But the wide adoption of these reforms globally is driven by their success, including in bringing down electricity prices. In the South African context today, we think that these reforms are especially urgent now. We don't need to repeat the severe impact that load shedding is having on the economy and on the lives of all South Africans today. But at the root of this challenge at the moment is the fact that our dependence on Eskom as a single energy supplier and the lack of competition has created a single point of failure in the energy system and has prevented sufficient investment in energy capacity to close the shortfall. And primarily the aim of this bill and the associated reforms is to overcome this energy shortfall by accelerating and enabling that investment by as many different players as possible. And that's why we believe that this bill should be viewed as an integral part of the country's energy crisis response and as urgent in that respect. There are 3 primary ways in which the bill will support energy security, and just to summarize those. The first is by allowing multiple generators to invest in new generation capacity based on clear price signals to meet both current and future projected demand. At the moment, as Rudy had said, we do already have private investment in energy generation, but that is currently limited to long-term bilateral PPAs, usually with a single off-taker. And there is a limit to the size of that market, given that very few companies can actually purchase energy on that basis. Once the market is established and the market operator is in place through this bill, we will have a much larger market, a much larger potential for investment in energy. In effect, generators will be able to invest in new generation capacity in order to supply that energy into the market without having an off-taker in place at the outset. Competition between generators would result in greater efficiency and ultimately reduced costs, because generators will have to compete on the basis of price in the market. And in fact, the very design of the market is such that the cheapest energy will be dispatched first. And so generators, multiple generators, will have to compete with one another on the basis of of price. And lastly, the financial sustainability of the sector will be increased because risk will be spread across multiple entities rather than concentrated on Eskom. And we all know the very severe financial challenges that Eskom is experiencing currently. Crucially, the bill in sections 34A and 34B outlines the legislative framework for the transmission system operator, its powers and functions, and establishes a competitive market for electricity. And those have been discussed at length today. But we also believe that the bill contains very important enabling provisions to create a level playing field for generators. And we would draw attention to a few of those key provisions. Among others, the insertion of section 15(1)(b) provides for unbundled tariffs, in other words, separate tariffs for generation, transmission, and distribution, which will be necessary once the transmission entity is established. Section 21(3)(a) prevents discrimination by the system operator in dispatching or balancing the system. Section 21(4)(a) to 4(e) strengthens the provisions relating to non-discriminatory access to the grid. And all of these new provisions in the bill are an important part of the scheme to create confidence among market participants that they can go ahead and invest within a clear framework. In the public hearings in recent weeks, which the committee has undertaken, we recognize really three concerns coming through quite clearly. And in the remaining slides, we will go through each of those briefly. The first concern that's been raised, and indeed in the previous presentation as well, is the risk of privatizing the country's economic assets. And the point to be made here simply is that the bill does not contemplate the privatization of existing assets in any respect. Indeed, it reaffirms the fact that the transmission system operator will remain state-owned, and that's important because the transmission network is a natural monopoly. There can only be one transmission network. It's a public good. It has to remain publicly owned, similarly with the distribution networks. And indeed, Eskom will continue to play an important role in the generation space as well. For the foreseeable future, Eskom will remain the dominant supplier of energy. And nothing in the bill prevents Eskom from continuing to invest in generation and to play in that market, or indeed for the minister to issue Section 34 determinations to procure as the state new capacity where the market fails to provide that. What it does do is to allow space for private generators to invest and to add more capacity to the system, which we all have seen over the last decade, continuing today, is absolutely crucial. The second issue that has been frequently raised is about the risk of higher electricity costs. And as we've explained, in our view, the bill is likely to create the opposite effect. In fact, one of the core objectives of this reform process is to drive down electricity prices to enhance the competitiveness of the economy and to reduce the cost of living for consumers through the competitive forces in the market. In addition to the effect that competition itself will have in forcing generators to compete based on price, and by the way, it's been clear, certainly in the last few years, that the current system is resulting in higher and higher electricity tariffs, not lower. So there's clearly a need for change in this regard. But in addition to the effects of competition, the bill includes a number of important safeguards which are in place to ensure price stability and to protect consumers. We would draw the committee's attention to at least two. The first is that the multi-market model contemplated in the bill distinguishes between regulated transactions and market transactions. And in the definitions, regulated transactions are defined as those where the exercise of market power is likely or evident, and which therefore require regulatory oversight. So things like network charges by the transmission operator, by distribution companies, prices for captive consumers will remain regulated and subject to that kind of oversight. At the second safeguard that's built in is the provision for vesting contracts. Which
now you are on the referee's optional time, which is the 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. And we are concluding, I think, on the next slide. So briefly, the inclusion of provision for vesting contracts is important to enable a managed transition towards a competitive market. So vesting contracts would be in place with Eskom generators through the Central Purchasing Agency and with distributors like municipalities, so that consumers are not immediately exposed to market forces, the prices remain stable, and that the transition can be carefully managed. So in short, the bill has taken account of the need for that kind of transition, for those kinds of mechanisms to be in place, indeed learning from the experience in many other countries. And finally, on the risk of job losses, our view is that these reforms are likely to lead to massive new investment in the energy sector in the order of hundreds of billions of rands, new entrants in the economy. That will directly create jobs, but also by resolving the energy shortfall, protect the jobs that we have and help the economy to grow. So in conclusion, Honourable Chair, we strongly support this bill as a necessary part of the energy crisis response. We think it is overdue. And we think that the shift away from a predominantly single buyer electricity market towards the establishment of this competitive multi-market structure will enable the country to provide power most efficiently and cheaply, and to enable a very carefully managed transition to that competitive market structure while helping to grow the economy. And we would propose that the bill be supported.
Thanks all. Chair, just a quick word of what we've seen with the recent reforms we've done just on the investment levels. I mean, we estimate based on the models that we've done in the structure of the Schedule 2 that we have potentially an amount of 220 billion rand worth of investment since we've done the schedule change 2 years ago, Chairperson. So this is the ability of some of the reforms that we think are quite critical in supporting the kind of reform that's it. Thank you, Honourable Chair. I know we went over and you said you're going to give us an extra 3 minutes, but I think we've taken an extra 2 minutes above the extra 3 minutes. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
No, you are still within, you did very well. You are still but you are within your optional time at the discretion of the chair. Any questions of clarity, honourable members? Going 1, going 2, going 3, closed. Next one, Ari, it's supposed to be
Mr. Panzek, Chair, but I don't know if he's on the platform.
Is he in?
Doesn't look like a Chair.
Going 1, going 2, going 3, it means it's not here. If you are not here, we don't come back. We say what you are having does not have a reverse gear. Is it Sawia?
Savia, Chair.
Savia.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members and members of the public. Thank you to Ari. Ari, I would like to share my presentation. I did submit the copy, or maybe if you could share it from your side.
No, it's fine. I gave you a co-hosting right, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to share it now and put it into presentation mode. It is. Thank you again. My name is Boitumeloki Epile. I'm the chairperson of the Saweya Policy and Markets Working Group. We did submit, make a submission on the amendment bill that was published on the 19th of September. And without any wasting of time, I will just introduce in the first slide, Chairperson Saweya. Saweya is the South African Wind Energy Association, which was established in 2004 as an NPO. We have a vision for the wind industry in South Africa to becoming a thriving commercial wind power industry and being part of a growing domestic and international renewable power industry that is recognized as a major contributor to social, environmental, and economic security. We do this as a member-based organization through policy advocacy and lobbying, seeking for wind to be a leading contributor in the South African energy mix and to encourage local participation and beneficiation and localization, and also to have a thriving wind industry. This is a description of our members. We represent members from a broad spectrum or in the wind industry, from IPPs, developers, consultants, financial institutions. We also have research institutions and members from academia and NGOs. And this broad membership really allows us to be a true representative of the industry and understand it, and also to be a repository of information in relation to the wind industry. Just to highlight, some of the impacts that the wind industry has had in South Africa, especially through the participation in the Renewable Energy IPP Procurement Program of the DMRE under the auspices of the Independent Power Producer Office. We have these details up to December 2021 in terms of the reports that are issued by the IPP office, about 34 projects of wind that were procured, close to about just below 3.5 gigawatt of installed capacity, producing shy of 40,000 gigawatt hours of wind energy. And you can see there the numbers speak for themselves, Chairperson, in terms of the jobs that are being created and the investment that has been made, and also investment by Black South Africans in the projects, and also the local expenditure through the procurement of components. In terms of the pipeline, and this is to show the significant steps of the electricity supply industry reform that has happened since Schedule 2 of the Electricity Regulation Act came into being. Since the threshold was 1 megawatt, it moved to 10 to 100 up until it was removed. So there are a pipeline of projects. This is in the Western Cape, but also shows numbers of wind projects that are amounting to close to about 21 gigawatt in South Africa, and also projects that are hybrid in nature and in different areas of the country. Obviously, the concentration would be in the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape, given that renewable energy by its nature follows the resource. Again, this also shows the pipeline of the projects as was undertaken by the South African Renewable Energy Grid Survey through a partnership collaboration with Eskom, SAPVIA, which is the Photovoltaic Industry Association, and also SAWEA. And again, this shows the potential of renewable energy projects or wind energy projects across the country at different stages of development. And this emphasizes again the importance of the reforms that are now also coming in terms of the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill, and in support of that. An outlook which considers different data sources from the IRP and also the transmission development plan of Eskom, and also the allocation of megawatts that are in the private sector as being tracked by the National Electricity Committee. However, the sector, or specifically the wind industry, still faces some key challenges, particularly lack of grid capacity to connect the generation facilities, and lack of policy certainty in the regulatory environment, which the amendments also seek to address this. We will point out some of the areas that will be really welcomed and supported by SAWEA. However, there are also supply chain challenges, some of them emanating from the previous years with the impact of COVID-19, local manufacturing, access to fairly or reasonably priced steel, and also skilled workforce, and these are some of the main challenges which SAWEA is also working in partnership and through our members to address. Now, specifically going to the bill itself, just as a general remark, as I said, we acknowledge and the need for these amendments, especially in order to address adequately the regulation of the changing energy landscape, which is driven by various participants that are coming into the energy space and the electricity industry, IPPs, traders, and other participants. And we also acknowledge the need that the amendments do specify the requirements for the application of different categories of licenses and registrations, and the establishment and the assignment of duties and powers of the National Transmission Company of South Africa, the opening up of the market to allow for competitive electricity trading, which will be done through the market operator as part of the NTCSA, and also the new structure with multi-market based, but also with that other side which will deal with regulated transactions, thus giving rise to a multitude of participants in the electricity supply industry. To note that some of these changes, including the unbundling, have been pointed out that have occurred in the last 2 to 3 decades globally in different countries, developed and developing, or countries in transition. And we are on the view that these changes or these amendments will hold potential benefits for the South African power sector. On specifics on the amendment bill itself, Chair, I'm not going to go through to everything, but just to highlight some of the definitions that there's still some of the definitions that have not been included, such as electricity distribution connection facilities. Some of our members as IPPs are required in instances where they build generation facilities that are at a distance from the main transmission substation to build these facilities to connect the generation facility. And previously, the National Energy Regulator of South Africa would issue such kinds of a license called the Distribution Connection Facility License. However, with the move to the licensing exemption and registration notice, there is still a provision that such a connection facility can be registered with the regulator. We also saw that there is no definition for battery energy storage, and we think that this needs to be included. On the definition of direct supply, it is noted that it excludes registered generators, and that we recommend that this be included. And before I touch on the central purchasing energy definition, I want to finish the direct supply agreement according to the amendment, it excludes agreement between generators and municipalities as distributors. Our view is that this must be amended to include the municipalities as distributors that can enter into direct supplies with generators, whether those generators are licensed or registered under the licensing and exemption registration notice. And we are of the view that there is an amendment that was done in 2020-2021 of the electricity regulation on new generation capacity, which allowed municipalities to procure energy and capacity directly from IPPs. So our view is that there's a misalignment in excluding municipalities from entering into direct supply agreements. On specific sections, again, Chairperson, dealing with the powers and duties of the regulator, these powers are now being extended for the regulator to set tariffs. And by setting tariffs, really, this means that the regulator will upfront determine what the tariff would be that should be charged or agreed on by contracting parties. And in our view, there was no clarity that was provided in terms of the methodology that the regulator will be used, and for which segments of the market will the regulator set the tariffs? Will this be between a generator and an end user? Will it be between a generator and the transmission company, or will it be between a generator and a distributor? And we are of the view that setting these tariffs can go against the multi-market and a competitive and open market, because the aim of having competitive and open market is such that the market itself will have clearing prices. And we are of the view that in market transactions as they are defined in the Act and bilateral transactions, these powers would not extend to those kinds of transactions, since those would be between private parties. On the application for a license, this matter of the different versions has been dealt with, and the chairperson did express, and honorable members, that they are not in possession of this 22 version of the amendment that was gazetted by the department. However, in that amendment, subsection 10(2)(g), which required that a potential licensee should actually prove compliance to an existing integrated resource plan, it was deleted. However, in the version that the committee has put up, which is the reference here, this section seems to have been reinstated to require that a license must prove compliance with any integrated resource plan or seek deviation, which must be approved by the minister. Our view is that this should not be applicable to private generators entering into direct supplies with private off-takers. And if the intention really is to retain this requirement of section 10(2)(g), and that this should exclude market transactions. On tariff principles, just quickly, there's section 15(1)(a) and the amendment of section 15(1)(b), which states that the regulator would make license conditions relating to the setting of tariffs. We are of a view that this should exclude again market transactions, because these would have been negotiated and prices agreed between the parties. And furthermore, the section still mentions that the regulator will set tariff where there is a vertically integrated licensee. With our understanding of some of the objects of the amendment bill is that vertical integration will be dealt away with, especially through unbundling. So it is not clear which vertically integrated licensee is being referred to here, since even there is no definition of vertically integrated licensee. On the powers and duties of licensees, this deals especially with access to the grid. Amendment 4B seems to suggest that a transmission or distribution licensee may absolve itself from providing access to its system simply because it is incapable of doing so. Specifically, the wording in the amendment says that a transmission or distribution licensee may refuse access only where it lacks the necessary capacity. The capacity here, it's not clear whether is it capacity in terms of the available grid capacity, or is it capacity of not being able to deal with these kinds of requests. The original section 21 in the Principal Act really uses 3 elements to determine whether a transmission or distribution licensee can afford an applicant grid access. And this looks at elements of financial, technical, and economic feasibility. So we think this is a clear criterion that should be kept. There's also 4C, which requires that an applicant who seeks information about grid availability needs to pay a fee. currently applicants seeking grid access, especially to the ESCOM grid, would make.
Also go reserve for 2 minutes.
Okay. I'll be quick, Chairperson. Is that there is a cost estimate fee that is paid. However, as you've seen with the grid survey, such information is publicly available, and to require applicants to pay, we think that this is arbitrary. And that, you know, the compiling and keeping of and dissemination of network capacity information should really be a function of the licensee, and to such extent can even be extended to be a license condition. On the issue of additional electricity, new generation capacity and electricity transmission infrastructure, we're of the view that to allow the minister to make a determination in relation to new electricity transmission infrastructure is a real concern, especially given the current situation, which we foresee that will still continue with grid capacity, connection capacity not being available. We are of the view that this role should be kept with it's with ESCOM now, and should be taken over by the National Transmission Company of South Africa without any determination by the minister, and with a tool that is available to ESCOM, which will be available also to the NTCSA, which is the Transmission Development Plan that ESCOM publishes every year for the 10 years, indicating grid improvements, strengthening, and the level of investment that is going to be made. On the establishment of the TSO, we welcome this, since we think it will crystallize the unbundling process and lead to a more fair, open, non-discriminatory access to the grid. We suggest that the TSO is a market operator. Those functions must be detailed in a separate document so that market participants can understand, and to also crystallize the requirements of each market participant. And we recommend that this can be an addendum or a volume or a section as part of the South African Grid Code. We also suggest that as the market operator, the TSO will allow transaction with hybrid solutions such as battery energy storage, and those that are linked to renewable energy sources such as PV and wind. And this also goes further to say that, you know, battery energy storage, there's a grid code, connection code for this, and it's not being addressed adequately in the amendments. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, any questions of clarity? I will explain again the process later, even for the benefit of all us honorable members, one, but also importantly, there are certain issues I will highlight, which I think they will require a serious attention of this portfolio committee, especially for future references on the 7th Parliament. Honorable Mailem, I see you have your hand. Any other hand? Going 1, 2, 3. Okay, Honorable Mailem.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for an informative presentation. I just want to address one issue, and that is you raised the concern about NERSA's authority to set and approve tariffs, and you said that this should exclude market. I can't remember the exact wording. Somewhere. Market transactions. Now, we saw a presentation earlier today that suggested that tariffs primarily apply to the supply side and prices apply to the demand side. In other words, a price is what gets charged to the customer at the end of the day. A tariff is what is set as a fixed charge for all participants in the supply chain, if you will, of electricity. Do you agree with that approach? And if so, how would it affect the cost of electricity? Thank you.
Yeah, you can respond.
Thank you, honorable member. Our view is that the involvement of the regulator should be to an extent that it sets those tariffs that would be applicable to end consumers at a level of interactions, especially speaking, say, from a generator perspective, which is selling energy to another off-taker. Those privately determined PPA tariffs, you may call it, because when the customer is paying the generator or the developer of the generation facility, it is a tariff. It is a price as that difference. When the generator looks at it, as this is my price to you, but the off-taker is paying a tariff. So maybe the clarification would be what categories or segments of the market be it that the regulator will be setting these tariffs. Are these tariffs in a sense of a structure that would include fixed prices, demand prices, or kilowatt-driven prices? Or are we speaking about the tariffs between two contracting parties? Thank you, honorable member.
Okay, who's next, Ari?
Kusatu, Chair. Kusatu.
Kusatu?
Yeah, afternoon, Chair members. We can start.
Take us to 3 o'clock.
Okay, all right, we'll do that, Chairperson. Yeah, no, just to give thanks to the members in the committee just for giving us some space just to share our views. Obviously, this is an important issue for COSATU, not just, for example, for affiliate National Union of Mine Workers, which organizes the majority of workers in the energy sector, the mining sector, including the coal industry, but I think to workers across the economy. Eskom is the lifeline of the economy. So, Chair, look, I mean, we do note the ERA bill has been put before Parliament, and to be completely honest and to the point, as COSATU and our affiliates were opposed to the ERA bill in its entirety. But basically, the ERA bill provides for the unbundling of Eskom. That's the essence of the ERA bill. And hence, our call upon Parliament is simply to reject it. We had engaged on it extensively at NEDLAC, and obviously we were not able to find each other. Our fundamental concerns, we believe, were not addressed by government, and thus we're left with no choice but to remain opposed to the bill for a variety of reasons. I think one shares that we don't believe the ERA bill is going to address Eskom's many challenges. We and our workers at large, we do fear that the unbundling of Eskom will at best serve as a distraction, which we really don't need, and at worst will lead to Eskom's privatization in different formations. We also fear that dividing Eskom into 3 separate entities is going to make it very difficult for the utility to adequately plan investments in generation capacity, in distribution and transmission adequately. You're moving from a single company to 3 different ones, and it is going to create issues. We also do want to state that we do believe Eskom's survival is increasingly being eroded and threatened or jeopardized by the entry into the energy sector, or generation space rather, of independent power producers. We fear that the rise of IPPs will reduce the determination of electricity prices to a matter of profit alone, so that the industry and investors can recover their investments. And we fear it's going to place the price of electricity out of the reach of the poor and SMEs in the longer term. If we look at the context for the bill, the government announced this intention in September 4 years ago. This is made against the backdrop of repeated and ever increasing levels of load shedding, which has really crippled the economy to different degrees since 2006. And of course, load shedding has become worse with each passing year and is estimated to cost the economy up to about 2% of the GDP annually. So, Chair, our stance is of why we're opposed to unbundling Eskom or anything which we fear is going to weaken Eskom is that Eskom really is too big to fail. Whether we like it or don't like it, it's a reality. It generates 95% of our electricity. It transmits and distributes 100%. And we've seen its rapid deterioration has really had a huge negative impact on the economy, on jobs, on businesses, and the fiscus. And of course, its performance has consistently been the greatest threat to the economy, to workers' jobs. Yet at the same time, Chair, Eskom was once a successful SOE not too long ago. It has driven South Africa's industrialization, the rapid economic growth for more than 80 years, until what changed in the last decade was that it was systematically mismanaged, weakened, in particular during the decade of state capture. So it wasn't an accident, it was deliberate. But before then, it was a highly respected world-class utility, fully owned by the state. And in fact, it regularly used to export electricity to neighboring states, something which we don't do anymore. And today we've seen, because of this mismanagement and lack of investment in its capacity, etc., corruption, etc., less than half of its generation fleet is operational on a daily basis. Our position is we have to fix Eskom. We can't allow it to fail. If we do so, it will collapse the economy. We first raised alarm bell as COSATU with government in October 2019 after the medium-term budget statement that time, where we really felt the government just didn't have a plan to turn Eskom around. It was not moving with sufficient speed, and hence we had drafted an Eskom social compact, which was later then adopted by and signed by government, business, and labor net in December 2020. And we really sought to see if we could find a way to mobilize the state, social partners, business, labor, community, around a comprehensive 36-step intervention plan to stabilize and to rebuild Eskom. Because Eskom's problems are multiple, not just a single issue. It's not an issue of a structure of Eskom. Is it one company or is it three companies? It's about the endemic levels of corruption and criminality which have crippled it, the issue of cable theft, the high levels of wasteful expenditure we've seen, the need for us to move from half the country being on prepaid and other half the country paying when they feel like it, to a universal prepaid electricity regime, to see how can we cushion the poor by making sure the indigenous households do receive the free electricity, which often they don't. But also the issue of investing in Eskom's infrastructure, to see how do you retain and bring back skilled staff who've left, and equally to ensure a just energy transition, not just an energy transition. But it doesn't include the issue of unbundling Eskom, because this obviously was always a point of disagreement between Labour and government. We do think that many of the elements have subsequently been incorporated into Eskom or government's energy action plan, and there are varying degrees of it being implemented, some successful, some with challenges. But we do have frequent engagement with government at NELEC around it. But on the issue of unbundling, Chair, look, we remain opposed to it because we feel it doesn't address the root causes of the crisis crippling Eskom. Eskom has been a vertical single structure for decades. It was not in a crisis. It's been plunged into a crisis, not because of its structure, but because of mismanagement. Over a decade, you've had about 10 CEOs. So where will you find stability and leadership if you don't have permanent stable management, who are competent, who are fit for service, etc.? I think we all know about the endemic levels of corruption. I think about 2,000 forensic audits in Eskom alone have shown the extent of it. I think we're all very familiar with the state capture issues, the wasteful expenditure, criminality, cable theft, vandalism, infrastructure neglect, and the brain drain. Those are the fundamental causes of Eskom's crisis. I think for us, that's where we have to address issues. But simply splitting Eskom from one company to three companies, moving from one board to having three boards, from one CEO to three CEOs, that's not going to address issues, Chair. And if we don't address the root causes, then we should not be surprised if we continue to limp along with load shedding. Chair, I feel that the unbundling doesn't address these issues. In fact, it's just going to distract all of us with a meaningless ideological distraction at best. But we do fear, and at times when one listens to government officials, government leaders, who not only speak about the private sector entering the generation space, but they also speak of the private sector entering the transmission and distribution space as well. So we feel that you may not call it privatization, but ultimately that is actually exactly what it is. We're moving from Eskom, a state utility providing, generating, distributing, transmitting, and then to a space where the private sector will provide all of those. So one may not wrap it up in the label of privatization, but in reality that's what it will be. So Chair, and obviously the bill just deals with the issue of unbundling. It doesn't really deal much else. But we do fear that this splitting of Eskom into 3 entities is going to make it quite difficult for a properly integrated electricity plan, which will ensure the economy has electricity it requires to grow. It is also going to provide additional costs as well for the utility. So you're going to have not 1 board, but 3 boards, 3 levels of management, not 1, duplicate administrative costs, etc. And the state and Eskom all constantly plead poverty. So we're not sure if we're pleading poverty, then where do we have then the money for 3 levels of management and oversight? So we do feel that this is going to enable privatization of energy generation. And basically, we're bringing a bill ex post facto. Privatization of generation capacity has already been opened up for the past few years. And it seems afterwards we're now trying to legalize that state of affairs by now providing a bill ex post facto. And that's what's happened through the involvement of the IPPs in the last few years. So we do fear that I think most of us, so all of us, speaks about how do we secure, sustain Eskom, how do we rebuild it, etc. I think most political parties, ascribe to that, but it's very difficult with the IPPs. If you look at the first few window periods for the IPPs, they were at higher tariff levels than Eskom was allowed to sell the same electricity for. So in other words, Eskom has been subsidizing these IPPs for the private sector at its own expense. So somehow it's a bit of a contradiction. We berate Eskom for bleeding money, for wanting assistance from the state from financial bailouts. We say the solution is the private sector to enter the generation space, but the same Eskom must subsidize the private sector. At the same time, the Eskom Debt Relief Act, Eskom is not allowed to invest in new generation capacity without the permission of the Minister for Finance. So again, we're tying the hands of Eskom behind its back, yet we expect it to perform miracles, and we pay lip service to saving it. And in fact, we've seen, Chair, that the solar and wind energy generation, which is to a significant extent the future of energy generation, is in effect being ring-fenced to the private sector under the Eskom Debt Relief Act. And that really is also going to pose a problem to Eskom, because if we want Eskom to get on its feet, part of its turnaround is to lower its operating costs, and that does include its diversifying its generation supply to include wind, to include solar, etc. And yet at the same time, we're saying, no, don't enter that space. So we also do fear that with the rise of IPPs, we're going to make it more difficult for NERSA to regulate tariffs in a manner that is affordable for the poor, for working middle class families, for SMEs, and for the economy at large. And yes, we do take the point that Eskom has seen huge tariff rises under its regime, but that's not because of a structure, that's because of mismanagement and corruption. And those are the issues you got to fix ultimately. So I think, Chair, just in kind of getting to our concluding points, is that, well, one is, as COSATU, we remain opposed to the ERA bill. We don't feel it's going to address the root causes for Eskom's crises. And if we don't address those, then things will continue to deteriorate. It focuses on bundling, which is at best a distraction and an additional expense, as well as an obstacle to Eskom's effective planning. And that's at worst, we fear, Chair, a precursor to privatization of Eskom and electricity. And in particular, it allows for the de facto privatization or even monopoly of generation for solar and wind solely to the private sector. We fear this is going to weaken Eskom's balance sheet into the purchasing and also its own generation costs. So I think in conclusion, Chair, we would urge Parliament, or the Portfolio Committee rather, to reject this bill, to compel governments to focus on addressing Eskom's real crises, the real obstacles to ensuring reliable and affordable electricity. But at the very least, Chair, because we know it would be very difficult for members of the ANC, for example, to reject a bill. If the committee does adopt the bill, we would propose then, well, at the very least, we should adopt or amend it in a way which guarantees that the 3 new Eskom entities will remain owned by Eskom, will remain owned by the state, and not be privatized. And also to include guarantees that workers will not be retrenched as well. But fitting that, Chair, then of course workers in COSATU would still remain opposed to it, and we fear it's not going to assist us in any regard. But let me stop there, Chair, and I might have also helped save a few minutes for the committee's schedule, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Park. You've left us with an extra 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Honorable members, any questions of clarity? I see the hand of Honorable Milem. Is there any other hand? Okay, I will come later with mine. Oh, I see Honorable Jobe Kamakeke. Any other one? Okay, come Honorable Milem.
It's here, Chair.
Oh, okay. Oh, Mr. Treza.
Yes. No, I've been raising my hand, Chair.
Okay, sure.
Can I go, Chair?
Yes, Honorable Milem.
Thank you very much. Mr. Parks, thank you very much for your presentation and your inputs. My first question is this. Do you acknowledge that this bill is not about Eskom? That this bill is about the electricity sector as a much broader context than just Eskom, and that only one section of the bill really talks to actually unbundling Eskom. Nothing else really talks to that. That's my first question. My second is, do you not think it's hypocritical to say that there's an ideological approach to this when your response has been nothing but ideological? Your entire presentation was ideologically based and didn't address the issues that are raised in the bill. So let me ask some specific questions. The issue of energy poverty or energy security, whichever way you wish to look at it, in South Africa is of huge importance. And it is indisputable that Eskom is unable to meet the demand of the country in the short to medium term. So we've got to bolster that. How would you propose that we do this if we do not do what is proposed in this bill, which is opening up the market to the private sector and allowing the private sector to come on board and supplement what Eskom is providing? Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the committee and everyone who is on the platform. Thank you, COSATU, with your presentation. I just have two concerns that in your presentation, you cited all the challenges that Eskom has got, and some of the challenges, those challenges that we have that are being proposed in the bill, like cable theft. So, but now, after we have presented that, you also presented the fears that what will happen to Eskom. I think Honorable Milem has covered me when he said you presented only about Eskom and it's not about Eskom. But now, as COSATU, you don't come up clear that what is it that must be done to prevent those things. Because I think the bill is proposing that if this happens, if there's a cable theft, if there are those thieves that are being, caught doing wrong, they must be jailed. You don't say anything what must happen. So, but I think you need to clarify, COSATU, that having all those challenges, those fears, what is it that you are proposing? Because, you cannot just say you're not supporting the bill and present your fears and challenges, but not coming up with solutions. So those are my concerns, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I don't think there is a constitution that can exist in South Africa without the views of the public and the views of the sector. It must not be, Chairperson, it can't be that we get hysterical every time we get a dissenting view. COSATU says that they reject the bill on the basis that it proposes, it's there in the bill. It proposes the unbundling of Eskom and creating that environment. And we have people all over the country trying to explain that. And we can't be drawn into being now discussing a particular ideological issue, because ours is to listen to their point of view. The ideological issues as different parties will raise them later, it's fine. But this doesn't mean that they do not have, because in the same breath, there were people that are addressing the issue of why they are supporting the unbundling of Eskom, and we were quiet about it. There was no one who was saying anything, and there are questions about if this thing is not happening of the unbundling of Eskom, everything else is done. There is no solution. We can't be dealing with those things. We were listening to both sides, and so in the same way we were listening to the public hearing. That is the spirit under which we must take these views of the stakeholders. They will differ from time to time from us, but we must be patient and matured enough to can take it, so that we are able to consolidate their views and then later on discuss in terms of what their positions are. Then come and postulate as though this is the only solution. I mean, private sector itself has its own problems of abandoning issues when it comes to them not getting a profit anymore. And it has shown there in America that they can themselves produce accumulatively without checking the need. You know, the amount of. So we are not going to do that in the committee. Let's listen and allow dissenting views to exist, and so that we can discuss them later. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Treasurer and honorable members, that's exactly what I was trying to avoid when I said, let's just seek questions of clarity to the presentations made. Because in terms of where we stand, we will get that opportunity when we meet ourselves as a committee. When a person comes and presents the views, that is what the views are. The potential that is that if my views differ with his or her views, I end up making an argument about what I believe is the case. The reason we said questions of clarity is that when we discuss, I must have an understanding, a correct understanding what the person meant. So that it's not a question that this person says this it does. Then I have to put my side of what I understand. That is very dangerous. And I will request to members that going forward, let's seek questions of clarity that will assist us. For instance, for me, the question that I would love that Cosatu probably would share with us is that I think also Honorable Mr. Parks was raising, is that when you look at the proposed amendments, amongst other things, they suggest that the current arrangement does not allow individuals to generate electricity, except if they are licensed. Now it talks about generation of electricity for self-use. And if that is the case, it's something that is new. I get the point where you come from. My second question would be, in this context, I take the point that you say. One might say, already the IPPs are there, and yes, you are correct, you say the IPPs are costing Eskom too much. But shouldn't then be a regulation? Both, I'm not saying again we agree with the premise that says NERSA can regulate tariffs but not prices. But will it not be risky to have the current, I'm saying current because you still do have them operational, like we make about what are they, the damage they cause in terms of the cost factor. Would then be, if we ignore that, wouldn't that suggest that they must continue in the way that they do, being unregulated? Probably the third one, I'm raising it because I think for me, the presentation that you have made is quite precise on the areas. The only thing is a balance to understand whether there are other considerations made. For example, somebody in the presentation here said, currently electricity generation is done by Eskom almost 100%, but we say 90%. And we have got load shedding. We have got a growing population. They would say when we started the democratic dispensation, we were 42 million. Now we are almost 62 million, almost 20 million more, let alone the unaccounted, or you've got foreign nationals documented, let alone that the Minister of Home Affairs says they could be ×2 that number of the undocumented. All of them utilize the same. And therefore, fixing Eskom, I'm playing the devil's advocate, fixing Eskom may be one aspect, but expanding the scope of additional capacity is something else. That the challenge now is whether Eskom can cope, and if you fix, then how do you expand? I think it will help us so that when we go back as members, we say, these are the areas we must look at. And I take note of the fact that there are those fears and those guarantees that could be made. And I think the committee will take those into serious consideration, whether by implications, would there be any job losses, and what if there were to be such situation? Can I give you to probably respond? You've got a right to choose whether you respond to everything that members have raised, or you want to speak to what you think it is of beneficiary to the committee. Mr. Parks?
No, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks to members. Apologies, I'm not sure who's sharing the screen. It's not me. But yeah, so I think, Chair, just to, I don't know, appreciate all of our members' questions. Look, it is an ideological debate, and there's nothing wrong with that. Nature of politics is ideological. Whether you're from a left party like the ANC or EFF, whether you're from a right-wing party like the DA or whomever, that's fine. That's the nature of the game. I don't think anyone denies. We don't deny it. But I think that's why trade unions across the vantage point, whether it's COSATU or SAFTU, whether it's FODUSA or NACTU, whomever, even across the world, workers fear privatization because they fear that it's going to lead to job losses. They fear that it's going to put the issues of profit above the issue of a public service mandate or developmental mandate. Workers fear that it's going to mean wage cuts, undermining collective bargaining, etc. And also the issue of access to by the poor to these because of these ones are providing. And sure, right-wing political organizations have a different ideological stance. No need to hide that doesn't exist. But we would disagree to say that let's put a private sector on a pedestal. So we have the private sector. Let's look at the medical industry. Medical aids are going bankrupt because the private hospitals charge such exorbitant tariffs. Members can't afford it anymore. So people die of preventable diseases. Let's look at the banks. The banks charge excessive interest rates and even high interest rates if you come from poor communities. If you come from a township, you'll struggle to get a home loan. You'll be redlined. If you go to rural areas in Limpopo, etc., you will struggle to find ATMs for these banks. So the private sector has a mandate which is about profit, and a utility has got a mandate which is, yes, you must make some money to sustain your operations, but also fulfill a developmental mandate, which is what Eskom had done for many, many years. Leave aside their party ideological straitjacket it operated on pre-94. But the bill, and we've read the bill, we're very familiar with the bill. We've had extensive engagement with colleagues from government on it. The essence of the bill is the unbundling issue. It's very clear. And hence Eskom was already moving along the road with the issue of the transmission company, etc. Everything else around it is additional stuff, but the heart and the thrust of it is about the issue of unbundling. And I think that's where we disagree. Not just for our fears that would it lead to the privatization if one takes at face value comments by ministers that they would want to see the private sector enter the generation space, transmission and distribution. But also, Chair, how does it assist with addressing Eskom's issues? So if you looked at the presentation we had sent, members have had a chance to read it. We know it's been very long hearings, and I not all have had a chance to read it. We've identified what are the specific issues which have crippled Eskom. It's not that Eskom is a single structure utility. Is that Eskom has had the challenge of corruption, of wasteful expenditure, of a rotating CEO. We have a CEO who lasts a year for the past decade plus. You have issues of cable theft, which has really exploded beyond belief. The issues of vandalism, of criminality, etc. Lack of investment in maintenance, the loss of critical skills to other countries, to other companies, etc. So unbundling is not going to address that. What it does is just simply split you into 3 companies. So unless we address these critical issues, then we're going to remain as is. We're going to continue to struggle. So that's what we were saying, and that's what we had raised, that the solution is to fix those issues. Not the solution is to break Eskom into 3 different companies. So the Honorable Rebecca Makeke asked what of our proposals. We actually had raised quite specific proposals. We had done it specific in the Eskom Social Compact, which COSATU had drafted, which the Ministry of Public Enterprises had signed with business, labor, and community elect 4 years ago. We need to deal with the heart and core issues, have permanent competent management, get law enforcement to assist Eskom with the issues of criminality, of corruption, of cable theft. You listen to the former Eskom CEO, he would lament, correctly so, that law enforcement has really been absent from giving Eskom support in dealing with these issues. Even government has raised that frustration. It means getting Treasury to move to assist Eskom with the AG to help reduce wasteful expenditure. But it also means that the debt relief we give to Eskom shouldn't be as a Eskom Debt Relief Act is providing for, where Eskom can't then enter new generation investments, can't enter renewable energy space, and also has to pay back money owed to Eskom with interest. So those are the kind of issues we have been raising. If we don't address those issues, Chair, we will remain in crisis. We had raised in 2019 with the presidency that we can't have a scenario where 60% of the country is on prepaid and they pay, and hence there's a constant revenue inflow to Eskom. It's able to provide for its daily costs, etc. But 40% of the country, and not just issue of, let's not say it's poor areas, because not just poor communities, just on the pay later. It's businesses, it's SOEs, it's municipalities, etc. It's government departments. You can't have a scenario where a significant chunk of the country is not paying. If you look at the municipal debt owed to Eskom, it's about 57 billion rand. I think it's now pushed past 60 billion rand. I'm sure Rudy would have more up-to-date figures. Eskom's annual losses is on average each year about 20 billion rand. So we can see there's a very clear connection. It can't be right that municipalities, SOEs, departments, businesses are owing Eskom billions of rands and nothing is done about it. I think with all of our disagreements with Tshwane municipality and other issues, I think Tshwane municipality had done well to start going after big defaulters in terms of electricity bills. But like any other company, public or private, you can't operate it if half your customers don't pay you. If you had a KFC or a petrol station, half the clients chose to pay you later or pay you in 6 months. Of course, you will not last very long without being in serious trouble. Chair, I think we agree with Honorable Cesar. It's an ideological issue. Whether you support unbundling or privatization or you don't support, that's it. There's no need to beat about the bush. But our fear, Chair, is that we are doing privatization through the back door. We're now legalizing it because IPPs have been there for some time. But I think, Honorable Chair, to your questions, I fear about the implications. One is that workers at Eskom fear, are they going to lose their jobs? Is it going to mean retrenchments? Will it mean collapsing collective bargaining, which is a key anchor for labor market stability? Would it mean salaries will be cut, etc.? Working class communities do fear, will it mean higher tariffs down the road for those who can't afford it? Does it also mean an open door, green light for the privatization of other state-owned enterprises, other public services? And those are the kind of issues that workers also fear, beyond just Eskom, to other SOEs. Chair, I think we had raised with government around, so you have the IPPs, they're a reality. It's whether you like it or don't like it that they exist. But we had raised with government the need to provide some sort of conditions, some sort of regulations for them, not just simply to be a blank check. And yes, it's excellent. You had a huge amount of investment that these IPPs brought. I think it was about 200 billion rand over a few years. And it was great. So you get that investment into the Northern Cape. That's excellent for those communities, Daar and so forth. But now we're creating another problem. The coal industry, which is the heart of the energy generation capacity, is in Mpumalanga. We can't expect entire communities in Mpumalanga to move to Daar, to Kenhardt, etc. in the Northern Cape. So we need to make sure we have a just energy transition, not simply an energy transition. I think as the Minister Mantashe correctly raises. So we've had raised that why we're not looking at some issues. One is that Eskom should not be subsidizing the private sector. It is very strange that the DA is silent on that issue. We thought the DA would be supporting free market principles to say that no, the state should not be subsidizing the private sector. Let the IPP stand on their own 2 feet, especially as many of them are foreign investments.
Let me save myself. I don't want. I know those questions that were raised. Unfortunately, you are the only one who was barraged with so many questions. But let me take the fall that even mine, I will live with them, that they must not be answered. We will see whether we get an opportunity. But I think it's not something exceptional, but I think it was quite thought-provoking, and I know it will take time. Can I rescue myself, not you, and take the next one? Thank you very much with your input. Can we take the next one, Ari?
National Union of Mine Workers, Chair.
Mine workers?
Yeah, I'm here.
We are here, Chairperson.
Yeah, oh, no, Nkosazana can introduce now.
Okay. Chairperson, thank you, Chairperson, to the committee. Good afternoon. We are from the National Union of Mine Workers. Leading the delegation is Comrade Lefty Mashego, who's a National Health and Safety Secretary, followed by Comrade Kangela Baloyi, who is a National Energy Sector Coordinator. Myself, Nkosazana Masiza, as a Parliamentary Officer. City, with us, we've got Comrade Lihlo Honoro Gaborone. He's our legal specialist. I would invite Chairperson Comrade Kangela Baloyi to lead us to present the NUM position to the committee. Thank you. Comrade Kangela.
Okay, thank you, Comrade Nkosazana, and let me greet everyone, members of the committee, and everyone in attendance. Yeah, it is very difficult to discuss the Electricity Regulation Act and not actually talk about Eskom in the main, because Eskom, as it was said, it is generating more than 80% of the electricity in the country. So that's why maybe most of the presentation talks more about Eskom. And this act, or this bill, is emanating from the Eskom roadmap. You know, because there is no way you can implement that roadmap if you don't amend the Electricity Regulation Act. So that's why if you look at our presentation, it first outlined the roadmap, which I'm not gonna talk to that much. Our presentation will have introduction, background, and will state our position and also our submissions. You can go to the next slide. Yeah, in the introduction, we'll have the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill, and then competitive market module, developmental policy, energy poverty, Eskom corporatization and restructuring. Yeah, from the start, let me say the National Union of Mine Workers is opposed to this electricity regulation amendment bill because this, like I said, is a bill that is based on the fact that Eskom must be unbundled. What's wrong with the screen now? Okay, I can read from my things. And then on the competitive market module, we remain obstinate that unbundling is a parachute market module to advance privatization, which in its form will continue to perpetuate the deepening poverty and unemployment that the country is experiencing today. Privatization is not going to work. It's going to make workers to lose their jobs. It's going to actually increase the energy poverty as well as general poverty in the country. Developmental policy. Yeah, we support developmental public policies that are aimed at improving both the quality and the quantity of the electricity services that promote job rotation, decent work creation, and broaden the horizontal access to affordable electricity. So we are not necessarily a trade union that is not progressive. We are very progressive. If we realize that the bill is progressive, we support this one. We don't support it because we are convinced that this bill is not progressive. It's not going to assist poor people and the workers. I already talked about energy poverty, because access to energy that is affordable, sustainable, and reliable is crucial in developing economies as a mechanism to strengthen the effort to poverty eradication, social economic transformation, and overall sustainable development. It's very important to have this to have an energy system that actually does not create energy poverty. Because if you create that, that has got a domino effect in creating poverty in general and eradicating jobs. Eskom corporatization allowed competition, which provided the consumers a level playing field, intensifying entry, and has been assumed that it will make SOEs more efficient. Yeah, this is one thing that Eskom was brought by the finance. Okay, as it made Eskom to align to the Public Finance Management Act of 1998. Restructuring, I already said we don't support restructuring of Eskom from the vertical integrated structure it is today to 3 separate companies or 4 separate companies. On the background, next slide. Eskom was corporatized in 2001 to become a public company under the jurisprudence of the Companies Act of 61 of 1973 and the Companies Act 71 of 2008 as amended. The Companies Act section 1162, okay, empowers the Eskom Act to establish its subsidiaries, which could be under its dominance influence or unified basis. So the introduction of this bill will actually dismantle this arrangement, whereby Eskom was allowed to have its own subsidiaries. That it can, like today, Eskom has got Rotec, which is its subsidiary. So we don't even know what's going to happen to those subsidiaries. And the issue of coal has traditionally dominated the energy sector in South Africa, and 72.1% of the production in the country, energy production, is from coal. And we have coal estimated to amounting to 53 billion tons, which can last us for more than 200 years. So just recklessly moving away from coal is going to cause a lot of problems, because it's going to create ghost towns in Mpumalanga in the main, and create joblessness and poverty. The white paper on energy policy in 1998 requires every policy to take into account the provision of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa 1996, which has created new organs of government and demarcated specific powers and function for the various spheres of government. So we need municipalities and other spheres of government to still have a duty in the electricity distribution, transmission, and also generation. The underlying private investment relied upon a build, own, transfer project approach. In the single buyer system, the IPP sell the output to the purchasing agency for a specific price and duration period in the form of power purchase agreement, which are the PPAs. Challenges that arises include, amongst other things, long-term security of supply and increased need for balancing and network stability. This most scientists have proved that we have problem with the network when we have these IPPs connected to the network, especially because of the nature of the renewable energy, which especially sun and wind, which are not reliable and not available all the time. Next slide. Maybe before I go to the position, let me mention that in South Africa, we have installed capacity of Eskom of 58,000 megawatts. I heard here people saying Eskom cannot be able to provide electricity. We have 58,000 megawatts installed capacity. The highest demand in South Africa is at 34,000 megawatts. So we have enough actual installed capacity. The problem is the breakdowns, of which if we can focus much on that, we can be able to actually eradicate load shedding without actually bringing in new capacity. I'm not saying we must not bring new capacity. We have to do that, but at the same time, we must take into account that we have enough installed capacity. At the NM position, we are opposed to unbundling. Definitely opposed to unbundling. We believe unbundling is going to bring a privatization, or is a precursor to privatization. And we believe in the energy mix, with a proper energy mix, which must include all energy sources. It must include renewable energies, it must include coal, it must include hydro, it must include even nuclear energy, because nuclear and coal are base load, including hydro, but we don't have hydro in South Africa. So we can only depend mostly on coal and nuclear. And the issue of corruption, we believe that the government has done a lot presently to fight this corruption through the State Capture Commission. And we're saying government must continue implementing measures to actually stop this corruption, because this corruption is actually killing our state-owned enterprises. And we also supported the Eskom debt relief as the NM, including COSATU. The restructuring consultative framework and transmission national forum. We're saying this is not working, because Eskom all the time when we talk about consultation on policy, they say, no, we're not policy makers. We can't consult on that. So consultation end up not happening, but implementation continue. Next slide. As the NM, we submit that the following actually. South Africa's electricity has been coal generated for decades, with coal mining as a backbone of the energy industries. Workers and communities that are relying on these coal power stations and coal mines are going to suffer if we actually recklessly close these power stations and coal mines. Also, reducing coal-generated electricity within the energy mix will create mining ghost towns, especially in the Mpumalanga region. I've already said that. Maybe let me conclude without wasting time. In conclusion, the National Transmission Company of South Africa will, in the main, facilitate the competitive trading environment. And I've heard an Eskom presenter saying that the willing buyer, willing seller will be actually facilitated by this national transmission company, so that those that are willing to buy and willing to sell can easily do that. But we have seen the willing buyer, willing seller failing in land distribution. These things of open market economy, sometimes it does not work because people concentrate much on profit maximization than to actually provide a service to the communities. The NUM therefore is opposed to this bill and will love that maybe the government must relook at implementing something else, but not something that is going to end up with a privatized Eskom. Because this bill is not going to solve Eskom problems. Eskom problems are mainly 6 main problems, which is the cost of primary energy, revenue collection. Some people say that now, including COSATU, Eskom is unable to collect revenue. The drop in sales, which in the main is caused by the introduction of the independent power producers, because Eskom must first sell the electricity that is coming from independent power producers before it sells the electricity that it's producing itself. And the municipal debt, which is connected to collection of revenue and corruption, as I already said. Thank you.
Thank you, NUM. You helped us. You left us with almost 3 minutes extra. Honorable members, any questions of clarity? Going 1, going 2, going 3, matter closed. Next one.
Mr. Nkawana, Chair. I'm also not sure if he's on the platform, Chair.
Is he on the platform? Going 1, going 2, going 3. Next one.
Numsa, Chair.
Metal workers. Abeko. Are they not here?
Doesn't look like it, Chair.
Going 1, going 2, going 3. Okay. Who else? Who's next?
Mrs. Gertse. I doubt if she's on the platform. Mrs. Gertse, Chair.
Is he on the platform? Going 1?
I doubt.
Going 1, going 2, going 3. I'm sure we've got the last one, which is Busa.
Busa and then Mr. Yugu Krier, Chair. Only 2 to go. 2 to go, Chair.
Oh, I mean, who's next now?
Busa, Chair.
Okay, Busa.
All right, thank you. And good afternoon, colleagues. So I'll just present quickly and I'll try to save you time because I know am between you and the rest of the day. So if you may permit me, I would like to switch off my video because I've got a challenge of bandwidth. Cool. All right. Thank you for this opportunity. And as Luther, we just wanted to say out front that we support the electricity regulation bill. And we've been quite encouraged by the efficiency and the speed in which the public hearings in the different provinces and towns have been undertaken. And we've participated in many of those just so that we can also understand the general sentiment. And just like the Energy Council, we of the view that the broadness of society actually supports the bill. And our submission to you, Chair, and the Portfolio Committee, the honourable members, is aligned with the Energy Council, SEPA, as well as SAWIA. And most of our issues are consistent with that of Basin Vulindlela. So we'll cut out a number of the issues that have been reflected in those. And you've got our full submission that details all this information. So I think what we wanted to do is to focus on the definitional aspects of the amendment bill. And the specific sections in the amendment bill that require us just to reflect on. As I indicated, so we also looked at some of these, so we will cut out where they've covered the same issues, especially where we are consistently saying the same thing. Now, in terms of the definitions, Chair, the one area of concern is around the direct supply agreement and how we define that. Particularly, what we mean by that is that in the previous amendment bill, and I understand that in the opening remarks you did indicate that we shouldn't be talking about the previous bill and the new bill. We just talk about the bill. But we think that there are things that were contained in that particular 2022 bill that were quite progressive and would have actually helped to ensure that the particular 2023 bill is more holistic, and if they were transposed back into the bill, would actually provide a fuller picture and give the necessary parameters for the design of this of these changes. So in terms of this direct supply bill, we think that the direct supply bill, when it makes a definition and excludes the traders, the system operator as customers, should be very specific by providing for generators should not regulate prices of private generators or traders, where private generators or sellers are selling to other private generators and sellers. But basically what we mean is where you're speaking about a willing buyer and willing seller, you're talking about a bilateral agreement which is between two private players. NERSA should not necessarily have a say with regards to that. Moving on, we also believe that we should include the central purchasing agency as well as the market operator within the definition of the direct supply agreement. In terms of bilateral transactions, we think that the amendment bill as defined physical transaction as a transaction entered into generators, customers, and traders for energy production, which involves the conclusion of a power purchase agreement through a central purchasing agency to meet demand and supply as required by the system operator. We think that particular definition actually has a bit of an error, because what it does is that it gives the interpretation that there will be multiple purchase, what we would call CPAs, but we wanted to make sure that it specifically speaks to one central purchasing agency. So we need to change that particular distinction from a CPA to the CPA. We're also of the opinion that the term physical bilateral transaction seems misleading in the context of a system market operator because of the situation of having to balance the demand and supply. And also we've got questions around what happens around ancillary services to stabilize the system, as well as what happens to distributors as they would also want to be able to access that particular set of services which are ancillary services. So within the physical bilateral transaction definition, we need to change particular wording, which is specifically to the CPA, and also include around the issue of what is required by the system operator to include what is specifically around distributors. And in fact, What we've also looked at is that if the CPA is procuring electricity to balance demand and supply, does that not mean that it is a bilateral transaction on its own? Moving on, we are looking at the definition of regulated transactions. So in our understanding, the bill introduces the definition of regulated transactions as transactions that require regulatory approval or oversight, specifically where the exercise of market power is likely evident. And in this case, we make an example of network charges. So we understand that regulated transactions to be transactions that would be tariffs that are set by NERSA, and it is our submission that the definition currently is misleading because it could include any project that needs to be registered under under Schedule 2 of the current ERA, where basically projects that are falling under Schedule 2 only need to be registered but not necessarily licensed. So in that situation, there's a bit of a confusion there when you speak about regulated transaction. So in our understanding as well is that when you have a regulated section of transactions, you also have an unregulated side. The unregulated side specifically relates to private bilateral agreements, and regulated basically means regulated transactions that are under what may be at least transacted with the Central Purchasing Agency and are approved by NERSA directly. Now, the second component within the issues relating to the transmission, we are looking at the transmission development plan, and where we find it a bit of a issue is that there isn't consistent cross-referencing between what is a TDP as well as where the TDP sits. So for us, we understood that Section 34, Section 35, and Section 35, the two sections in Section 34 and the section in Section 35, 3A from the previous bill gave us a little bit more of what the system operator, which would eventually be running the development of the TDP, would be sitting. But in the current bill, which is the section, the 23 amendment bill, it deletes this section and then creates a little bit of confusion around the mechanics of the development of the TDP. So we feel that this should be brought back in, so that it gives it a bit of a better holistic feel in terms of how we're going to deal with the TDP, as well as mentioning the TDP directly within the particular sections that speak to the transmission development plan. Related directly to the integrated resource plan, and we've heard a lot about this, and I think, Chair, our view is that because we're moving into a market, a multi-market approach, the IRP also needs to change in its design. The current definition of the IRP, or the current wording that's used of the IRP, is that it is an indicative forward-looking plan for electricity generation. It reflects national policy, and also that it specifies specific technologies or energy sources and technologies which electricity may be generated from, and also indicates the amount which they will be generating from those sources. Our understanding is that if we're going into this new dispensation, that should be different. So the IRP should not lock in technology options from the outset, but rather it should make recommendations on what is required for capacity alone. And at that point, it would mean that where technology sources are, where the capacity has been communicated as a result of the IRP, and then the determination is required, the technology options and sources would then have to bid on the available capacity based on a criteria set out, whether it's issues around cost, whether it's water use licensing, whether it is about issues of access. So for us, this approach where you have the IRP only determining essentially at most the capacity that is required for the electricity supply industry would be that it is a market-driven approach, and it would also allow for a necessary policy adjustment, which we can speak to later, where the minister can deviate as well as a result of national interest, make certain types of determinations. So in that respect, the new definition would then say that an IRP is an indicative forward-looking plan for electricity generation, which reflects national policy. Sorry about that, I'm seeing which reflects national policy on electricity planning and specifies the amount of electricity that is needed to be generated in a given period of time, and then removes the specific mentioning of specific technology sources and the required capacity from that particular technology, because we believe those are decisions that can be made under the Section 34 determinations, or whatever the determination section would be next. So the powers of the regulator, as I've indicated, we largely, and I won't go deep into the specific sections, which is Section 4, but essentially we're saying that between the sections of regulated and unregulated transactions, the components of the market.
You are now on the referee's optional time of 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll be wrapping up, Chair. We're specifically saying that, Chair, in terms of the NERSA's powers, that the part of the regulated function would be those that require NERSA's approval, and that the section should determine that at least in terms of the regulator, that there are options that are private bilateral transactions which do not necessarily actually cover the regulated portions of the regulator's function to actually put on determinations on particular pricing between willing buyer and willing seller, which we think that is something that is contractually based, and then there will be others which are regulated and where NERSA can play its particular role. I will not get into registration and licensing. What I would jump into the 9 areas which we wanted you to have a particular look on, which is the role of the transmission operator, the deletion of Section 34, subsection 2. We think that you should bring that back into this particular amendment bill, because it gives the oversight as to what functions the minister will be provided for within Section 34. We want to get a better understanding of what we mean by vested contracts, and that those vested contracts will be what is approved by NERSA. In terms of the central purchasing agency, that we have a better understanding as to that there will not be multiple central purchasing agency, there'll be one purchasing agency, and we would like a reinstatement of Section 34B from the previous bill to this new bill, which actually speaks to the day-ahead market. And then in terms of the integrated resource plan, making sure that we still maintain regularity of 3 years, including the sense that it will not be specifically mentioning particular technologies. And then lastly, Chair, we wanted to look at the wording of Section 34(1) and making sure that when the minister is making these determinations, that they are not in consultation after, but they're actually in consultation with the regulator as opposed to after, because the main point here is that you are able to provide for necessary public participation, and we can actually deal with some of the hurdles that have been identified by some of the other cases that have been mentioned. I would like to end there, Chair, and just to communicate that we feel that this amendment bill will actually implement the President's plan, and that it is quite key to ensuring that we address the electricity crisis and will ensure that electricity reform is achieved. And we believe that it should be passed within the next, we should be passed within the current administration of Parliament. Thank you, Chair.
Any questions of clarity? Any questions of clarity? None. Going 1, 2, 3. Next.
Mr. Hugo Creer, Chair.
Thank you. Just like to share my screen. Does everyone see my screen? Hello?
Yes, you're on the screen.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and honourable members, thank you very much for this opportunity. So I am speaking today for myself. My background's in civil engineering, and I have a master's in nuclear engineering, and I have had work experiences in the coal industry, nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, LNG, and offshore wind. So I've worked in every energy sector except solar. I'm a member of Truth and Energy, which is sort of a loose coalition or club of members within the energy sector. And just want to say I've got no conflict of interest or dogmatic views in favor or against unbundling, but I do stand in opposition to what is being proposed today, and I'll explain why. First of all, I don't believe the South African public is getting the full facts regarding unbundling. This morning it was mentioned that 110 countries have moved towards some sorts of unbundling. That's true, but that means 90 countries have not. And the world is actually divided on this issue. And the reason for that is that humans have an inherent skepticism to privatizing natural monopolies. The debate taking place in South Africa is not new. If you look at the world map, there's absolutely no correlation between vertically integrated utilities and utilities that have unbundled. There are various setups across the world. Canada has a system comparable to South Africa. South Africa is actually a bespoke system because we no longer have a fully integrated system. And then I can show bad systems of deregulation like Russia, and as well as good systems of deregulation such as Texas and much of the European markets. So just to emphasize the point, there is no correlation. If somebody says unbundling is necessarily best, he's just not being honest with the facts. Then I would like to ask here, why does a country go towards unbundling? Countries go towards unbundling for various reasons, but generally it comes down to the fact that they ran out of money. South Africa's public debt is very high, and we need electricity on the grid. And if we do not control Eskom spending, the debt will take down the South African economy. The intention of unbundling, it's spelled out quite well in the objects of the bill, is to provide for an open market platform that will allow for competitive electricity trading. All right. The intention of unbundling is to accept private sector participation in electricity generation. But I want to emphasize that the consequence of unbundling will mean bankruptcies will be accepted as normal. And that means that either the IPPs or Eskom generation, in the assuming unbundling takes place, will potentially go bankrupt if they fail to compete. Okay, so in the beginning of last year, the African National Congress promised that unbundling will not cause job losses and privatization. The historical record on this is very poor. Clearly, if Eskom generation does not perform in a competitive market, it will have the potential to go bankrupt. So yes, it will not cause job losses if Eskom starts performing. And this is the first fact that I feel the government is not being honest with. If the government supports the bill, then they have to be straight with the voters that there is a potential, I say a potential, okay, for job losses. Second question is, what will happen to Eskom? As it currently stands, 16 gigawatt of Eskom's units are unplanned capacity loss factor. That means they're either not working or they're about to collapse. That means 33% of the units are broken down. So now if you imagine a company where 1/3 of all its assets are broken down, I want to ask the question to this committee, how is it possible that this will not result in bankruptcies? I put it to this committee that fixing these units is the quickest way to ending load shedding. All right, what is the risk to unbundling? Let's talk about the risk. Russia in the 1990s, when unbundling wasn't properly implemented, it led to a rise of an oligarchy, a decline of life expectancy in peacetime, and women being forced into prostitution. Second point is on Zimbabwe. We talk about other countries in the world, but we don't look at one next door. Zimbabwe had a form of unbundling, and then they had to rebundle because the management just stole the money. They ran what was left of the utility into the ground, and now ZISA has now moved to boost its core team by luring back skilled former employees as consultants. That is the root cause of Eskom's problem, is that they don't have skilled employees. There's another country, Lebanon. This is from Human Rights Watch. Lebanon never carried through with the unbundling of its infrastructure. And consequently, the mafia is now the chief competitor to Electricity to Lebanon. Now let's look if South Africa has this prerequisite already. South Africa already has an independent private power provider. First of all, they're not IPPs, they're subcontractors, right? And who is the biggest IPP subcontractor? It's the president's brother-in-law, Patrice Motsepe. Okay, so we're going to go from concentrated state generation to concentrated power generation. It does not solve the problem of decentralization. Second point is that there's already a mafia at Eskom. So the standard technique of privatization, when it doesn't work, and I'm going to quote Noam Chomsky here, is to defund things, make sure they don't work, get the people angry enough, and then you hand it over to the private sector. And the private sector here, let's be clear, is not a decentralized system of generation. It's the president's brother-in-law. So on this basis, I argue South Africa does not have the prerequisites to even consider unbundling at this stage. I want to further cite the empirical evidence, the literature on unbundling. And the World Bank did a very important report called Rethinking Power Sector Reform in a Developing World. And I'm going to quote from this report. I've sent it in as part of my submissions. It said the prescriptions of the 1990 reform models were primarily derived from economic theory and principles. By the early 2000s, it had become clear that the model was not universally applicable in practice. So we need to base our decisions on the empirical reality, the world as it is, not the world that we want to see. Second point, this is about the developing world. And as we will see, yes, it is true that many countries in the developing world, including the BRICS nations, have moved towards some form of unbundling, but they haven't carried through with all the reforms. And it's a very mixed picture. And it's very difficult to suggest that there's any lesson to be learned from this mixed picture. Stats from the World Bank, right? A substantial minority of publicly owned utilities performed as efficient as the private ones. So those who say that private generation is more efficient, this is contrary to what is written in the peer-reviewed evidence. Second point, that is a warning to South Africa. Among the least efficient utilities are those that experience privatization reversals. Senegal, Dominican Republic, Odisha in India, for example. And if South Africa goes on this path, right, if they ignore the warnings today, I just want to make a point very clear. We have to carry it forward, because if we reverse privatization in the near future, we're going to be far worse off. There's no difference between public and private utilities in terms of performance, and there's no indication that unbundling necessarily increases performance. In some cases, it does, right? I would admit that. Some cases it doesn't. Utilities with better human resource management show better performance on operational cost and recovery, get the best people for the job. That is what's lacking at Eskom. And then utilities with stronger financial discipline show better performance on operating cost recovery and distribution efficiency. Stop the people from stealing money, the corruption, lock them up, have clean audits. That is the route to solving load shedding. Now, the statistics from the World Bank, this is where I add caution to the wind. Of many countries in the developing world, the utilities do not sell at cost recovery. They are always to an extent, electricity is subsidized to the poorer people. Why? Because if electricity tariffs are high, you can easily see why there won't be revolutionary change in a country. Politicians are always very cautious about it, and so are regulators. Now, Eskom's tariff has been artificially low. When we said Eskom had the cheapest electricity in the world in the 1990s, that was due to the tariff being artificially low. And the corrections we're seeing now with tariff increases is from the fact that we've lived on subsidized affordable electricity in the past. I regard this as one of the root causes of load shedding, along with the licensing laws that actively prevented Eskom from adding new generation, and the government blocking them in was it the years 2000 when they were warned that South Africa were going to have load shedding. Key findings from the World Bank. Although many countries made some progress towards security of supply with the 1990s reforms, few were able to achieve that goal completely despite harnessing substantial private investment. So I make a point clear here today. Those who say that unbundling will bring private investment and end load shedding, which is guaranteeing us security of supply, are making those statements in contradictory to what's written in the peer-reviewed literature from the World Bank's own studies. As for the impact of renewables, important point I want to highlight here. I'm not opposed to renewables. I'm in favor of them. But renewables have totally disrupted the pricing model. What renewables have done is, let me put it this way. In the past, when we were pricing electricity in kilowatt hour, that was not just for the energy being used. There was also a capacity charge associated with it, which takes into account the admin, the ancillary service network capacities. And what renewables have done is they've decoupled the energy component from all the other services. So peak capacity, dispatch ramping, synchronous power, system strength, frequency, and voltage stability that's required for security of supply. These are all services. And what I would argue the current act that is being proposed does not even mention is the fact that we need to move towards a service-based model for electricity. I am highly opposed to the marginal cost trading mechanism that we price in kilowatt hour. I would much rather, if we go for unbundling, move towards the direction that Telkom and the MTN and the telecommunications has gone, where you have a contract, a fixed contract with a variable cost associated to it. That, in my mind, would fix the incentives and this argument whether or not renewables are destroying or helping the grid, because your service cost is driven by the cost of emergency fuel. And as we add renewables to the grid, the amount of emergency fuels, which in our case is diesel, it might be LNG in the future, will increase. And that price has to be adequately reflective. And I argue that's a service cost, a fixed tariff. The OECD has mentioned this. There's a report titled The Full Cost of Electricity. And the full cost of electricity, the number is disputed here. But as soon as renewables increase to 10 to 30% in their penetration, South Africa is still far away from that, so we can preempt this. It's questionable whether or not they're incurring costs onto the other generations, okay? And it's questionable what their full service cost is, whether the cost of your solar panel is the actual price you should pay. Many people agree need to be higher, but it's questionable how high that should be. And as we see, as countries increase the electricity, renewable installed capacity, electricity prices will go up. And I argue that by pricing in kilowatt hours, which is what the Act argues for, we're going to be running into the same trouble that the Europeans and the South Australians have gone into it. The bill itself makes some clauses that I find confusing. For example, it speaks of tariffs. In liberalized markets, the word tariff is increasing.
On my time, 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. I'll go quickly in summary. So I'm just saying what I would like for the bill to do is to remove the ability to set a tariff from the regulator, but they should have oversight in similar to ICASA. And I would say, in summary, South Africa should not expect reforms to end load shedding based on the literature. There are major risks to social economic stability. Eskom's performance will not improve with unbundling. Bankruptcies will likely hurt us. My proposal is to put the implementation of the unbundling aside for the future. South Africa should have 3 priorities: security of supply, cost equity, and environmental conditions. And it's only once the security of supply is met, I argue, when we have more than 5 gigawatt of excess capacity, that we should continue with the unbundling process. Summary: if you go ahead with the Act and ignore what I say, please try and make sure there's a capacity charge to recover those services, start regulating it like cell phone contracts. And my proposal for South Africa actually is fix the coal fleet. So Mick Davis in 2021 wrote a report to the presidency where he said there's no reason why Eskom can't make a reliable comeback. And there's also this German report from GGP Energy on the status of the coal fleets. Before this bill must be adopted, I argue that report must become public so we can have a judgment for ourselves how much it will cost to fix Eskom versus the cost to move in the direction we're currently going into it. I'd like to thank you, and I would say the solution to this is cooperation between the private sector and government. And if you lock out either party, you're going to have conflict in South Africa. There are solutions to bring both parties in, but I don't believe the unbundling proposal at the moment is going to solve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of clarity? Honorable Milam, is there another one? Going 1, going 2, going 3, close. Honorable Milam.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Kruger and I actually know each other and have corresponded for quite a while. I just want to raise a couple of issues with him. And so the first one is, you talk about fixing the coal fleet and fixing Eskom, but the reality is that many of those stations are well beyond their useful operating life and are no longer capable of being fixed. Some of them are 60 years old plus. So the reality or the question I have to ask is, what do we replace that with? How do we fix Eskom if we don't have a coal fleet that is operating effectively? How do we replace that capacity? Sure. The second issue, sorry, let me finish my questions and then you can respond. The second issue is, you talk about unbundling and you rightly quote a World Bank report, and then you use examples like Russia, Zimbabwe, and Lebanon. And I would argue that these are hardly great examples of what we should be striving to achieve. I think that we should be looking at good examples and seeing what learnings can we take from them and how do we do it properly. Sorry, Chair, can I finish my questions?
Can I respond to the questions before I might forget them? Just those two quickly. First question.
Are you done, Honorable Milam?
Chair, I've got just one last point, if I may.
Yeah.
it relates to the report itself, and you raise the fact that the World Bank did this report criticizing unbundling, but I mean, there's another World Bank report. It's called Transmission System Operators: Lessons from the Front Lines, and it was written by Arizu, Dunn, and Tenenbaum, published by the World Bank, and it says, and I quote, continued government ownership and control continues the very problems that the reform was supposed to have solved. If a government wants a competitive power sector, it must recognize that the transmission system operator is the key institution. More importantly, it must create a transmission system operator whose decisions are not controlled by any one or more market participants or by the government itself. The hardest lesson for a government is to accept the fact that it must be willing to give up political power in order to obtain electrical power. That's what the World Bank wrote. Now, we can debate which report is of more weight and which is more recent, and which we can debate all of that. The point is that there are conflicting views on this. And so my question is, where can we get the good examples of unbundling? Where can we take what, because the reality is that Eskom is already to a certain degree unbundled. I don't want to say largely, but the process is far down the line. What this legislation does is it seeks to legitimize that and provide a legal framework for that. So the question then becomes, how do we make that an effective and useful unbundling? Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you. On the first question on the coal generation, can I
your response?
Yes, I'll respond first. On the first question on the coal generation, it is not true. Okay, I say it as somebody who's designed power stations, that you need to retire a coal power station at the end of a design life. The design life, what we do with it, we add a safety factor. That factor assumes degradation due to operation and maintenance, which I think we will agree in Eskom's case, it has ran out very quickly. And then by the end of its design life, you make a calculation whether you need to continue it operating it or not, or whether you need to do a coal life extension. Right? That is a political decision in South Africa because Eskom doesn't have the money. Are we going to extend the coal fleet or are we not going to extend it? To overhaul a coal fleet, we can use Kuiberg as an example, can take up to one year for a power station. It is completely possible to overhaul the entire coal fleet of Eskom. It's a question of cost. And that is why I ask for that German report to become public so we can make a better informed decision. And I will guarantee you, if that report cites and says that the price to repair Eskom is too high, then you have already won the debate. I suspect for much of the coal fleet, you can still repair it. Second point, so that's the problem when I get many questions to me. As to your point of what's the good example, there are very good examples, even I would say Brazil, in South America, etc. I cited those risks as the bad examples, and I say South Africa already has some of the preconditions for those bad examples to take place, such as the absurdity that the president's brother-in-law is the biggest so-called independent power provider. That's not independence. Right. That is a major risk for us to become a mafia state. And unless this unbundling results in breaking up that monopoly, you're going to sit with bigger issues in South Africa. And I that's the warning that I'm giving over here. As for my position on unbundling, again, I agree with you. There are so many countries where it's an example, where the example can work. And yes, we can go into that model. What I would argue South Africa needs to do, as we fix the coal fleet, let's do an IPO on some transmission lines. Okay. And let's play around with that first. At the same time, I'm in favor. I wrote a solution that I will share to this committee, where I said the first step is the coal fleet in parallel, add renewables and add natural gas. And then you go down the line and do things cautiously. What that World Bank report was very clear on is the two countries that came on top were the ones that implemented unbundling cautiously. The keywords cautiously. And you see Vietnam is at the top of it. Vietnam has fully integrated utility, but they have legislation in place to prepare themselves for unbundling in the future. And I argue that's what South Africa does. But South Africa's current priority must be to fix the safety of supply. Eskom should not be adding any new generation itself. It has forfeited that right because it's bankrupt. I think we'll be in agreement on that. But they should be forced to buy through power purchase agreements if there's extra generation as they repair the coal fleet. And then systematically, once that security of supply is there, once we have the 5 gigawatt in excess, which I talked about, then we can move towards unbundling. In that, I didn't get to it by presentation in a moment. 1998, I would have agreed with you that we need to unbundle Eskom because we had excess capacity. My biggest fear is we don't have safety of supply, and it's going to cause disruptions in people's lives, and you're going to sit with revolutionary chase, and you saw the warnings. The countries that walk back on it are the ones that are doing worse off. Thank you. I hope I answered all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Having had the presentations, we have now arrived at the end of this presentation. Thank you very much to the presenters. I know that it has been a very long day, that we may not have been able to do justice because of the level of interest that is in this bill. And so we must appreciate to all the presenters that have made the presentations. Let me say this thing. I think Ari is gonna deal with the issue of our next meeting. Let me say this. I think, honorable members, and I'm saying this thing with extreme caution. I think at some point we need to have a discussion and probably look at the recommendation. One, I still maintain what I was raising, that my understanding of this process is a process of public participation. And when they compete with entities of government, let's make an example and let's have a frank and honest discussion to assist. If you've got an entity that belongs to the department and the department says, go and present in that portfolio committee, it's gonna be awkward because you don't know whether the department agrees or disagrees with the entity. Equally, when you've got two departments, a department or even the presidency presenting, even if it's in support, what would happen in the event that the two departments, or even with the presidency, there are areas of differences in terms of what is contained in the bill? I think it's a matter that we must be proactive to deal with it before we are confronted with that situation. I think the 7th Parliament must deal with this thing. My understanding is that a legislation is that it goes through up to cabinet. Once it is cabinet, it becomes a document of government. And when it is presented to Parliament, it then says, Parliament, this is what government says through this department. Go and consult the public and hear what are their views. So I will need your guidance when we go to the meeting to say, how do we handle matters of this nature before they become a problem that is insurmountable? I'm not saying people should not present, but my assumption will be that, for instance, the Minister of Public Enterprise will sit in cabinet. When this bill goes through to cabinet, that the Minister of Public Enterprise will engage and say, but from our Eskom point of view, there is this issue that we think is important. Equally, I would expect that NERSA from Mineral Resources and Energy will do the same thing and say, as you prepare this bill. Lastly, the presidency becomes an ultimate alpha and omega. My advice at this stage, it would be nice because, for instance, next week we'll be inviting the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy to respond to the issue of the submissions that we made to this committee. So we will be expecting them that when they respond on a comprehensive executive position of the department, of government. You see? I will not respond to this because I think that question is absolutely uncalled for and irresponsible. We can't sit here from 9 o'clock until 4 o'clock and we are wasting time of people. I think it's absolutely insensitive for whoever wrote this thing that it is a waste of time. We will follow all the normal procedures of Parliament. If it passes, it will pass. It may be a different bill. Please, let's respect the meetings of Parliament. Somebody just write whether we are wasting our time. If there is someone who has got that time of coming and sit from 9 o'clock until 4, not knowing what's the purpose of being in that meeting, that's not what this committee does. We are meeting even tomorrow, by the way, to respond to another bill, which I just ask for a respect of this committee. Whatever, people might have been used to other things. But without any further delays, Ari, can you then outline what will be happening next week and when? Or Ayanda?
No, that's fine, Chair. Yeah, so as you indicated, tomorrow morning, 9 to 11, we'll be having the public hearings on the National Nuclear Regulator Amendment Bill. Then, as you've indicated, next week, Tuesday the 12th, the morning session, we've allocated to the DMRE for its responses on the submissions on the NNR Amendment Bill. The afternoon of Tuesday the 12th, we'll do the responses by the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy on the ERA submissions received. If we've also scheduled a meeting for Wednesday, the 13th, the morning, if there's a need to continue with the responses on the ERA bill, Chair. So that's our meetings for this term, Chair. That's it. Thanks, Chair.
I think, Ari, you must also add that we will also be dealing, honorable members, with 2 other items.
Yes, correct, Chair.
Correspondence has been referred to the committee we'll have to attend to. We will table that. 2, we will deal with the issue of the 3 areas that we could not have public hearings, and we will make the proposal to the committee. The committee will make the final decision with regards to the proposals that will be made. I think in the absence of any other matter, honorable members, thank you very much, and everyone who has been here.
Could I ask that the committee stays behind for a second? I have an issue I'd like to address you on.
But next time, please tell us in advance, because this is the chairperson who must call.
It's just a very brief issue.
Let's wait. Can we release everyone and remain in terms with the committee?
Thank you.
As officials, you don't have a way of removing those that are
I'm trying
unable
to remove them, Chair. I'm trying to remove them.